The I Am Discourses on America. I Am activity of St. Germain Foundation. The I Am activity represents the original, permanent, and highest source of the Ascended Master's instruction on the great laws of life, as first offered to the Western world by the Ascended Master St. Germain, through his accredited messengers, Mr. and Mrs. Guy W. Ballard. In the early 1930s the Ballards established St. Germain Foundation and St. Germain Press Incorporated, which under St. Germain's guidance, have expanded into worldwide organizations that offer to mankind the true Ascended Master teachings on the great cosmic word, I Am. St. Germain Foundation strives to keep the I Am Ascended Master instruction in its pure, unadulterated form, free from any human interpretation, personal monetary gain, or proselytizing, as it is a gift from the great Ascended Masters and cosmic beings to bring illumination and perfection to mankind. Hundreds of I Am temples and sanctuaries exist throughout the world, where the teachings are applied in I Am decree groups. The books of the St. Germain series are available in many libraries, bookstores, or directly from St. Germain Press. For further information, please contact St. Germain Foundation, St. Germain Press, 1120 Stonehenge Drive, Schaumburg, Illinois, 6019 United States of America. Dedication. His series of books is dedicated in deepest eternal love and gratitude to our beloved Ascended Masters, beloved St. Germain and the beloved Goddess of Justice, beloved Jesus, beloved Nada and the great Divine Director, our own beloved Godfrey and Lotus, the Great White Brotherhood, the Brotherhood of the Royal Teton, beloved David Lloyd and the Brotherhood of Mount Shasta, beloved God Taba, the Goddess of Liberty, beloved Mighty Hercules, and all the Ascended Masters and cosmic beings who have come to the assistance of beloved St. Germain for the freeing of his beloved Land of Light, America. The dictations in this book were given through our beloved accredited messenger, Mrs. G. W. Ballard, whose pen name is Lotus Ray King. We thank her for her selfless dedication to this light and her fiery love of America and for her unconditional obedience to her master, beloved St. Germain. These dictations, in print for the first time, were given between the years 1950 and 1968, and are now presented to the people of America and the world by the St. Germain Foundation in loving gratitude to beloved St. Germain. Our hearts join in the words of Mrs. G. W. Ballard in her gratitude to beloved St. Germain. To you, blessed, beloved St. Germain, thank you for your love, your light, and your effort to bring us this far in our freedom. May we stand, face, and conquer beside you, and do everything that will give you every cooperation, until the nation of your heart and our hearts is free forever from all that is not your purity and your love and your freedom, and the world is free from all that is not the purity of beloved Jesus and yours, and all the Ascended Host's love for eternity. Record CD 1377. Tribute. End this year of 2001, the opening of the new millennium, we offer this tribute to the greatest benefactor America has ever known, the beloved Ascended Master St. Germain. He is now working intensely for the protection and illumination of America. Having made the ascension as beloved Jesus did, he is now the great master who has charge of the new civilization to come forth in America, for which he has worked unceasingly during the past 200 years. He and beloved Jesus are working together now, with the great cosmic messenger known as the Great Divine Director, to bring forth the permanent golden, or I Am age for our earth. This begins with the new civilization destined to come forth in America. He is the presiding master under whom she is to come to the fulfillment of her destiny as the Holy Grail, or cup of light from which the rest of the world will drink, now and in the future. America is the heart of this planet, and as the heart, she must be protected and illumined if the body is to survive. America must be the supply of light to the rest of the earth until the changes which are to come have brought order and peace to the balance of mankind. Beloved Mighty Victory speaks on the nation of beloved St. Germain's heart. Charge your America with the immortal flame of cosmic Christ victory, whose love now blazes its fire everywhere within your borders, and the people awaken and enter into its heart, and claim their own, and hold freedom the authority of the nation, and the victory of cosmic Christ love the everlasting command of God's eternal perfection. God has given America to the free, and only those are free who can use this flame. Go forth and practice it, and let the people realize there is something coming to the land of America that the people will understand and accept and obey. for the protection of that which only the God presence of life can give. And that is the freedom of the mighty I Am Presence to the nation and to the world. My flame of victorious love from Venus shall flood this government of this nation today, and let the destructive forces take the consequences. Thank you, precious ones. And our beloved America shall enter into the garden of my heart and take her dominion in the service of the mighty Saint Germain. Go forth, and flood the flame until America and all within her borders blaze that light that is eternal in its conscious control of all within your borders. I commend you to its everlasting perfection, and may its sun presence ever abide around you until all behold it with the physical sight, and none dare deny longer its mighty power and eternal conscious control of all things in the physical world. To the victory of my heart's love do I commend you from this hour, for the freedom of the nation of Saint Germain's heart, and for the release of the world from that which is not love. Cassette 6 5107. Discourse I. Beloved Lady Master Nada. April 11, 1950 Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of the light, may we enter into the great joy this evening, the joy of designing the incoming perfection which I am quite sure most of you will live to see manifest in the physical octave. So you see, it's not so far off, at least for some of you. We want you to feel the great enjoyment of planning ahead and designing the incoming civilization. So if you will come with me into my temple and my palace of love and light, you shall see there, not blueprints, you shall see there the perfection already created, ready to be lowered into outer manifestation. And I am quite sure you will have only joy as you behold it and anticipate its use. You know, there never appears to be a cloud without your realizing that the hour will come when the cloud passes, and the sun is again revealed. And so it is in national affairs. There never has been a cloud of human creation arise from the earth, that there hasn't been the great descent of the light that drives that cloud into the blue flame and consumes it, whether that be in this civilization or those that have passed. The cosmic law is that the sun always abides above all that is of the shadows, and the sun's power can always consume the shadows. And so it is with the sunshine of your own, beloved I Am Presence, regardless of the shadows that seem to have gathered for a time. So it is in national affairs. And while the turmoil of cleansing takes place, we are preparing and designing and building the new activities that are to come forth and render their service. And really there's no difference between a national house cleaning and your private, physical one. It's much the same. You move everything around. You dispose of the dirt, and you buy new things, and you make new arrangements. And when you get through, it's much more beautiful and much more comfortable and convenient. And so it shall be in the nation. Destructive forces, my dear ones, remember this always, when they begin to brag about their power and their ability to destroy, you may always read the handwriting on the wall. They are nearing their end. Destructive forces are very arrogant, and when they know their end is approaching, they are like the small boy in the forest. They whistle to keep up their courage. But the courage flees at the approach of that which is greater than themselves. So their whistling doesn't do much good, not in that case. The filth that is gathered within this nation shall as surely be consumed from the universe as that the universe exists. It's got to be. Thank you, precious ones. Please be seated. Now remember, my loved ones, if you call for the filth in your nation to be annihilated, it will be annihilated, because you will be answered. The cosmic law of life has said throughout the ages, call unto me, and I will answer thee. Ask and ye shall receive. Therefore if only a handful of people within the nation, in the authority and power of that mighty I Am Presence, issue the cosmic fiat for the annihilation of the filth and degradation that has gathered, you will find the cosmic law will answer you. And I am part of that cosmic law, therefore, I know I am going to answer you. Thank you, precious ones. Please be seated. Now we have consumed through the centuries again and again and again, innumerable times, the filth that mankind has generated. But the destructive forces that have imposed that upon mankind know also that the day comes when they must be annihilated. They know there is an hour when they must cease, for they know we are immortal, and they are not. And that is your keynote tonight. If you will understand and remember in your calls to your mighty I Am Presence, and to the ascended host for their divine plan fulfilled their way, every time that flame goes forth, it is established and becomes stationary in the atmosphere of Earth. And the moment those flames begin to surge, the sinister force knows that that is a place where it cannot come, and that that is eternal, and it is not. So please try to keep this in the outer, intellectual consciousness, that whatever you call forth of perfection, and you demand that it be made imperishable and self-luminous by that cosmic Christ command from the great central sun. Then be assured that every call of that sort that you make is answered by that which makes it immortal. And this cleansing process is but to make those destructive forces understand immortality. And that is what many individuals need to understand. They forget that they can't take the universe out of existence. Some of them have the nerve to try it. Destructive forces must be educated to the authority of creation. We have seen civilizations come up and go down again and again and again, the same life streams, in a large proportion, responsible for the destruction, and the same life streams who are constructive largely responsible for the building. Strange, isn't it, that the human conceit of destructive forces do not learn their lesson? It is amazing. Every time a civilization is to come forth and be brought to its height, the same, largely, I'm speaking now, the same group of life streams volunteer to carry the light. And when civilizations begin to disintegrate, largely, it is the same set of life streams that are responsible for the destruction. But that cycle is closing, because this time when the cleansing takes place and the building begins anew, it is this time for permanent accomplishment on the planet. Precious ones, while you are standing, may I say to you, you who have been the builders with us before, of civilizations, are now about to write the last chapter in the book of the experiences of this world, and this time it is to close, and they lived happy ever after. Won't you be seated, please? So you see, after long, long centuries of trying and trying and trying again, we are to succeed this time, permanently. So no earnest effort is really lost. There might be change, but who is there to say to me whether, because a form changes, that the good and the effort that has been made is not yet doing its work, and to be sustained throughout the centuries? So there's no need for discouragement. But there is need for constant guard. And don't feel obligated, precious ones, to put up with human nonsense. When something is wrong, it's wrong, that's all. And with these recent decrees you have been given, where you call forth from within the mighty I Am presence of the individual or of the nation, and you call that forth with the authority of the great central sun, my dear ones, don't doubt for an instant but what your manifestation will come almost in a breath. When you take your stand by that conscious command of the mighty I Am presence in the great central sun, that destruction shall cease to be. Why, legions if need be could come to your assistance to fulfill that demand of life. So the vanguard of the light, the vanguard of every civilization, which most of you are, is this time to reach the goal of permanent attainment on the earth. And I tell you, it shall be a great joy to you all to realize the power you have to draw from above the limitless, and produce in the physical the beauty and the purity and the perfection that it is a joy to build, and to know it becomes self-luminous and imperishable. In other words, you, the extension of the Creator in the great central sun, are going forward to build the immortal beauty in this world. Immortality is a wonderful thing, my dear ones, and you have the power to confer it. You haven't thought so up until now, but you have. You have the authority, by that cosmic command of the mighty I Am presence in the great central sun, to make imperishable whatever you will. You have the authority to build that which can be sustained forever. You have a right to draw forth the beauty, the purity, the perfection, and the marvelous, happy use of anything you desire. And when you command it to be eternally sustained, you confer upon it immortality. Is that not a wonderful thing to contemplate? We are swinging wide for you one door after another into cosmic realms of experimentation, into cosmic realms of beauty and perfection and activity that are almost incomprehensible to the average individual's intellect. But you who are ever expanding your light and reaching up in the greater use of these powers, shall come and go through these doors and bring back what you choose, to produce the beauty and the perfection in this world that is an honor to God, by which you honor the great central sun. Always bear in mind that what you build in the physical octave is to honor the great perfection, and the great love of life that has come forth from the great central sun and provided you with the ways and means of building. It is not by an idle chance that the beloved Godfrey gave you the expression of the honor flame of God's heart. If you would live to honor the great good and all the blessings that have been yours through the centuries, if you were to live to honor the stars, to honor the powers of nature, to honor the beauty and the perfection of life, how could you be unhappy? How could you, when you live in the joy of honoring that which is wholly divine? There's no servility about that. One can be humble, and yet with great dignity and great love and great reverence and adoration, use the mightiest powers of the universe to honor the source that gives all. And then you live in that close communion with that which loves you more than you can understand. So when you honor that which loves you so greatly, how could you be unhappy? It is only when the human is allowed to do that which hurts, that unhappiness can possibly exist. And, oh precious ones, if you would have the unlimited use of these powers of mastery, conquer every feeling and every desire in you to hurt anyone, by thought or word or deed or subtle inference. Just withdraw the capacity to hurt, and you shall know what love can bestow. You shall know what love can do for you. The desire to hurt, my precious ones, is a characteristic of the animal. It's not a quality of the divine. A divine being doesn't hurt. Only the animal does that, and surely you don't want to admit an animal heritage. I'm sure you don't. You are of divine origin. Therefore, to honor the divine with no capacity to hurt is mastery. And then when it becomes necessary to handle destructive forces, you but draw the power of the divine, and you but force the evil to consume itself. You do not even have to touch it if you know what I mean tonight. Therefore, in the cleansing of your nation, as you draw forth these great cosmic powers of the blue ray and the divine judgment of blue lightning, you make the call, and those who are the authority of that concentrated electronic force send it forth to leash the expansion of destruction. And then its own force is driven back into itself, and within the blue flame is the consuming taking place. Therefore your happiness depends on love, not the use of the power that hurts. The I am students should be incapable of hurting each other, or any part of life. When these great beings in our octave are ready to handle situations in ways and means that you know not of, that are wholly in obedience to the divine law of cosmic love and mercy, knowing full well all causes that have gone before, and all future effect, surely it is the part of wisdom to place it in their hands by your own calls. And you stand holding your peace, and we shall fight your battle, not with hate, but with the light rays that are always victorious. Therefore there is no uncertainty as to the results of your effort to control. Oh! You may search the universe over, and you'll never find a substitute for our love, for it contains wisdom and power that mankind's intellect can never know until it arises into our flame purified and becomes ourselves. So, beloved ones, were I to speak to you for eternity, I would explain the immortality of our love, for I enjoy talking about it. I love to pour it forth. It can only produce beauty and perfection and joy for all, and you cannot help but absorb it, because I so qualify it. There might be individuals or conditions that think for a time that they can repel my love, but they cannot, for I can wear them out. You know, precious ones, I can wear them out, but they cannot wear me out. You see, I am immortal, and evil or discord is not. Therefore I know I can wear them out. Therefore I know my victory before I begin. And they have to be educated to know what I know. Won't you be seated, please? So if we may go forth in the garden of life hand in hand with beloved victory, let us show you the secret powers you may use when you have become the immortality of our love. We have offered it to you free as the air you breathe, unlimited in quantity, boundless in power, eternal in its manifestation. We've offered you a priceless gift. It's the scepter of dominion, and it is mastery, unconditional, and the world can't offer you as much. It doesn't make any difference what you want to do or what you think you want to do, there isn't all mankind put together who can offer you what we do. We give a priceless gift that is indestructible and cannot possibly be misused under any circumstances. So we are friends, and I am quite sure one day you will be grateful forever. Just try to measure your everyday experiences, the things you do in what you call your daily routine, and ask yourselves as you do things from day to day, am I making this which is constructive immortal? Then if you are not, make your calls to your presence, and to us to blaze the cosmic Christ flame of the love in the great central sun that does make that immortal. And then the good you do will live after you. The good you do will pour right through. And who? Are you to say I am wrong? You can't do it. See? I am immortal, and you are not. Your human is not. The part of you that I want to draw into outer action is immortal. I want the perfection in you to come forth in action and beautify America, for I have much to do. Oh! I have so many things to do, so many experiments to make, so many wonderful things to show you, that I want to give to you for your happiness. But you must learn how to use them, and you must know that when I bring them forth this time, they are immortal. You know, they speak of my home as the Palace of Beauty, and so it is. And I would love to make America just as beautiful. And precious ones, since I am going to begin to make America beautiful, I shall begin with you. I hope you don't object. Let us draw forth your immortality of beauty into your outer use and action, and reveal to your fellow man what love alone can bestow. Won't you be seated, please? So let us have a vacation from the house cleaning. You know, you can't clean house too long at one time without becoming weary, but we can take a little walk in the fresh air. We can go off on a shopping tour. We can go off into many things to break the strain. And so it is with you and the conditions in America. You may watch them now, and wherever you see help needed, make your calls with everything at your command, and demand America cut free, the only landed surface of the earth where freedom to love God was sought by those life streams who gave us the open door to bring freedom, as a nation, to the group of people who have been privileged to walk on the soil of America. Thank you, precious ones. And I have, further, this to say, guard well the gifts America, God has bestowed upon America, and demand they be made immortal. And we shall move forward greater power to your assistance. Won't you be seated, please? Love is the only thing that can give immortality. Therefore evil forces cannot bestow what we can. And therefore, if you allow our flame of the love from our octave to come into your outer daily use in all that you do, to clothe you, to become your pathway, and then you use the power of our immortality which that love is, we shall move forward to wondrous, victorious accomplishment. And I am quite sure you will begin to experience a happiness that is immortality. I insist on it. So with my love, my immortality, shall I say, I clothe you with garments of light substance which I want to, and which one day I shall make visible and tangible in the physical octave if you so desire. Thank you so much, precious ones. Now I draw and clothe you with the immortal power of my love. Acknowledge it and draw it into your outer use. And when you need power, demand my immortal power of cosmic love, and let me surprise you with what it contains. I am waiting for the opportunity to bring you a joy in a way you have never had before. Let us go forward like happy children, knowing the sunshine is ours and the shadows may pass with the wind into oblivion forever. So let us make all things immortal by the use of that love from the great central sun that is yours to use without limit. And every time you use it and expand it, you will honor your source, and the honor flame of that cosmic love will reveal the light of eternity, the light of immortality to you, to use without limit at your conscious command. It is a gift, priceless and well worth using, and yours forever. May it clothe you with everything that brings you contentment and happiness, and shows you the vast infinite vistas beyond. And through these doors of light and beauty and perfection may you come and go from our realm, until we finish in America the handiwork of God's love. And the immortal beauty and perfection of freedom to love God shall reveal the jewels whose healing flame will cover the earth, this time with that which honors all life with perfection. May it become yours to use without limit. Thank you. Won't you be seated? Try to feel that the younger generation, whom we love so greatly, must now be helped to be cut free from the shadows. So in the use of my immortal power of cosmic love, when you draw the power to correct conditions, you will find it ever sustained and ever increasing in its action as you call it forth. So I thank you for this opportunity to again expand that which will begin to surge into the outer, and reveal the honor flame of God's great cosmic heart, wherein the treasure house of the universe ever pours forth its boundless wealth to those who are the extension of love's great flame from the central sun. I thank you. and with its mantle of happiness and immortal powers, may my love and my wisdom bless you with their eternal gifts, and good night. Discourse 2. Beloved Great Divine Director. September 11, 1950, San Francisco, California. Beloved ones of Saint Germain's family, in coming to you tonight, what I have to say is of great import to your nation as well as yourselves. Because of the cycle into which you have entered, which is the cycle of the violet flame, wherever the light within a life stream is expanding, we are permitted at this time to give much assistance that will enable many to be strengthened as they turn to the light, and made strong enough to stand in it and go forward, this time, to their freedom. Because that which they will enter into as the law of the violet flame becomes the law of the earth in its cleansing process, those life streams will be able to stand against destructive forces until the complete cleansing of the earth takes place. 17. Heretofore, when the light expands within a life stream, we have at all times endeavored to protect and help the light to become strong enough in each one to stand against the destructive forces. And until the light reaches a certain intensity in the outer self, and a certain proportion of the energy that has been constructively used in former embodiments is placed within the causal body, until that has occurred, many times when we gave help in the past, the individual would go along for several embodiments serving the light. And then something would swing them off again, swing the individual away again, and would spend several embodiments serving the destructive forces. But now, as you make the call for the human creation, at least 2/3 of it, that is the mass discord in your nation, to be consumed under the dispensation of the great cosmic law, because you are entering into the violet flame cycle. The great beings who are purifying the earth will come to the assistance of many who at this time do not quite seem strong enough to hold to the light, although within themselves they want to. This is a great mercy to life, and if you will make the call for the dispensation of whatever is required to permit the consuming of at least 2/3 of the discord and impurity that has been brought within the borders of the United States of America, the light of your own life stream, in making that call for the nation, will expand within you, and that will strengthen the light in the nation to the point where this may be done. I'm not saying positively that it will. It depends upon you. But it is an open door which can be held open until that assistance can be given the nation. Something must be done to purify enough of the energy within the borders of the United States of America in order to safeguard the light of the world, the heart of the world. So under the action of the cosmic law, as you are entering into the violet flame cycle, it will permit certain mercy and forgiveness to be extended to the people within your borders, which is not permitted in many of the other nations of the world. It is permitted in some, but not all. That is due to the accumulation of light within the people in those nations. Now if you will make the call at least just once a day, it doesn't take but an instant. But whenever you think of the conditions in America that need correction, you will call on the law of forgiveness for America's mistakes and ask for the dispensation that will permit, under my authority, the consuming of at least 2/3 of the discord and impurity within your borders. Much may be accomplished in a short time. And then if you demand that the light of your own life stream be strengthened to the point where the cosmic law will permit this, then you can be the open door by which that light goes forth, and the cosmic law acts to consume enough of the discordant accumulation here to keep America from experiencing the frightful things they hope to accomplish. We look upon America the same as we look upon an individual. And when the cosmic law permits assistance, we never fail to give it. But your people within this nation have had so much of God's mighty blessings that they became careless, and did not guard with enough intensity and enough power the blessings that others gave to them. It was your early patriots who sacrificed the outer activities of the outer self in order to win freedom to love God as you please. It was the strength of the light in the early patriots' life streams that bought America in the beginning, and it was that light and love for God that became her established freedom. And it was only when people turned away from the strict adherence to the moral purity and love for God within the operation of your nation that the destructive forces had an open door through which they have done the damage to your people, and your land that exists here today. The American people have had a great many of God's blessings, and they had freedom. But those who gave the freedom, having gone on into the octave of light, the other life streams that have come in here to enjoy these blessings have not valued them enough to hold the guard as should have been done. The early patriots were instructed by the ascended masters, and told certain things to be maintained within this country would be necessary, and they were disregarded until it was too late. But you are some of those returned, and since your own light is growing brighter, and you have determined to face your mighty I Am presence, and attain your victory, then at the same time you can become the raising magnetic power to demand that America be given the mercy, and the forgiveness that will allow enough discord within the nation and its impurity to be consumed, so that the remaining light can be expanded with power enough to ward off the destruction which those other forces would like to impose upon you. I am a certain authority to permit that to be done, if we see the response in the feelings of mankind expand the light to a certain point. And when it grows bright within a certain proportion of the people, then we do not lose a moment in acting to fulfill whatever dispensations the cosmic law will permit. If you want those dispensations, ask the great beings in the central sun, and all who guard and govern America's destiny, for the dispensation that will permit this to be done, and we will see what we can accomplish. When you ask for that dispensation, your own light grows brighter, and therefore it is that much more light within the nation that would stand the guard against destruction. Great has been the mercy to life, great has been the love and forgiveness through the centuries. And now there must come the response in every life stream so that the light expands with enough intensity to be the governing power within the nation that holds the balance against the pressure of destruction from the rest of the world. I am the authority to help bring that about through the life streams some of whose human creation I have consumed. And dear hearts, I do not want any credit for this. But unless I had consumed 2/3 of your own creation in the beginning of this work, there would not be light enough in your nation today to have stood against the encroaching holocaust of destruction. Others who have assisted me in the consuming of the human creation are those who turn to the light, have given and given and given their light to make every life stream as strong as possible at this time to hold to the light, and to carry that light until it could radiate to others the desire to turn to the light. And that is the thing we want to do into the mass of the people. We want, through you, through your radiation, to pour the desire for the light into the very atmosphere about you until that desire is paramount everywhere in the atmosphere over your nation. To us that desire appears as a light, a soft radiance of white light about the body, and we have but to look over a city or a locality or a group of people to see the intensity of the light, to know how much constructive action is pouring forth. And what is the strength of the people to hold to the light? And you will never know until your ascension what that mighty chart has done for you and for all who have gazed upon it, because the beloved God for us sent forth the command in the beginning, that every human being who ever looked upon that chart would one day have to turn and face the light and serve it of his or her own free will. That is the power that was charged into it to begin with, so that it fastens each life stream, at least the attention, for a time upon the presence. And in that, the presence charges forth the memory of itself until the outer self of every individual who has looked upon that chart will never forget it. Therefore, one day, it becomes the magnet that compels their attention back to the light until the light can pour itself into the outer activities, until they are purified and consumed. The same thing is true of the nation. You, being light within that nation, can become a brighter light when you ask in love for the dispensation of mercy and forgiveness to permit the purifying of the nation, and the people to a point where at least 2/3 of the discord can be consumed. Let us try it. We are willing to do everything the cosmic law will permit if you will remember to do this once a day for the freedom of the nation. No one can tell what the higher mental body of each of you will do, or the presence itself, in a way that will affect the whole nation as that call goes to the heart of the central sun for more assistance to set this country free, until the light can be focused here. And I mean the liquid light, the cosmic light substance, can be concentrated here to the point where its radiation reaches forth to a certain proportion in the rest of the world to compel the constructive activities to again take command in most of the nations of the earth. The great cosmic law has been set into action to purify the earth. The fiat has gone forth from the great central sun. Therefore those who desire the constructive way of earth, those who desire the eternal purity of perfection, are one with that command. Then as you move forward holding that desire for the nation, your light can become the strength in the nation that enables the call to be answered. And I know your love is so great for America, and your love of the light is so great that your call will carry mighty power as it goes forth to demand this which safeguards the constructive activities of America and the world with much greater power. and enable them to hold the victory of the light wherever they abide. I want you to feel, beloved ones, the importance of your own light. And when you call to your beloved I Am Presence, or to us for more light to not only strengthen you in your worlds, but when you demand enough light to save your nation, then the cosmic law is compelled to listen and to assist you in every way possible. When I speak of the cosmic law, that is not an impersonal thing. That is the directing intelligence and almighty wisdom and power embodied in the great beings in the central sun. And it is those beings who determine whether this can be done for your nation or not. So you're not talking to an all-pervading presence that is just a principle abiding everywhere. When you send forth your call for love and mercy to permit the consuming of 2/3 of America's impurity and discord within her borders, you are talking to intelligent beings whose authority over the whole system of worlds is infinite and immortal. You're not speaking to space. You're speaking to the individualized directing intelligence that consciously controls this whole system of worlds. And since you are an individual, and those beings are individuals, you certainly can communicate through the desires of life to release more purity of itself to correct conditions that have no right to manifest. I want you to feel this authority tonight, of your own life stream, to call for dispensations that permit the annihilation of human conditions rapidly enough to prevent more disaster within your borders. I want you to feel that those great beings whose love is incomprehensible to the unascended being, those great beings wield power that only the great ones understand. But that power is of such magnificence that if you begin to demand it come into you to strengthen your own light, that your light may be the strength in America to permit this to be done, then we will move forward hand in hand, to the fulfillment of America's destiny. Until her light drenches the earth with the purity and the supply that redeems and protects, and assists constructive forces of the world to again take command. Try with all your hearts, my dear ones, to hold the harmony within yourselves, and to demand immortal purity in your feeling world. And don't feel that you have the right to hate this person, or that person, or someone else in these sanctuaries or in this I Am activity, just because you don't want to bring the outer self, your own outer self, into obedience. Try to realize these sanctuaries are altars of peace and love, and no one has a right to bring ill feeling or discord, or criticism or condemnation within the altar that is the strength to protect America from destruction. The light that is drawn within these sanctuaries is anchored here to make America's light strong enough to stand against the encroaching discord, and so is every I Am sanctuary throughout the world. It is a focus of power to protect that locality against the world's destruction. And tonight each one of you is the same thing in the outer world as you move among the other people in the outer world's activity. Each of you becomes a focus of strength and power to be the strength of the light of encouragement and purity to those you contact, until wherever you move, that which is constructive in everyone is made stronger by your radiation of the light that is master. And that which is not constructive in individuals is dissolved by the approach of your light, as you keep commanding that you are the law of the violet flame. When you begin to use that expression, dear ones, miracles and joy indescribable are ahead of you. When you say, I am the law of the violet consuming flame ruling wherever I am, then that is as if the violet flame rushed ahead of you, purified, set things into divine order, and forbids discord to exist. Then you move into that and accomplish what you desire constructively for the assistance of all. When you demand in your own world the government of the violet flame, then that goes out into the governmental activities of the nation. When you say, I am the immortal God government of the mighty I Am presence in my being and world, that is tantamount to saying, I am the immortal God government of eternal purity and love and perfection. And when you acknowledge that as the law of your world, as the government of your world, then that goes forth in all governing channels. And when you begin to acknowledge or demand the God government of the violet consuming flame purify the nation, and consume 2/3 of the human creation within your borders, you will see changes, for we intend to bring them about. And we are depending on as many of your calls as your time will permit and your heart will allow you to give. Your hearts are one with our hearts. Your desire for your nation's freedom is in agreement with the great divine plan of purification. America's destiny is in the hands of the cosmic law, and the cosmic law is purity and constructive action and obedience to the demand of life's divine plan fulfilled. So you are the strength of the light in America. You are the authority of light within your borders, and as you acknowledge the law of the violet consuming flame to control all in your world, and that law to consume 2/3 of America's discordant creation, then you are one with the dispensation for which you are calling. But you can call for the consuming of all America's discord and impurity, but if the cosmic law will permit us to consume 2/3 of it, then 2/3 of your people will awaken and stand for the constructive activities that will enable you to survive. And if they are not held constructive, then you won't survive, because the cosmic law does not permit us to protect anything that is destructive. I'm sure you realize that. Whether it be in your own world or whether it be in the government or in your business, it matters not. If a thing is discordant, we cannot use our power to protect it. And therefore when the nation needs light at this time, it needs your love, your peace, your quiet, your purity, and your demand that the human within the nation be consumed no matter who it belongs to. And in that you will assist many life streams within the nation to be lifted at this time to a strength of the light, whereby they can go into the new cycle and become part of that which is constructive, because the violet flame will play all over the earth. And that which abides here will either be purified or it won't stay. And you can say the same thing for the nation. If you demand the purification of America, it will come. And we are offering you this tonight, that we may have the call for 2/3, at least, of the discord and impurity within your borders be allowed to be consumed quickly, so the destructive forces cannot succeed in their diabolical plans against the people. This is the great mercy of life. This is the great law that can be brought into outer action to strengthen the light in America until that light is master and the people give it obedience to their own freedom. We want to thank you, precious ones, for the strength that you've had thus far to stand in the light. And keep demanding more of it, but unless this great help had come from the mighty Saint Germain and the activities of the violet flame, none of you would be here tonight. And since the great cosmic law has seen fit to be merciful to you in your own individual channel of freedom, by consuming 2/3 of your creation so you could handle the other third, then let us all stand together and ask the same assistance to be given the nation, so the people may arise and awaken and, of their own free will, consume the balance by conscious command. So as I leave you tonight, I remind you again that the cosmic law has provided the way and means for any individual who will turn to the I Am Presence, and to us, and call the law into action. That individual can become an open door for the same service to the nation as the individual desires for himself or herself. Then we can move into action, where the individual desires purity of his or her own world, and at the same time desires it and commands it for the nation. Then the light can burst and move into outer command, and destructive forces' plans will fail one after another. Now let us see what we can do. You call for the dispensation, and we will do the consuming. Isn't that fair? Thank you, precious ones. Please be seated. When you want anything purified in your own world, don't forget the government of the nation. When something in your world needs purifying and correcting, stop just a moment and demand that the nation be purified at the same time. Then your individual wave of light can amplify over the nation. And no one knows what your mighty I Am Presence might do to take advantage of that, and provide the release of light which the ascended masters can use throughout the nation to prevent destructive plans coming to a focus. No one knows, if you will make this call, what the higher mental body of every life stream will do. And we are hoping for many things that can come to pass because they affect this entire nation, and which could not be done for any other nation in the world. Because this nation, being the heart of the world, or representing to the world what the heart does to the human body, in order to save the body, the heart can be protected, when, if it were anything else, it would not be. Since there abides the flame, then there can be dispensations given that could not be given to any other part of the earth. Here upon the ground of America did the human race begin its journey in this world, and that is why America holds within the heart the permanent atom of the unfed flame. And therefore if you demand the mercy of life, guard that flame, and purify the nation, and let 2/3 of that be consumed by the cosmic beings and ascended masters, it will be the saving grace of the people. Many of them will turn away from that which has engulfed them, and they will have the strength to make the effort. And many will succeed. Let us try and see what we can do through your calls, and we will answer with everything the cosmic law will permit, and your own light will grow brighter every time you give that call for the nation. So with all the love my heart can give, with all the power the cosmic law has placed under my direction, I clothe you tonight with everything you can use as you remember to make this call for the nation. And may the dispensation be granted quickly, and the light not only be its own defense, but be such a manifestation that mankind are compelled to obey. Let us do that which I request tonight and see how much we can accomplish in the next few weeks. If we may have your attention and your call, rest assured, we'll do our part, and together I trust we will all succeed for the blessing of America, and through America the world. Thank you with all my love and protection enfolding you tonight, until it fills the nation and the nation blazes its light to the rest of the world. Thank you, and good night. Cassette 6 5073-1. Discourse 3. Beloved Goddess of Liberty. October 16, 1950, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Beloved ones of the light, thank you for your presence here tonight. It is my great joy to bring to you every possible encouragement to enable you to go on, and reach to the heights of power from our octave that can control the conditions of the physical world that mankind themselves cannot control. So we are very grateful to every one of you for your presence, your attention to the light, your calls, your willingness to stand in the midst of these seething conditions of the outer world, and continue to draw into outer action that which is your own freedom, as well as the freedom of the nation. Tragic indeed is the effect of the filth that has been drawn into America. But know always that 36. Everything that seeks to destroy must sooner or later, and under the action of the cosmic law, all conditions must face their source, and the balancing activity of the sacred fire take its dominion in the physical octave. Now it seems a long time, sometimes, when destructive forces are allowed to spend their force. But mankind themselves must awaken out of their desires to be determined to do as they please, whether it fulfills the divine plan or not. When the desire of the outer self is only to fulfill the divine plan of the higher mental body and the ascended masters, then, my dear ones, limitation begins to drop away from the being and the world of the individual who is strong enough to take that stand and maintain it. Your intellects have all said to you, well, I want to fulfill the divine plan. I don't want to do anything else. That is the reasoning action of the mind, and that is one step forward. But the whole struggle comes in the energy of the feeling world. When you are in the radiation of one or more of the ascended host and their feeling is pouring into your feeling world, then their feeling, being only their desire to fulfill the divine plan, makes you desire that for the time being. And if you would hold that, and forbid anything else to exist in your world, then your progress would go forward in leaps and bounds. But when you step into the outer world, and the desires of the outer world are to do this, that, and the other thing, before you know it the outer world activities have pulled upon your attention. Your attention has drawn the energy of your feeling, and the next thing you find yourself desiring to do what the outer world does, when in reality, a short time previously you decided not to do it. Well, that is the pull of both habit within your own life stream and the activity of the psychic substance in the atmosphere of Earth, which is that substance thrown off from the feeling world of mankind, charged with the constant defiance of the divine plan. When you see, my dear ones, the millions of mankind as we do, constantly seething and surging back and forth in the gratification of their own desires with not one determined stand for perfection in a whole lifetime, it is tragic, because that means that the mass radiation of the people's feeling has so qualified the energy in the atmosphere of Earth, that it is burying people under their own desires. And unless some great power of life shocks and shatters and cracks away a certain proportion of that substance, why, people would go on indefinitely into more and more of those desires until there would be no hope for freedom anywhere. So the love from the great central sun, from our great octave of life that comes again and again, tapping at the feeling world of mankind, is the only possible way and means by which the mass of the people can be awakened and aroused to a positive enough stand for the God perfection of life that will make them resist the onrushing destruction of the whole world. Now in the great assistance which we have given through the years, great good has been accomplished, truly, and if America had been maintained as was originally instructed and indicated by the early patriots, and if America had kept out the hordes of darkness out of her borders, she would not face the tragedy of the present hour. But since it has been allowed to come within your borders, then everyone who does not want to become like the hordes of darkness must arise with a firm, positive, determined, unshakable stand to demand the victorious light of the cosmic Christ move into every particle of darkness in the land. And that light blaze brighter until it compels the seizing and binding of the destructive forces that have thrown that substance into the feeling world of the people until they do not know how to defend themselves. It would be perfectly wonderful for each of you, if you'll practice this for a few days, of demanding that your mighty I Am presence and the ascended host blaze through you whatever pressure of the violet consuming flame and cosmic purity is necessary, of the victorious Christ, to take out of your being and world, especially your feeling world, every bit of substance that connects with or is qualified by the mass feeling of discouragement or hopelessness for America. Now take your stand that your presence wipe out of your world all substance that is attuned to the mass feeling of the people. And then you demand that replaced by whatever substance and flame from the ascended Master's octave is necessary to make you the anchor of light, and the victory and assurance to the people that the God authority and victorious power in this nation shall hold possession of the nation, and all that is within the borders of this land. You have no idea the assistance that the ascended host have given to hold the absolute slaughter out of your borders. And but for your mighty Saint Germain and the beloved Godfrey and the great goddess of justice and the blessed Nada, and others who have assisted, the great Archangel Michael and mighty Victory, if it had not been for their light poured forth through this activity since this activity came forth, my dear ones, you could never have stood against the frightful destruction that the sinister force wants to impose on America. The rest of the world has been caught in that frightful whirlwind of destruction, and nation has hated nation throughout the world for centuries. But you have no idea what the combined hate and jealousy of all those forces put together is against America. And that's why I'm pleading tonight. I ask you, with every atom of your being, in the authority of your mighty I Am presence, to demand all powers of the sacred fire, all manifestations of the sacred fire of the victorious Christ, surge that flame throughout the nation, and drive and bind all that is against her God freedom back into the sinister force, and compel its removal from the earth. Arise in your own authority, because you are the authority of your mighty I Am presence. You are the authority of the government of the people of this land. The people are the government, so far as your outer, constitutional rights are concerned. But when you demand the immortal God authority of the victorious Christ in those powers of the sacred fire that are master everywhere, then will you find your combined efforts will bring very much more rapid manifestation. Try to realize that when you say, in the authority, or in the name, love, wisdom, power, and authority and victory of the beloved mighty I Am presence, and in the name of the ascended Jesus Christ, or the name or any ascended Master, you demand the freedom of your nation from the filth of the beast and the destruction of war, to the fulfillment of the divine, then you have to be answered. Your authority is then one with the authority of the higher mental body of every life stream within your borders. And if you will speak to the mighty I Am presence of America, it means the combined authority and power of the mighty I Am presence, and higher mental body of every life stream within your borders. If you call to the mighty I Am presence as one, and demand that it blaze whatever power of the sacred fire is necessary to manifest the victorious Christ in all government control, then you become the law of the victorious Christ, not only to assist the nation, but it automatically acts then in your own world when you begin to say, I am, the law of the victorious Christ demanding America's immortal purification and freedom now. I demand the redemption of her people. I demand the victorious purity of the cosmic Christ pass its flame everywhere until mankind bow and give the obedience that sets them free. When you say, I am, the law of the victorious Christ, that means your own higher mental body and its eternal command of all in this world. Your higher mental body is always victorious. And if you understand or accept and acknowledge that the outer self is the law of that victorious Christ, it allows the flame from the higher mental body to be charged around the outer self and into conditions that, while you might not see it with the physical sight at first, yet it is the fire of action that moves its control into conditions that mankind have set into action to destroy. Acknowledge yourselves the law of the victorious Christ. Then the battle between light and darkness is not a battle for you are acknowledging your victory of the Christ before you enter the shadows. Then if it is necessary to pass through a condition that is the discord of the shadows, you pass as the light, untouched by the shadows. You must acknowledge yourselves filled and surrounded and living within the world of the victorious Christ, which is your higher mental body in victorious command of the outer. And if you don't acknowledge it, you won't manifest it. In thought, feeling, spoken word, or act, you've got to acknowledge that I am present in order to have action here. When you say, I am, you are then producing action that is the manifestation of what you acknowledge. When you say, I am going out to lunch, or I am going to get something to eat, you do it, don't you? Oh yes, you do. When that stomach begins to yell for its own way, and it does, more than you know, and you say, well, I'm going to stop everything now and get something to eat, you do it. Well, when you just as easily say, I am the law of the victorious Christ controlling here, and you'll be that law. In other words, I am the law of the victorious Christ means I am the action of the higher mental body holding its victory for you out here. Otherwise it lies quiescent. The higher mental body is already its own victory. It's busy with its own activities of creation. But if you want its perfection and its action controlling your outer action, then you must acknowledge that you are the law of its action. And you've got to say, I am the law of the victorious Christ, if you want to have conditions that are not the action of human law. Once you get deep into the full understanding of that expression, you will realize you have come into the powerhouse of existence, a power you have never dreamed was yours. When you say, I am the law of eternal perfection in my world, why? You have but to loose its action and you have to have manifestation, don't you? When you turn the electricity on by the switch on the wall, you produce a light. When you acknowledge the law or the action of your mighty I am presence into physical substance, you have to produce manifestation. And if you want to cut yourselves free from human law, then you must acknowledge that you are the divine law or the authority of the victorious Christ, because the Christ is the light. And then otherwise you acknowledge that you are the action of the light, and that is the authority and the law that is master of the darkness. It takes your acknowledgement to produce the action. Now then, you may say the words, but when you use certain words, you will find they charge your feelings with a much more positive force than certain other words. And when you begin to say, I am the law, well, you begin to feel that you are the authority of the perfection you want in your world. Then the human must recede, because when you acknowledge you are the law of the victorious Christ, then you have acknowledged that the higher mental body's action of victory is already in motion in the energy and affairs of the outer self. As you use this more and more, you will find its radiation going forth and just neutralizing, sometimes when you scarcely know it, destructive forces that would otherwise produce disaster in your world. If you want to be the victorious Christ, you have to acknowledge that. And if you say, I am the law of the victorious mighty I am presence, and its flame stands here in eternal command. I demand it, your presence then has been offered the open door, and it won't lose an instant filling your world with its own flame of perfection. Your presence is waiting to flood its flame of perfection into your outer use in making all your outer activities its own great action of the sacred fire. And when you begin to acknowledge, I am the law of the sacred fire in victorious control here, you will set that fire into action. And then you will begin to feel a positive force in your feeling world that you have never known before, and you will feel like a pillar of fire, like the rock of Gibraltar standing against anything, that nothing can shake it from its eternal anchorage. You acknowledge, I am the law of the cosmic light's victory here. I am the law of the sacred fire manifesting here its eternal victory. I am the law of the victorious Christ acting in all energy here. Then you are not subject to the destructive conditions of the outer world. Now this is to bring balance in your world, precious ones, because you must definitely take your stand to maintain balance in your own worlds. Mankind are in distress because they take something from here and take something from there, and do as they please with it, and they are not concerned about how much disturbance they create in someone else's world. Well, if you put something out of balance in someone else's world, your own world is out of balance. And you can't have peace nor freedom nor rest nor mastery, and you can't have perfection until balance is maintained everywhere. Whenever you receive something from one life stream, then make the balance. If you make everything in your world hold balance, then your presence can at any moment produce miracles and manifestations in outer action to bless you that will never come until that balance is maintained. The law of perfection is the law of balance. So whatever you do, demand the perfection of perfect balance be the action in your world that brings happiness everywhere. When you begin to acknowledge, I am the law of the victorious Christ, perfect balance everywhere I go, and the sacred fire is the action of my world, then whatever activity of the flame you might require from time to time, would automatically be coming forth from the higher mental body under its direction, and held to produce balance. One moment you might need the violet flame, another you might need the blue flame, another you might need the cosmic light substance of immortal purity. And whatever you would require, the higher mental body would automatically be pouring into your world, for you have called for its balance. When you begin to acknowledge yourselves as the law of immortal balance of the victorious Christ, then you will find problems dissolving, receding, and finally disappearing completely, and you will go forward in the joyous action of victorious accomplishment without problems. You will have the enjoyment of great creative ability and action, but no problems. If you take the stand, I am the law of the victorious, mighty I am presence that forever dissolves all problems, and I go forward to my eternal freedom, then you give your presence the authority which it requires in the outer to correct conditions in the outer in ways and means that you don't know anything about. Now, for the protection of your nation, I would appreciate a call. Since the focus of my power stands the guard over New York's harbor, I would appreciate it if some of you gave the command that I am the law of the goddess of liberties. Immortal fire protecting America's liberty and freedom of God, until all have become its mighty victory. I am certain law within the nation, the same as your beloved goddess of justice and the mighty Saint Germain. Each of us who have taken the responsibility of helping to guard the heart of the world, and hold purity here is the law of certain qualities that the nation requires in order to fulfill the divine plan. And therefore, when you acknowledge our law as the control of the nation, then much more help can come, even to those who for the time being are misinformed and misdirected by the sinister force. If you were to take the stand, beloved ones, I am the law of the mighty Saint Germain's authority of eternal freedom to America, blazing the flame that compels it forever, why, you would give him boundless assistance to acknowledge his authority as the law of your country's freedom. You can do the same thing for your beloved Godfrey, the mighty Archangel Michael, beloved Nada, keep acknowledging the law of their authority here. And if you ask for ascended master authority in your nation, life will answer you. Mankind has placed human authority where divine authority ought to be, and they are paying the consequences and the penalty for what they are demanding. But if you begin to demand the ascended master's authority as the law of your land, then you give the higher mental body of each life stream an opportunity to do more in the outer to offset the accumulated discord that is seeking to engulf you with destruction. If you wish to apply this, precious ones, to your own affairs, supposing you require your supply, I am the law of the victorious, mighty I am presence whose boundless supply is inescapable in my world. I am its manifestation here. And then pour the love to your presence that enables the presence to draw into outer manifestation that which it knows you will require, and thus it will prepare you and protect you ahead of time, when the outer self does not even know that a need is coming. And if you see those to whom you wish to give assistance, where they are making conscious effort to do right, and you take the stand, I am the law of the victorious, mighty I am presence, dissolving the human here, and the eternal victorious Christ takes its place and fulfills the great divine plan. You've got to do these things, precious ones, by the authority and the law of your own mighty I am presence, acknowledged in the physical octave. And then it comes into the physical octave to act for you. And without the acknowledgement it will never act. When your love goes to your presence, it is as if you knocked upon the door of that great powerhouse, and the fulfillment of your call begins its release into your outer use. So, beloved ones, keep acknowledging the law of that which produces perfection. The law of that which creates is the law of the mighty I am presence own life flame. And since that abides in your heart, then you are the law of that power of the sacred fire, through your own flesh, into the affairs of the outer world to produce perfection that fulfills the great divine plan. And if you become the law, you become the action of the thing manifested. And then every desire of your heart moves into outer action to bring permanent happiness and perfection unto the fulfillment of the great divine plan. Often acknowledge, I am the law of cosmic Christ freedom to America. I am the law of immortal purity to her people. I am the law of cosmic illumination that compels the annihilation of the forces of darkness. I am the law of divine justice governing the land, and forbidding the existence of anything else. Oh, you can apply this without limit. I am the law of the immortal harmony required to fulfill the divine plan. I am the law of boundless music to still the cries of the people of earth. Why, it's infinite in its application. And when you establish the law of the victorious, mighty I Am presence, if you call, it will answer. If you desire, it will fulfill your desire with itself. I am the law of immortal liberty to all that is constructive within your borders, and I place that at the service of your mighty Saint Germain. And in the use of the Master Jesus' own ascended Master consciousness as he has offered it to you, if you take your stand, I am the law and full power of the ascended Jesus Christ, the cosmic Christ which he has now become, in outer physical action to compel perfection here. He will answer you as surely as you exist in this universe. We are but waiting these calls, and while, precious ones, you have called a great deal more than the rest of mankind, yet you could call so much more into outer action that would bring you such happiness that problems could not come near. So let us go forward in the realization that the mighty I Am presence is the law of your life. Then when you acknowledge the outer self is the law of its victory here, it must be so established to you. Call unto me, and I will answer thee. Then call for the victorious mighty I Am presence to be the law of your world, to move out all other law, to move perfection where problems seem to be, to move supply where limitation appears, to move in the cosmic light where the hordes of darkness seem to be. And the law in action will set you free. That is the truth of the mighty I Am presence, the truth that sets you free. And dear ones, were you to use that statement, I am the law of the resurrection and the life, why, it's like you said, I am the action of the resurrection and the life. Well, if you're the action of it, you must be the thing. And if you want more power to overcome human conditions, why don't you take the stand, I am the law of cosmic power, victoriously controlling all else. Cosmic power means the power of the victorious Christ. I am the law of cosmic power of the great central sun magnet's love ruling all. Oh my! It's infinite in its boundless power. You can't possibly make a mistake, and it is the authority which you must exert here of your own free will if you are to annihilate the human law, that has imposed such frightful limitation and destruction upon you. I am the law of victorious purity here. I am the law of eternal purity of the victorious Christ. Why, you have that acknowledgement. Your world will have to become that, and I shall stand by, and be very happy to assist every one of you to feel that with every ounce of your energy until you outpicture its magnificent perfection. And you go forward to do for your fellow man that which the outer world cannot do until they have this knowledge of the law. And that law is the I Am presence, the victorious mighty I Am presence ruling all forever. May the eternal liberty of the great violet consuming flame and its immortal love and purity ever be the law of action in your world, until we meet face to face, and then will you know what my heart's love wants to do for the people of this nation who are my children under the action of the great cosmic plan of creation. I have been called your cosmic mother, and I want the people of America set free in the heart of my love, that it may be the law of perfection and happiness and the ascension for them all, until the shadows are no more, and are not even remembered. May the love which I bear to this nation enfold you tonight and make you the law of our authority to produce whatever power of perfection in the outer is necessary to hold your people victorious over all that is of the shadows. May the light of our love blaze brightly in and around you all, and its law in action bring perfection that is boundless and blesses you for eternity. I thank you, and good night. Cassette 6 5061. Discourse 4. Beloved Lady Master Nada. September 23, 1951, Los Angeles, California. Beloved of my heart, in entering in today to the use, in cosmic action, of this greater power of the violet consuming flame, know with every fiber of your being that your joy will increase in leaps and bounds. And it will not seem to be an effort in your use of this violet consuming flame in the future. Rather will it be the enjoyment of pouring forth its cosmic power with such love as shall forever keep you reminded of its presence, and enjoying the use of its power. Now many times, in just the concentration of power into the physical octave, There comes sometimes rebellion in individuals in the outer world as they feel the pressure of that increased energy. But not so with the violet consuming. 57. Flame, for when you call forth the victory of its cosmic Christ love into the physical world, even that which manifests as hate cannot rebel against this flame. And I want you to feel today with every fiber of your beings the complete at-one-ment between your higher mental bodies and your electronic presence and us, for your own I am presence is completely one with us. Therefore, in drawing forth this greater cosmic action of the violet consuming flame into destructive conditions in the physical world, you will find, as you are willing to do that, an enfolding love and happiness from your higher mental bodies that you have never before experienced. You will feel a closeness of that higher mental body as it enfolds you in its cosmic love of the violet consuming flame. We want this intensified in and around your physical bodies and into your affairs for many reasons. In the first place, this will bring very much greater strength into the physical body, will be an added protection of your health, and will bring remarkable relaxation which nearly everyone requires, more than they receive. Then in the release of its cosmic power into the conditions around you, that not only is an outpouring from your own mighty I am presence and the higher mental body, but as it enters into the conditions that mankind has built that are destructive, it enables the higher mental body of each life stream to draw forth into outer action more of its own command. For as that violet flame approaches, the human creation fears it. But in that moment, the higher mental body of an individual whose outer self has destructive accumulation will draw forth violet flame from within, as you send it forth from without, and it will be, or enable, a double dissolving process to take place which will hasten and retard greatly, I mean hasten the consuming, and retard destructive forces from accomplishing that which they require within a certain time. Now the mighty Saint Germain, throughout the centuries, and others of the ascended host have very often, where destructive forces are determined to build certain things in the physical octave that are frightfully destructive, they have permitted some of that to go on, to a certain point. And then when the outer manifestation builds to a certain point, ready to accomplish some destructive thing, the cosmic law, through the ascended host, very often takes that and moves it into a channel where it compels it to act constructively. Now there is this great transmuting process of life ever going on and thwarting the destructive forces intent to destroy all of mankind. Unfortunate as their determination has been, yet there ever abides that which is greater than they. And in your use of the violet consuming flame in its cosmic Christ victorious love into the physical world, there will draw in and around yourselves a sense of power that heretofore you have only felt occasionally, but which now may become a permanent atmosphere about you all. Try to the very best of your ability to refuse to be a part of any criticism or condemnation. You have been given tremendous application, tremendous radiation, and tremendous assistance by cosmic beings who before have never been permitted, under the cosmic law, to draw this much power into the physical world when this outer chaos has been so determined to destroy. But because of the need of protecting America, much has been permitted at this time. And as you hold close within the application and demand for the cosmic law's violet consuming flame to compel its victory here, will you find that love within you becoming your freedom? After all life on this earth that is not manifesting permanent perfection needs the violet consuming flame, consciously called forth by some unascended being, in order to set it into action to permanently correct conditions here. And since mankind are blindfolded, as it were, by their own human desires, and have for so long dwelt within their limitations, then there comes now this which must reveal the authority of eternal freedom. And the only authority of freedom anywhere in the universe is the beloved mighty I am presence, and the great cosmic action of the sacred fire, of which the violet consuming flame is its most intense action to this world. So as you demand the cosmic Christ victory and love of that violet consuming flame, as it passes through an accumulation of hate, the energy becomes requalified, and that which otherwise would have destroyed is neutralized, and the violet consuming flame takes its dominion instead. This is very much needed in all channels of the outer world today. While my service with the mighty Saint Germain through the centuries has been to bring forth many new things in each civilization, we are starting this civilization with the cosmic Christ violet consuming flame's love as the cornerstone, so to speak, of the temple of modern civilization. Now there is more need for this than you understand. Hatred, my dear ones, is building high in the other nations of the world against America, unfortunately for them. And because of that, the cosmic law permits us to intensify this action of the violet consuming flame within your borders to hold certain control here which must be held. And therefore, since the cosmic law has to act through individuals, you are privileged to be part of those individuals who can draw this into America. While the cosmic law permits us to do certain things for an entire nation, yet you, as individuals who have once been taught the use of this violet consuming flame, must now step forward and shoulder the responsibility of its dynamic use in the physical octave, day after day, in ever-increasing authority, power, and victory. It must come. So throughout the whole student body we are going to increase more and more use of the violet consuming flame before you do anything else. And if you enter into this with the great joy of realizing what victory and freedom it brings to you, that very feeling will make it act more powerfully within the nation, for the joy of its use is the motor of its power. And therefore, when you call forth the victory of cosmic Christ love in the violet consuming flame as of thousands of suns, where that goes, hate begins to be consumed. Now if you will do this in and around yourselves, it will increase its pressure within the nation. And in those unfortunate individuals who are allowing that hatred to build with resentment against this nation, you will find as the cosmic law takes more command in the outer, through this activity of the cosmic fire, those whose hatred is so great will be compelled to be bound within that darkness, until the very intensity of its pressure removes them from the earth. This is far better than to have them go out in the slaughter of war. Hate is a frightful thing, my dear ones, and even mild dislike is some form of hate. You who are fortunate enough to know of this, beloved I am presence, and the ascended host should never miss the day when you stand with your heart, your head, and your hands in adoration to your beloved I am presence and the ascended host, and send forth your love and gratitude for the privilege of using the violet consuming flame to do for you what nothing else can do, and thank the presence and the mighty Saint Germain for the privilege of using this for your nation. And as the mighty Saint Germain told this messenger, in the very beginning of this work when they went forth he said, be as faithful as you can to the healing of physical distress, but keep your inner eye on the healing of the wounds of hate. Now my dear ones, I'm going to say something very severe, but since I haven't been with you for a long while, I think you can stand it. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? You softened me, you see. I must say it because of the requirement, due to that which the sinister force wants to accomplish within your borders. I'm going to ask the entire, I am, student body in America, and the world to make up your minds that you are going to bless each other with such victorious love of that violet consuming flame that there cannot be one breath of discord between you. You're going to have to get along with each other. Thank you, precious ones. You see, you know you can't get along with the destructive forces of the outer world. Then if I were you, I would make up my mind to get along harmoniously with the victorious love and blessing of the violet consuming flame, with all who are trying to hold to that presence of the mighty I am, and are trying to hold to this light for the freedom of the nation and the protection of those in the national defense. After all, dear hearts, you are the only ones through whom we have to work. You say, what's the matter with the rest of the world? You should know. There are many good people in the outer world, precious ones, just wonderful ones, and many of them. But they don't know this law, and when they are opposed, they rebel furiously against that which is wrong. But they do not know how to use the violet consuming flame that would give them protection. So your responsibility is to draw the victorious love of the violet consuming flame in its cosmic Christ power to protect those who are trying to do that which is constructive and trying to save the nation. Therefore you are obligated to get along with each other. And when you don't, it's just as if we drew a flame and needed its concentration to a certain point, and it chose within itself to scatter and go somewhere else, so we couldn't do what we wanted to. Now if you will give the obedience, and demand that the victorious love of the cosmic Christ violet consuming flame enter into each other to correct that which the higher mental body does not want. Whether it be your higher mental body in you or the higher mental body in someone else, the higher mental body of each life stream does not want the outer self to do wrong. That's self-evident. Therefore, when the outer self is determined to do wrong, you call forth the victorious love of the cosmic Christ violet consuming flame in and around the individual with the command that wrong shall not pass into outer action. Then it will make it easier for the individual who might do that wrong to keep from doing it. And the higher mental body will give you assistance. Now that does many things. In the first place, your willingness to this for someone else under this radiation keeps that wrong out of your world which might happen. It gives you more freedom and victory of the love of that violet consuming flame in and around yourselves. It makes you stronger against the outer world's discord, and that acts as a lifting force within the individual who might be weak enough to want to do that wrong. So this has many, many blessings of which you will, each one and all of you together, be the beneficiaries. And in that greater power will your America be more safe than otherwise would be. Please, I plead with you, put down anything and everything that you know would create one breath of discord among those under this radiation. Do not take out of the hands of the beloved Saint Germain any of the energy that he requires at this time. But if you will just keep charging and surging, and blazing forth the cosmic Christ victory of the love of the violet consuming flame in such cosmic Christ power as shall forever prevent discord, then you give yourselves the greatest protection. You give those under this radiation the greatest assistance and protection, and you give to the mighty Saint Germain, and to us the greater power of the violet consuming flame that you have demanded come into the physical octave. I'm asking you to do this for very important reasons today. We want you to have more protection. We want you to have better health. We want you to have more relaxation. We want you to have more supply. We want you to be free in this greater use of these powers of life that will bless you so greatly and enable you to help others. So if I were you, I would use the treasure house of the universe in and around myself and into conditions. And after you've made the call, close the door to the thought about the individual or the condition, and let the violet consuming flame and us have the problem. Now don't you think that's pretty fair? Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now I am going to say something very deep, so give me your full attention. Give us your problems, and we will give you your victory, but we will not take your responsibility from you. That we can't do. Now that sounds like an enigma, doesn't it? And this is how it works. If you will call your violet consuming flame in its mighty cosmic Christ victorious love into your problems, first into yourselves, then into your problems, then into the atmosphere about you. You do your part by dynamic application. You demand the will of your beloved I Am Presence and the ascended host, the will of the I Am Presence, in the great central sun done physically in this world as it is in our octave. You demand the will of God done in this physical world by the cosmic Christ victorious love of the cosmic victorious violet consuming flame. Then after you have charged this into action and made your call, then give that to us, and we will take it up and amplify it into the fulfillment of the call. But after you've given it to us, don't you come back and pick it to pieces and take possession again. You're either going to let go of it or you're going to keep on, hold on to it. If, after you've made your application, you let us have it, we can amplify the energy in that with the cosmic Christ victory of the violet consuming flame, and pour it back to you as the solution of the problem. But we cannot take the responsibility of making that application for you. The law does not permit it. Everyone's problems are in his or her world because his or her own creation built those problems. And don't you ever again blame somebody else for what's in your world. Face your I Am Presence honestly and say, it's my creation. Either I built it, or I opened the door and let it in, and if I created it, I can uncreate it. So you have the door open to your freedom, and the moment you stop ever blaming anyone else for anything in your world, then your higher mental body says, well, we understand each other now. I can do something for you. But just as sure as the fault is yours and you blame it on somebody else, the presence says, no, you don't understand what I am saying to you, because the experiences of the outer world, my dear ones, are saying to you constantly, by their return into your world, that somewhere you did not give obedience to life. They are constant reminders that are turning you back to your presence, and if you understand what they are saying to you, you will turn back to this presence, and with this which we have given today. You will call forth its cosmic Christ victorious love of the violet consuming flame to turn those problems into miracles of perfection for you. You've heard of the law of transmutation. And what in the world do you think it is? Nothing on earth but the love of the violet consuming flame. That violet consuming flame can turn the energy of hate into love, but most of the time the energy in the solar plexus doesn't want to do it. And there's the big place to work. You know why you should work on your solar plexus? Isn't that where you put your food? Do you know how much energy there is in your food? Do you know how often you put it in there? Do you see the constant supply of energy into the emotional body through the food you eat? Well, there's the place you're going to have to work in order to get rid of the irritation. And the best medicine in all the universe for irritation is the cosmic Christ victory of the love of the violet consuming flame. And if you will visualize that passing through the center of the body like a great pillar, or a great river of violet consuming flame, you will find ease and relaxation taking place. And there will come within your feeling world, oh, let us forgive that which seems to be wrong. We will give the violet consuming flame for that which is already manifesting as wrong, and we shall keep on using enough violet flame to consume it. And then you keep your own world insulated, you raise into a greater action of that violet flame, you keep the door open to our assistance. The angels of the violet flame will come and protect you and love you and bless you and lift you beyond the troubles of this world. I don't mean you are going to ascend the next morning, not necessarily. You might, but after all, we must have somebody in this octave to finish the work that beloved Saint Germain requires you to do. Do you know what he did for you in that 70,000-year civilization? At that banquet, he gave the essence, the cup of liquid light, to enter into your life streams and be the protection of each of you down through the centuries. And you do not know how many times then he used the violet consuming flame for you to keep you on the pathway of light. You cannot tell me how much he used the violet flame for you when you would not use it for yourselves. And now it's your turn. He has brought you this far in the light. And there are others that he loves just as much as he loves you. Don't forget his love for America. He loves America like your higher mental body loves you, and now he needs you, he needs your love to save America. He needs the victory of cosmic Christ love of that violet consuming flame that can purify the atmosphere over America, that can consume the psychic stratum in the atmosphere of Earth, that can protect what is constructive within your borders. He needs you, my loved ones today, as only I know. That's why I'm here pleading for him, and pleading with you to get along with each other. And if you will just hold the picture of each one as wrapped up in the violet consuming flame, you won't have to do business with each other. You will do business with the violet consuming flame. And won't that be a relief? Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now, my dear ones, if you want the victory of peace to come to the earth, if you want your loved ones brought back from the warring sectors of the world, then this violet consuming flame must be used in its cosmic Christ authority and victory of cosmic Christ love, regardless of appearances. They are changing every hour, and if you will help them to change into the violet consuming flame, with your demand for the victory of its love to go forth and annihilate the hate that continues as war, you who are willing to give that service, my dear ones, will be loved by the ascended host, and greater power and greater cosmic Christ fire focused in and around you, until there is enough to hold that which is constructive within your borders in command of the nation. Please do not give vent to your personal feelings against each other. You're going to have to get along with each other if you're going to survive. And of course, if you don't want to survive, it's quite your privilege to experiment with more misery if you like it. But I thought you were through. I hope so. Thank you, precious ones. You don't realize what the power of that violet consuming flame is. You don't realize what cosmic Christ victory means. You don't realize what the cosmic Christ love of that violet consuming flame is or can do for you. Why, it's the magic of eternity if you understand and value your opportunity to use it. Do not neglect it for one instant of the day, my dear ones. And if you demand that it be set into action the moment you open your eyes in the morning, And the moment anything comes to your attention that is wrong, you demand the victory of cosmic Christ love of that violet consuming flame take the place of that wrong, correct the mistake. Prevent that wrong from entering you or America, then you will go forward with a dynamic power that is irresistible. He has given you one of the most magnificent gifts in all the universe, and it is yours for eternity. It is only joyous in your use of it. It is the powerful action of love supreme. It is the mercy and great divine compassion of love and blessing that can correct harmoniously the mistakes mankind has made. So my dear ones, it is more valuable than all the diamonds and jewels and gold on the planet. If you have enough of this, everything in the universe could manifest to you. And here is the rest of mankind. For 20 years this beloved Saint Germain has given to the people, right within the borders of this nation, this knowledge of the beloved I Am Presence, and the knowledge of that beloved violet consuming flame. Within the borders of the nation of his heart has been drawn forth and given into the use of mankind this supreme power to correct conditions. And therefore, those of you who have held to this I Am activity are valuable beyond all words to describe, to save the nation of his heart. Were every I Am student to put in hours of the day, not sitting down in a corner, but in the very midst of your outer activities, you demand the victory and love of cosmic Christ violet consuming flame to go into everything you do, to go around, to be charged around, all in your national defense. To be the possessing intelligence of those within the nation who do wrong. I tell you, my dear ones, you can bring such changes in this nation as to save it without bloodshed. And I think that's worthwhile. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Were everything in this activity to be turned into the constant charging forth of the cosmic Christ victory, and love in boundless power of this cosmic Christ violet consuming flame, were it to be turned into that incessantly in outer action, the blessings and the joy that would come to you, you would remember for eternity. You would never forget it in the glory which it would draw in and around yourselves and your worlds, and pour forth to bless the nation. Great has been the mercy of life. Great is the power of the cosmic law, and failure they know not. You can't fail with this use of the violet consuming flame. And the most amazing thing about it is, as it increases in its activity around your physical bodies, you would find wherever you go in the victory of its love, my dear ones, everybody and everything that lives would love you with the love that was divine. Because you gave the sacred fire whose love is divine. It is a power second to none, and is the only possible hope of the world today. So go forward in the joyous use of its mighty, victorious power. And then as you call it into outer action, as you ask it to act around an individual or a condition, call to your blessed I Am Presence and beloved Saint Germain. Call to the temple, to the angels of the violet flame temple. Call to us, to any of the ascended masters or cosmic beings, to send legions of the angels of the violet consuming flame to produce in physical action the fulfillment of your call to compel the will of the violet consuming flame done in this world as it should be. In the fulfillment of the great divine plan that frees all. Let us see what we can do in the next 2 months. Before you enter into the Christmas class, let us see how intensely we can all use this violet consuming flame to stop this war, bring home those in the national defense, and purify the government of your land. And if you make the demand in the name of the beloved Master Jesus as he instructed you, for the law of the violet consuming flame in cosmic Christ victorious love to be the law of your land, much evil would die before it lives or before it manifests. If the law of your land were the law of the violet consuming flame, you could not have injustice within your borders. You couldn't have in office individuals who have no honor. Therefore, let the law of cosmic Christ victory, and cosmic Christ love of the cosmic Christ violet consuming flame be the law of your land that possesses your people, rules your people, and compels divine justice everywhere. Then will you thank your beloved I Am Presence and the mighty Saint Germain. Then will you understand what he has done through the centuries, and then you will understand why we plead with you to go forward in this victory now. Every destructive force on earth must one day pass through that violet consuming flame. It is the freedom of life from the human, and it is the authority of the divine for all eternity. Its law is love. Its mercy is purity. Its action is forgiveness. May all that it contains bring to you its boundless blessings this hour, and keep you so reminded of the importance of using it that you will never forget it, even for an instant. And may the angels of its presence show you all that it can do and all that is within its heart, until you stand forth the freedom of its glorifying, beautifying presence, and clothed with its eternal power, you stand the master of your world. And the obedient students of the beloved I Am Presence, and your Master, who through the centuries has led you to the altar of the sacred fire of eternal freedom, will be rewarded in seeing you set free. Then as you take possession of your freedom will you find the joy of life is in setting others free, that their happiness may go on and release the rest of life from all that is not the will of God, manifesting perfection that gives eternal happiness to all that is in creation. May the glory of this magnificent sacred fire ever attend you, clothe you in the magnificent garments of its authority and power, keep you protected within the love of its heart, and make you the victory of its freedom everywhere you go. That its purity may compel peace and still forever the discord of this world. May its peace love you and bless you and raise you to its own heart of eternal happiness, and you go forward its master presence throughout creation wherever you choose, forever in command of all. In all the love at my command shall I call it into action for you. And the more you use it, the more we can give it to you, until the fullness of its presence blazes around you its glorious mastery and victory unto the ascension. May America blaze with its power today, and her cup be filled with that violet consuming flame that forever holds her free from destruction. Thank you, beloved of my heart, and we shall come again, I trust sooner in the future than we have in the past. Thank you with all my heart. Record SG 2079 AB, Cassette 60416. Discourse V. Great Cosmic Angel. December 7, 1951, Denver, Colorado. Beloved ones of the mighty St. Germain's family, as we come through the atmosphere of Earth tonight to again release the flame of love from our hearts, we trust you will feel within yourselves the power that life provides to set you free. Great as have been the blessings of life all through the centuries in its boundless gifts to mankind, greater still is the great mercy and law of forgiveness in the use of the great violet consuming flame, that the mistakes of mankind's own creations may be consumed. And again mankind try to turn and serve the light that sets them free. Infinite has been the patience of the great cosmic law in permitting mankind to continually go on in the gratification of their 81 own desire. But now, since we enter the cycle of the violet consuming flame, then selfishness must die from the earth and human desires cease to be. Those are the two things that have enslaved mankind to the Antichrist. And only as the individual refuses to be a part of the selfishness of the mass of the people can he or she have protection against the reaction of the destruction generated by the mass of mankind. Long has mankind misused the great energy of life. Long have they held to themselves that which belongs to God. And now the hour cometh when the cosmic fire, in its eternal command, must take its toll of the destructive forces of the earth. Therefore, in the mighty blessings that have come to you through the mighty Saint Germain, you are blessed indeed to know the way and means by which you may disconnect yourselves from the destructive forces of the outer world, that are as surely engulfing mankind as they continue to look away from God. In my capacity as one of the guardians of America, it is my privilege to work with your mighty Saint Germain. And since my service in cosmic activity is that of the use of the cosmic light and cosmic fire, then I offer him every possible assistance in the great task he has chosen to carry in his love for life to set mankind free. The destiny of America lies in our hands, and even though the selfishness of mankind has built this frightful condition that so dishonors God and enslaves mankind, yet I say to you, understand what the cosmic fire means when we call it into action to consume that which mankind cannot consume without it. Selfishness is the root of all evil. Everything on the earth belongs to God, and unless the individual awakens and returns everything to the great God presence of life, how can the individual be free? The things that tie mankind to distress and limitation are the intense desires and feelings of selfishness that are determined to hold to the personality that which belongs back to the universal. And only the individual who is fearless enough to return everything to the presence and stand in, with, by, and for that presence can be free. In the use of the violet consuming flame through the energy of the feeling world, can you dissolve those human desires that have held to the personal self that which belongs to the presence and unless the outer self will let flow the gifts from the presence in the mighty activities of life's perfection, then that which is stagnated by interference with its flow back to the blessing of all life, automatically limits the personal self with its own determination to interfere with the God course of life. But knowing the destiny of America is assured, knowing the eternal authority and power of the cosmic light, knowing the almighty command of the sacred fire. Then at a certain point, when we issue that cosmic fiat into the atmosphere of the nation, must the destructive forces bow and let go of that which belongs to God. Mankind are going to turn Godward or else face the suffering of their own creation. And you who have been loved so long by the mighty Saint Germain, you who have been lifted again and again and again out of conditions through the centuries that would have taken you to the second death. Surely at this hour you can turn Godward and give back to your presence, and the ascended host that which they may use for the freedom of the nation. And if you are determined that America shall be free, then 60% of America's freedom automatically remains as freedom in your own worlds. So you cannot lose by giving. And he who understands the authority of the mighty I Am Presence and loves that presence with a devotion unquestionable, is automatically loved by that presence and supplied by that presence and protected by that presence, until he stands untouched by the destructive forces of the outer world. Hesitate not to keep using these calls for the cosmic Christ fire to move into outer physical conditions and affairs, and burn away that which wants to destroy your younger generation and your blessings that God has given you here. Mankind sleep in their own human desires and forget the good of the mass of the people. And when individuals say, well, the mass are just animals, you can't do much with them, that's no excuse. An individual in a position of trust and authority should be concerned about raising the conditions of the mass. All should be concerned with the call for purification of life's conditions everywhere in this nation. And unless the fire of cosmic purity sweeps within your land, how can you have protection, how can your freedom continue, how can your prosperity be protected? Man cannot. Mankind in their own individual desires and activities cannot go on with the habits of selfishness and impurity and dishonesty, and expect the power of God to raise them or the nation out of the destructive conditions that the sinister force is hourly imposing upon them. Mankind have not yet made their service to God the main business of life. The main business of your blessed I Am Presence has been in giving you everything with which you might bless the universe around you with ever-expanding perfection, but the cosmic law's patience is not forever going to tolerate mankind's inhumanity to life. Those who will listen to me, those who will understand what it means to give back to God everything for the freedom of the nation and the purification of conditions here, will automatically have our love and protection and supply. But the individual who amasses a fortune at the expense of the individuals who are unawakened is unfortunate indeed. Your blessed Saint Germain has given you the divinest gifts of all eternity. Value them. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? I say to you, when you have 5 minutes, read these books. Read every word the Ascended Masters have given you, for they are cups of light, cups of sacred fire, cups of cosmic power to do for you what nothing else can do. The I Am student body have not yet absorbed a millionth part of what has been given them. Therefore, my dear ones, make those words your own, that at any moment in your contact with people of the outer world you may use the Ascended Masters' words to enlighten mankind, and to render a service which they alone can give. We are awaiting the hour when we may release more intense action of the cosmic fire to shock awake the hardened individuals who thus far have not listened to the promptings that have been given. But there are some promptings in the action of the cosmic fire to which they will listen, because there will be no escape. But those of you who have turned to your mighty Saint Germain, I say, with every atom of your being, call into outer conditions these powers of the cosmic Christ fire, for unless the fire of the cosmic Christ passes through the atmosphere over your nation and through the mental and feeling worlds of the people, then if that does not hold command, then the destructive forces will. Mankind are in some places awakening and are realizing that the God power is the only power that can save them. But they do not know how to call that God power into physical conditions enough to conquer their fear, and render the service through their calls that will protect them and the nation. Therefore in your demand for the cosmic fire to sweep throughout the mental and feeling world of the people, with the demand that it compel them to be purified, you will enter into a use of the sacred fire that will bless the nation, and individually bless you the more you use it. We are making a supreme, concerted, concentrated effort over the 7 sacred weeks, and converging all our activities of the sacred fire under the direction of the Master Jesus, while his intense outpouring at this time is being concentrated within the nation for the greatest assistance possible. We are offering everything to him because of the certain responsibility which he has taken. And in turn, he joins the mighty Saint Germain with that outpouring to prevent, if possible, some of the more frightful things that the sinister force, the Antichrist, is yet determined to try out. Regardless of the appearance world, call forth this cosmic Christ fire and demand its victory. Purify everything within the nation, and we will give you every help possible and protect you. As you render the service in the coming Christmas class, will you automatically be raised yourselves to a feeling of mastery you have never yet known? Do not give in an inch to anything that is of discouragement nor fear. Go forward like the wind on your way. Demand the victory of cosmic Christ fire that compels purity in your land, and you shall have protection that the mankind of earth cannot give. We want everyone who knows this law to give every possible assistance in your calls at this time. And in the power that it is your privilege to direct, there are certain activities of the cosmic fire which we can draw into physical conditions that may astound mankind, but they will not understand what is being done for many years ahead. We are privileged, through your calls, to use certain action of the fire element to do that which needs to be done and which the Antichrist cannot prevent. Therefore you are not dealing with an uncertainty in your application of this law. In fact, you have the only certain thing on the whole earth by which you may reach up and use the God powers of life's authority, the concentrated sacred fire of your mighty I Am presence, and draw that into physical conditions in no uncertainty, until destructive forces are compelled to recede. Regardless of mankind's frightful disobedience to God, still the great God law of the mighty I Am presence is in supreme command. And if mankind would awaken and turn away from their selfishness and physical desires, and sincerely turn to God, there could come assistance that would remove the Antichrist in a very short while from your nation. But unless the people will purify themselves, unless they stop feeding the Antichrist with their very life energy, how can they be set free? The hour of final decision is here, between the Christ and the Antichrist. The Christ is the light of the mighty I Am presence and its eternal sacred fire of conscious victory and command. The authority of the fire of creation is the cosmic Christ to which we refer, and the Antichrist is but the accumulated energy that has been qualified with that which is defiance to God. Therefore, turn your back on everything that is not the light of the cosmic Christ, your blessed I Am presence, and you demand the fiery Christ to appear everywhere before the eyes of men and be the authority and power that compels purity to all. And in that fiat which we issue will come the shattering of the hold of the Antichrist upon the people of this world. Go forward with your heart facing your presence, and demanding the cosmic Christ fire of eternal victory to burn out the impurity of mankind wherever you move. And you who will be willing to do that, will be held automatically within our protection and our supply, as you are determined that cosmic Christ fire shall purify all of mankind's human creation. Use the phrase, the cosmic Christ fire of everlasting purity, blaze through the conditions of your nation, and shatter the hold of the destructive forces upon your people. If you'll call for the cosmic Christ fire annihilation of your political machine, it shall be so. And unless those conditions are shattered, how can you have improvement? Do not bow to those things longer. Take your stand with the fire of God, and the cosmic Christ fire of everlasting authority and purity shall shatter the hypnotic control of the destructive forces in the land over the people through government channels. Your hour of purification is at hand, my loved ones, and the individual who hasn't backbone enough to stand up and oppose those forces is not worthy of the freedom of your master. Someday doubt and fear must be replaced by cosmic Christ fire of everlasting purity whose authority reigns throughout the universe for eternity. If you bow to the Antichrist, complain not if you are enslaved to their filth and destruction. You either want the purity of God and the freedom of that blessed I Am presence, or you don't. And I say to you, the freedom that your presence offers, that your mighty Saint Germain offers, that the ascended host offer, is worthy of any effort it takes on your part to blast away the selfishness and creation of the Antichrist. your bodies won't be fit to live in if the Antichrist continues to rule your land. You will remember my words tonight as time goes on. You better place everything on the side of the victorious Christ, and take your stand and have your freedom. You better pass out of the body in your stand for the light than to live here under the control of the Antichrist. Do not buy your way anywhere by appeasement of destructive forces. You will regret it with the last breath you breathe on this earth if you do. The outer self is so filled with selfishness. It has so protected itself at any cost all through the ages, that when it sells the freedom of the mass for the individual's fortune or protection, the individual sells himself with the mass. And therefore in this supreme effort we are making over the Christmas season, to shatter some of the frightful viciousness that is planned as an insult to your Master Jesus, then I say to you, arise with every bit of fire in your being and demand the cosmic Christ fire without limit. Purify the nation, purify the people, purify the atmosphere over your nation, and put an end to the Antichrist forever. I am not here by accident. I am not here except at the command of the cosmic law because of the need of the hour. And when we are using cosmic fire, indescribable in your words, the duty of the I Am student body is to arise as one gigantic flame and demand cosmic Christ fire victory into your nation everywhere, into the people, until they are aroused and of their own free will demand release from the Antichrist. I have stood the guardian of your nation, I still stand the guardian of your nation, since the very inception of this land that was brought forth to worship God. And when the people forget the purpose for which the nation was brought forth, it is tragic indeed. But there are those brave souls within your borders who still want to worship God and who want to save the nation for that end. And there is no freedom without the placing of that God presence first, and above all, within the borders of your nation. So go forward in the use of these fire decrees, and the manifestations in the outer world that are required to awaken mankind will come in ways and means mankind cannot prevent and cannot misunderstand. There are many ways and means by which the cosmic fire can manifest in the physical world, that mankind will be compelled to pay attention to, and cease their senseless ridicule of that which is their superior. Therefore, my loved ones, in your service to your blessed I Am presence, to your nation, and to your master, the mighty Saint Germain, I will give every possible assistance. And when you call the cosmic fire of victorious purity into the nation and into yourselves and into your affairs, that flame shall flash and shall perform according to your command. To the victory of its mighty power do I commend you, and to the eternal freedom of its everlasting authority do I call you. And all the world put together and all that is contained within it is not worth anything compared to that freedom which we are. It comes only as the gift of love from your presence and from us, and it has no equal anywhere in this world. Therefore turn Godward, and forget not your obligation to call into physical conditions the cosmic Christ fire power that will compel mankind to understand God, the mighty I Am presence, and compel them to bow and respect the ascended masters who are their saviors. Let that fire blaze tonight in cosmic action and eternal authority that compels the illumination by which mankind can once again turn Godward and go forward to freedom. With all the blessings the mighty Saint Germain has given, with all that is yet to come as the gifts from the ascended host, I say to you, you are the most fortunate people on the face of the earth tonight. You do not yet know the blessing that is yours and that you are privileged to use, to both protect yourselves and to assist those who are trying to hold to God the best they know how and serve the constructive way of life. It is your obligation and your responsibility to be their guardian, for you have the power to guard them. You have the power to protect all that is constructive within the nation. You have the power to sustain God's freedom within the land that was dedicated to God. And therefore we expect you to use that power in the service of the light until the momentum reaches the point where it takes its dominion, and the rest is left in our hands. You make the call and draw this power to the best of your ability, and when you have done your utmost, then the cosmic law puts us in command, and we will finish the work of the ages. To the victory of eternal purity and the joy of freedom that alone abides within your blessed I Am presence, and the ascended Master's octave do we turn your attention, and hold it there until it has raised you into the glory of itself. The flame of love from my heart stands your guardian, and the guardian of the nation whose destiny rests within the hands of that cosmic Christ fire of the mighty I Am presence. May the fullness of its glory descend into the physical octave and compel the purification that must come, and remove the Antichrist from existence in this world. In the glory of cosmic action and authority that rules the whole system of worlds, may that cosmic Christ fire produce its victory quickly in the physical octave and shut off the senseless slaughter of the innocents. Every one of you is responsible to send forth your dynamic calls every hour, every day, until those blessed ones in the national defense are cut free from the senseless torture of depraved creatures that are lower than the beasts of the field. Mankind, in their frightful misuse of the intelligence of life, have gone lower than the animals in their desire to destroy. And everyone who knows this law is held responsible before the great divine law of creation, the mighty I Am Presence, in the great central sun, to use this power to your utmost to shut off this war and protect this younger generation. It is your responsibility, and life will hold you to it. You have the powers. You've been taught what to do. Your human creation has been consumed, therefore life expects you to use the cosmic Christ fire power. To do that which it alone can do in the saving of the younger generation from this frightful thing. So as the mighty Saint Germain ever pours to you his cosmic fire of freedom, call with every atom of your beings for all the cosmic Christ fire necessary to shut off this war and slaughter of those life streams, who are driven into the jaws of frightful torture. You who are privileged to sit in these magnificent sanctuaries, in the comfort and ease and purity that has been provided for you, surely owe to life your decrees and everything you know how to give to prevent what's going on in other parts of the world where your people do not belong. Your younger generation are the sacrifice to the beasts of destruction, and you have the authority and the power to protect that and prevent it, protect those younger people and prevent that which has been imposed upon them. If every I Am student felt the responsibility of coming into these classes and giving everything they had to prevent that war, if everybody gave their maximum effort, then the cosmic law would do what you cannot do in the removal from the earth of those life streams that have no further constructive intent. I call you to your duty tonight, as the people of the cosmic Christ, to use every power at your command to shut off this war and prevent the sending into torture of those life streams that have a right to be free in the ascension. You have been clothed with power second to none, and therefore I call you tonight to the service, over this 7 sacred weeks, of using all the cosmic Christ fire power in creation to shut off this war and torture of those life streams that ought to be turning to their presence and attaining the ascension. If you will do your duty, I will do mine, and together, as we offer that to the mighty Saint Germain, you will find his authority felt everywhere within the nation, until the people awaken and shake off that which is engulfing them, until they do shake it off. Let the cosmic fire descend and do its perfect work for eternity, but forbid the existence of that which tortures your younger generation, or cripples them to live the rest of their life in that condition that is indescribable. I shall fire you awake. I shall fire the American people awake. I shall fire all life awake until the Antichrist is gone forever. Thank you, precious ones. My loved ones, tonight I want you to remember, the Antichrist is not my master, and if I wrap you in my heart's flame, it will not be your master. And I have offered my heart flame to you for use in the physical octave until this service is completed. So I leave you clothed in the cosmic fire of my victorious authority, and may it blaze from the housetops those manifestations of the sacred fire before which all bow and give obedience and remember forever. And to the glory of that eternal victory do I call you. In the mantle of its eternal power do I clothe you. In the almighty authority of your cosmic freedom may you turn and be raised tonight into that service to your nation and to your mighty I Am presence, that draws around each of you the boundless supply of every good thing. And the cosmic fire that goes forward to compel purity and freedom to take its dominion within the nation, and everywhere you abide becomes the perfection of eternity and the protection of each of you until your ascension. And to the everlasting, glorifying presence of that sacred fire do I call you and clothe you and hold you, until America's victory is complete forever. Thank you with all my heart, and won't you be seated? Record SG, 2069 AB. Discourse 6. Beloved Rex. Saturday, August 16, 1952, Shasta Springs, California. Beloved ones of precious Saint Germain's family, it is with great joy that we meet again after such a long absence. We will try not to let it be so long again, but we have been very busy in channels that affect the safety of your nation, and our nation, because America, I tell you, belongs to us. And you must have within you that feeling that America is yours, and no one is going to take our land nor our freedom away from us. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so? After all the beloved mighty Saint Germain has done for mankind through the centuries, after all he has done for us, and I am speaking of we 4 children whom he has assisted. 101. So greatly, after all he has done for you, and after all he has done for this nation, then I say to you, the possession of the nation and that which God has placed within your borders is yours to maintain, is yours to guard, is yours to possess. God has given America to the free, and you, dear ones, are nearer freedom than any group of people on the earth. Therefore America is yours. And I would greatly appreciate that feeling being aroused within you, that through your blessed I am presence, and your beloved Master Saint Germain and mighty Jesus and beloved Godfrey, that you go forward and radiate that feeling to others, that America belongs to the people of the light and not to the hordes of darkness. Upon this ground mankind came forth first to take embodiment, and for 2 full million years this land was the land of light. Here was that power anchored in the very beginning for mankind's journey through this world. Therefore from the very beginning the ground of America belonged to the light, and the people who took embodiment for those 2 first million years were the people of the light, and who gained the ascension. And since they came and gained the ascension from this land, they are still the guardians of this land and they have much to say about its redemption. There are great cosmic activities of the law of life that govern these conditions, and therefore, those people within your borders who love the light and want God to rule here, and want God government, honest government, just government to life, those people are the people of the light. And they are the guardians of the light. And since you belong to the light, and since America belongs to the light, then America belongs to you and to us. Therefore watch your feelings carefully, that when vicious, destructive forces of the outer world, because of their brazen destruction, would try to make the people feel that they are the rulers of the land, defy that. Deny that. And shatter that in the consciousness of the mental and feeling world of the people. You can do that through your decrees. You do not necessarily need to get into outer world argument or anything of the sort, but you can hold a steel-like power of light within your own feeling world, and demand that that same power be charged into the feelings of the people, that America is the land of light. America belongs to the light. America came forth from the light. America was set free by the light. Therefore America shall be redeemed by the light, and America shall arise the land of the light, the land of the mighty I am presence. And just send that forth with all the power at your command. You see, if you do not issue these commands to life that, thus and so, shall be in manifestation in this physical world by the authority of that mighty I am presence, which is master over this physical world, because it is the creator of it, unless you issue that command, this other chaos goes on. So in your love for the nation and your love for your mighty I am presence, and for us, there is a combined action with the great cosmic law that will compel your decrees to be fulfilled. Hourly the destructive forces draw nearer to their annihilation. Hourly the cosmic light must expand through the earth. And therefore, as you demand that America be forever filled with whatever intensity of light returns America to God and redeems the land and the people, then there shall come to your assistance much that comes under the action of the cosmic law, that acts only in certain cycles of time. We are watching every possible opportunity to bring into the physical conditions of the nation light that will awaken the people, and grip them with a feeling that there is the God command to life that must be fulfilled. The actual feeling of the people en masse is love for God and a demand for a God government, an honest government to the people. That is the real feeling within the majority of the people regardless of some of their destructive desires. But because they accept outer world authority as more powerful than God, the mighty I am presence, then they open themselves to its hypnotic control. It would be well not to let down on your decrees to blast all hypnotic control of the people of your land. The great beings of perfection won't hypnotize anybody, and since the hordes of darkness use that as their tool, then the hypnotic domination through the feelings of the people must be broken by your calls to the powers of life that are authority over the consciousness of the people. If I were you, I would concentrate considerably on demanding the blasting and annihilation and prevention of all human authority in your land. You demand God authority, and God will come and answer you because that great God presence, the mighty I Am, is here. But it will come into physical action and physical conditions as you demand that all human control be compelled to let go. If we could be discouraged from our octave of light, the long wait that mankind has experienced through the centuries in returning to the freedom of God, the mighty I Am presence, would be discouraging if there were such a thing in the Ascended Master's octave. But since we know, through the beloved mighty I Am presence, that we loved and worshipped and entered into, and since we know that our beloved Master Saint Germain has, through the centuries, held to that mighty power, and that is what has given him his dominion in outer world conditions, then we are ready to champion anything to help him fulfill his own heart's desire concerning America. And when we say America, precious ones, in reality we mean the Americas, because the people in this portion of the earth are in reality one, so far as their desire for freedom and love to God is concerned. We have done what we could in educational channels. But there is so much taught in the outer world that is of absolutely no use at all to the Ascended Masters nor to the mighty I Am presence. It is such a waste of time and energy and money, wealth, because it does not serve one constructive channel, one constructive plan. There is so much energy in the outer activity of mankind's daily life that not only does not help them to the ascension, but on the contrary, creates more and more of the limitations that bind them for centuries to come. So as you demand your freedom now, I am speaking individually now, of your own application for your freedom from all human authority, you will find yourselves using certain powers from the presence and from our octave that are the authority of our world. And that is what you need in your world to shut off the injustice of human creation. You demand that your worlds be cut free from all human authority. Now that will affect your own human desires just as well as the dominating activities of the sinister force. But you demand your freedom from all human authority, and I tell you, like magic will you feel the release and an ease and an enthusiasm, a happiness to go forward and accomplish what you want to do in constructive channels without struggle and without delay. I am quite anxious tonight to bring this to your attention in order to shut off all delay in the production of both the moving picture activities, and many of the things that are to come to you to bless you, and yet which will be an eternal service to the earth. We want you to have more instantaneous fulfillment of your calls. If that is to manifest to you, you must break down all human authority, because that is what causes delay. And it causes you to accept in your feelings many times, well, I can't do this. I haven't this, and I haven't that. I just can't do that. Don't let that thing get hold of you, please, precious ones. Now you have an all-powerful, blessed mighty I Am presence, and there isn't a condition anywhere in the physical world that is wrong that blessed I Am presence cannot break, especially in combination with the outpouring which we have offered. If conditions do not seem to yield, then you need more application. You have an all-powerful presence. You have an exact, eternal law. You have friends of mighty power who love you beyond anything that you can understand tonight. Therefore you are not subject continuously to these conditions of interference and limitation. Regardless of the appearance, make your calls and demand they be broken down, and we will try to radiate to you all the positive force you require, because it is necessary that mankind themselves issue the command, use their own authority, and demand their freedom from human so-called authority. You've got to break this thing. When destructive forces get in control of masses of people, they imagine that they are infallible and greater than God. And this call will disillusion them. We would like to have it as soon as possible. You have been reminded of the power which stands ready to serve you through calling the Ascended Master's invincible, cosmic expansion of everything that is God power in your world. Now we want you to break down the acceptance in your feeling and in your outer conditions of human authority. It must be done. And as you take your stand, the radiation of your positive force to others, especially people of the outer world who do not know this law, will be strength and courage and power to them to stand against that which seeks to destroy them. You demand America blasted free from all human authority, and let us see what we can do in the next 2 months. I have a definite reason for asking this. Much human authority has been removed, but much more needs to be removed. And if I were you, I would call for whatever cosmic Christ fire is necessary to forever annihilate and prevent human authority controlling your land. begin on yourselves. Don't allow human authority within yourselves to make you accept this or that limitation. That simply is a human creation, just the suggestions, the habits, and the feelings of centuries in the race consciousness that make you feel, well, you can't do this or you can't do that. Every time that comes to your attention, shatter it. Demand all human authority in your being and world forever annihilated and forever prevented. Then open yourself to your beloved I Am presence and demand that it come into you, and is the authority that shatters everywhere in the outer world that which seeks to enslave the people or destroy your resources. Once you have made your dedication and consecration of your outer self to your blessed I Am presence and the ascended host, and to the fulfillment of the divine plan, then there can come to your assistance cosmic authority and cosmic power of the mighty I Am presence, and from the ascended host that, in an instant, can shatter conditions that have held you bound for years, and in some cases for centuries. The hypnotic conditions, my dear ones, of the outer world are so terrific due to the long acceptance of mankind that the destructive forces are authority over God. Now don't let that thing grip you anymore. Take your stand with your great God presence, the mighty I Am, and ask us to wipe out all human authority in your world. If that be human desire, well, we'll wipe it out. If it be race suggestion, we'll wipe it out. If it be hypnotic control, we'll wipe it out. If it is your own human creation, we'll wipe it out. What more of a friend could you ask than that? Thank you, precious ones. Go after this with a fierce determination to break down anything that dares to try to touch your world if it is of human creation. I have many reasons for asking it. It is not just to set your nation free. This is for a far deeper reason, and may I enter into an explanation of this in regard to your ascension. If you demand that all human authority in your world be annihilated and prevented, then whatever is necessary when it comes time for your ascension, will automatically take place with great joy and ease, and no strain or distress to you. May I say again what the mighty Saint Germain told you, the command and demand for the ascension must go forth from the physical side of life. And may I say this, you cannot dislike this person or that person or some other person, and hold that feeling of hardness and dislike month in and month out against an individual and have your ascension. You cannot take dislike into our octave. It won't come. So if that kind of a feeling has touched the energy of your feeling world, in this command which I have just asked you to give, you will find it will break down so much of the resistance that has caused you to remain in limitation through the years past. If you demand your being and world cut free and kept cut free from all human authority, then the mass consciousness of the race cannot touch you with those feelings that make you resist conditions that are already built in the outer world, but which most people accept instead of shattering them. If you understood what the feeling in the mass of mankind is, and what happens when a wave of feeling goes through the energy of the emotional bodies of a mass of people or of a nation, it's just like a wave that passes through, and it touches everybody unless you repel it. And that's what your epidemics are. All the things that affect a mass of people are nothing but a suggestion of the sinister force to try to destroy great quantities of people, or the blessings in a nation that should be maintained to set the people free. But when you say you demand your world be cut free from all human authority, then if a condition touches the mass of the people, it will not touch you. That is one way you keep yourselves insulated. While your mighty, magic electronic tube of ascended master light substance is the wall of protection about you, yet if you become disturbed and through your feeling reach out and connect with something that is discordant, you can disconnect yourselves by this call. If I were you, I would do it with great power. Now I have many reasons for coming tonight to help you maintain this. It affects the nation as well as yourselves. You are part of the people of the nation. Therefore, you are part of the authority of the nation, and if you demand that your being and world be cut free from all human authority, then a certain proportion of your nation is cut free from that human authority because you are that proportion. Demand this for yourselves and then for your nation. You must do something in outer command to break the acceptance, which is centuries old, by mankind that because forces become destructive, that they are the authority over those who are not destructive. The sinister force is so afraid of anyone who acknowledges the authority of God and is immovable in that stand. And I am determined, for one, to work with everything I know how to do, until the younger generation are cut free from the hypnotic destructive forces that are seeking to destroy them or enslave them. When you demand that your being and world be cut free from all human authority, you will find habits that you wanted to get rid of, but don't seem too easy to break, will all of a sudden give way, and you will know a freedom that you've never known in this embodiment. Now you have more freedom than any other group of people on earth tonight, but you may just as well have more. There is no law in the universe that ever enslaved mankind by divine authority. Divine authority sets free. If you want freedom, then you've got to demand that human authority be blasted and annihilated and prevented, because human authority enslaves and binds people to limitation, while divine authority is the freeing power. You have a scepter of dominion, precious ones, that contains power without limit, and I know of no greater thing that will bring you quick release than this call. And ask that all human authority in your being and world be shattered in one mighty stroke of violet consuming flame that stands, acting for you forever, because once you get yourself free, that violet consuming flame will keep you free. So do not feel, regardless of the outer world's opinion, do not feel that you have to go on a certain length of time and give in to these limitations of the outer world. You demand that those in your national defense be blasted free from all human authority. Oh! Go after that thing like you're going to knock over a wall, and that will shatter the hypnotic domination of many, many, many life streams. Your decree alone for yourselves will go out like a ripple in a pool of water, and it will travel on and pass through others, and wherever it goes, it will help cut them free from human authority. And I shall stand and watch for this opportunity because of certain responsibilities, which I have taken to help guard in America some of the activities that must be sustained into the future. And those activities concern the younger generation. I want you free. I want you to gain your freedom by your own conscious use of the law, by predetermined choice and command and use of our consciousness, in addition to the power of your own life flame, your own blessed I am presence. You demand this, and you will find much of the resistance and the delay under which you have struggled, and much of the nervous tension under which you have been active, you will find just cease to be. And then will you truly know what freedom is. I am determined to set you free. And if you will take this stand with me, not with any sense of tension or worry or strain, but make your demand for eternity for freedom from human authority, and your blessed Saint Germain, who is the commander of freedom to the earth, will do through you many things that will give you freedom. Because in your call he can pour forth through you that which frees the nation, and through the nation, the world. So as we go forward in the accomplishment of greater and greater victories, you will bless this night if you will take me at my word. And may I say, I am very much tempted to prod you until you do. Think, precious ones, thank you for that. Think. Less that 20 years ago we stood in bodies like yours. Think what it means for you, within a few years, even though you are still active in the physical octave, to be free from most of the things that you struggle against today. And this call will bring it, and I am determined to pour my love to life until I get you free from human authority. May I say, those who are working within the nation to free it from the claws of destructive forces will appreciate greatly your call to annihilate human authority. My dear ones, you will go forward in such joy and such victorious accomplishment as shall make the angels sing with gratitude for your freedom. Thank you with all our heart's love tonight. I bear you the love from Pearl and Bob, and there are others of the younger generation who are working with us for your freedom and for the freedom of your nation. Some of those life streams who have been in the nations that have been so frightfully tortured by war, many, thank God, have been given their freedom, even in the face of the frightful conditions of the rest of the world. So hourly are there more coming into our octave who will again turn to the earth and direct back upon it that which removes forever the human authority of the sinister force. So go forward. Put your attention on the greatest accomplishment you can desire. Demand your freedom from human authority, and then there can be brought into your hands and use anything and everything that you require to do quickly any gigantic service to life, to your nation, and to the ascension of those who are to take their ascension at this time. So, blessed ones, just know we are ever with you. We are permitted to do many things in the outer, beloved ones, because we were so recently here and we were concerned with certain conditions in the nation. Therefore we are permitted to do certain things for you that otherwise might be much longer coming to your assistance. So from tonight, demand the authority of the violet consuming flame to the earth be the authority of your world, and let that great sacred fire of cosmic love dissolve the conditions that otherwise you feel you have to remain in because you do not quite see your way out. I see your way out, and I am going to light that way until the light is so bright you cannot resist it. Thank you, precious ones. Now I am determined the younger generation shall be free from that which seeks to impose upon them the unspeakable conditions of the hordes of darkness. We are champions of the light, and those who champion the light must be cut free from everything that is of human authority. So go forward with your command, and have the blessing of power and freedom and victory that will take you to the heights of accomplishment in the physical octave, even long before your ascension. So I clothe you in the enthusiasm and determination of our hearts, that you may render that service to yourselves that sets the rest of mankind free also. So there is no failure ahead of you. There is only victory in this command. Thank you so much. With all my heart's love shall that command be maintained, until the physical manifestation reveals to mankind the authority from our octave that none dare to oppose. Thank you with all my heart for tonight. Record SG 1958, Cassette 60329-2. Discourse 7. Beloved Saint Germain. September 26, 1953, Shasta Springs, California. Beloved ones of my heart, my blessed family of freedom, precious ones of the violet flame. I enfold you tonight in the awareness of all that its glorifying presence of the mighty I Am, and the violet consuming flame can bring to you from the source of love in the great central sun. As we enter into the outpouring of the evening, I ask you to feel deeply with me the presence of that love from the great central sun, which anchors its living sacred fire in and around each of you in the mightiest intensity you can use from day to day, from hour to hour, from moment to moment. Ever is the expanding power of that sacred fire and its glorifying love from the great central sun blazing through you more of its presence. 120. And I want you to feel tonight the importance of that word, presence, for when you acknowledge the presence of a thing, you acknowledge it with you. Therefore, when you know that the great divine love of the central sun is a presence and a principle, you will understand it as soon as you turn your attention to it. The demand for and use of the principle of that miracle love from the great central sun will bring more of it into your affairs. It will become more and more real in and around you as that feeling enters into the energy of your emotional bodies. Then you will know its reality, you will feel its power, you will receive its gifts, you will receive its blessing, you will know its presence is with you at all times. You cannot have a gift without a giver. Therefore, if you have the blessings of this violet consuming flame, and from the mighty I Am presence, then you must remember more and more powerfully the presence of the great central sun. Please do not feel that it is some intangible concept. The great central sun is a definite place in space. It is a magnificent reality. It is a sun whose almighty life sustains all in the galaxy to which this system of worlds belongs. Therefore, it is a very great reality in the universe. It is a presence, it is a power that is invincible, it is love that is eternal and almighty. Could you understand what gigantic efforts the ascended host and the cosmic beings have made to bring to you, through every dictation, more and more of their feeling of the reality of their presence? And the power of their presence with you, the love of their sacred fire ever assisting you, you would understand how great has been the assistance from our octave to you. Never could you be caught in psychic forces again. And when the unfortunate students sometimes are caught in the acceptance of those psychic conditions, it is because they do not believe that we are real. If they understood that we are real, and the power we have used to bring them thus far in the light, they could not look to anything else but their blessed I Am presence, and to us for their freedom, their supply, and their illumination. Or to anything that could ever bring them assistance in the physical world. When people look to human beings who are themselves caught in their own self-delusion, and they lean upon these things of the physical world or its psychic nonsense, how can they be free? Now I want to say something tonight to clear away that which is trying again to get someone's attention off the mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host, or to get it onto people and depend on something in this physical world instead of depending upon that which brings eternal freedom. We never have at any time ever given any group leader, or any human being under this radiation permission to have little private groups by themselves. That in itself is a full revelation of the forces which are trying to keep the I am student body enslaved, when I offer them eternal freedom. After the centuries of help that I have brought, now I demand the illumination of every human being which compels each one to know light from darkness, our reality from human nonsense and the delusions of psychic suggestions and slavery. Thank you, beloved ones, with all my heart, for your love, loyalty, and service thus far. Won't you be seated, please? Now I am here to set you free, and that means more than you understand tonight. I have had constant interference throughout the centuries. Every time I brought mankind near to their complete release, some of those devilish forces. Through the confusion and psychic suggestions over the people to make them believe things which are nothing but lies, and psychic nonsense of the sinister force. I shall strip that thing from life. Mark my words tonight. Thank you, precious ones. We have told you the truth through these messengers. We cannot tell you anything else. There isn't anything else in our world. Therefore that which constantly causes mankind to be confused, and tries to get individuals to lean on something else besides the glorifying, mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host, is not your friend, never was and never will be. I am determined to have your freedom for you regardless of all psychic forces. Thank you, precious ones. Demand, my dear ones, the full cosmic truth and illumination from your mighty I Am Presence and the ascended host, from the Master Jesus, from any one of the ascended host, from the great central sun, to tell you the truth, so you may never be deceived by anything that is of human creation. Again and again and again has mankind tried to use the blessings and the gifts of light for the personal ends of the sinister force, and now they shall cease. I have worked through the centuries as none understand but the ascended host. And there is no one unascended who can look down your life stream. I have said this thing again and again, and so has the messenger. No one but an ascended being can know what there has been in the past of unascended mankind. Unascended beings move in a cocoon, as it were, of their own thoughts and feelings, and what they see about others is, most of the time, their own human delusion and creation. I have tried to purify everything around you. I have tried to point you back to the loyalty of your mighty I Am Presence, and that is the only freedom there is in all eternity. I have given and given and given love, and so has the Master Jesus. If you will use the luminous presence of either your own mighty I Am Presence, the Master Jesus, or any of the ascended host, and demand his illumining presence to show you the eternal truth, you would not be caught in those forces from which, I tell you, you cannot extricate yourselves, unless you do as I say. Beloved Mary and the beloved Jesus have, throughout the centuries, healed and healed and healed thousands and thousands of people. They have cut away all kinds of creations from individuals. They have had marvelous healing, and yet the people go right back and go down under destructive forces. Now I think it is time to put an end to that. Thank you, precious ones. Now answer me this: what can any human being unascended tell you, compared to what your mighty I Am Presence can tell you? It gives you every constructive idea you ever had. It gives you its own life. It gives you its love. It gives you every good thing you have ever had. What can any unascended being know about you or your past lives? Don't swallow that thing. There is no excuse for those under this radiation not having freedom. I shall remind you of that. I shall bring you the violet flame until I burn away everything that has held you in the limitation of those human suggestions of the centuries. Beloved ones, what can any human being tell you in comparison to the truth in those magnificent books and those magazines and in these powerful dictations? What have we ever given you that is not good? Then what can human beings unascended do for you in comparison to this magnificent knowledge which we have had through long ages, and which we have proven through long centuries of application? Please be loyal to yourselves, to the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host, and you can never get into trouble. But so long as you go on and accept the silly nonsense of people who simply want to get control of you for their own personal end, you will be in degradation and more limitation. I shall fire you awake tonight with the ascended Master's determination, the love, the wisdom, the power, the illumination and comprehension that forever makes you know light from darkness, truth from falsehood, and the reality of this law. You shall know the real from the unreal. Mankind has gone on in this thing long enough, and the outer world is full of this psychic nonsense. Unfortunately, there are those, even among the I am student body, who are still trying this foolish thing of human creation. I love you, my dear ones. If I did not, I would not tell you these things. If I were not concerned with your eternal freedom, I would let you go your way and suffer it out. But I think you have suffered long enough. If you will listen to me, you won't go on and be held in the domination of individuals who will not face the light of their own creation, and know that they must turn back and be honest with their God, the mighty I am. Presence. If you will use enough violet flame, nobody can fool you. If you will use the luminous presence of the Master Jesus, nobody can fool you. You must know unmistakably the truth from the untruth. I want you free if you want freedom. Thank you, my precious ones, with all my heart. Won't you be seated, please? I ask you with all the love at my command, what can unascended beings give you in comparison to that blessed I am presence above you? It gives you its life. Do you not think it can give you its wealth? Do you not think it can give you health? It can give you love that no unascended being can give. Your I am presence gives you the breath you breathe every moment. Do you not think it can give you supply? All I ask you to do is to send your love back to your I am presence, and ask it to give you what it wants you to have. If you will only be content not to search in the highways and byways of the psychic forces of slavery, misery, and degradation, your I am presence will set you free. I have told you from the beginning to send your love to your mighty I am presence first, and then to us who are ascended. I have never asked you to depend on anything or anybody but your mighty I am presence, God in action, which is 2/3 of your own blessed life stream. Then if you want to send your love to us, our love comes back to you on your own love, amplified without limit. Can any unascended being give you that? Don't listen to the psychic things, my dear ones. America's safety is at stake, and unless you will stay absolutely free from those conditions, the destructive forces that are in the outer world will sooner or later trap you. You should know by this time that they have no intent of giving you the supply, the protection, and the freedom which life wants you to have under the divine law. Now if you will only come back and be loyal to yourself, your own mighty I am presence, and the ascended host, I will assure you, just as sure as you live in this universe, that the messenger will never give you anything that I would not give you. Thank you, dear hearts, with all my love, for that loyalty. Won't you be seated, please? I assure you, she is not here to deceive you. She has had the right to her ascension since 1926, and she loves you more than you know. She loves you like I do. She will do anything to help you become eternally free, that your nation may be the glory to the earth for all mankind. Dear hearts, do you know what you mean to the earth tonight? Do you know what you mean to your nation? Do you know what your nation means to the world? Do you know you are the last surviving hope of mankind? There isn't a nation in the world, there is not another activity in the world that is giving mankind hope today, or that knows the way and means by which they can open the door to do that which mankind cannot do for themselves. Unless the I am student body shuts out those psychic things in the outer world, we cannot draw power in, through, and around you for the nation, except to a certain point. What can be wrong when we ask you to stand out here and give these decrees for all of God's invincible love, victory, and power from the great central sun to come forth and force the purification and obedience to God which saves your nation? Unless that power comes, what is there in the outer world today to save your nation, when every country on the planet is planning your slaughter and degradation? What is there in the outer world this hour? This knowledge which I have brought to mankind, we have spread broadcast to you all. You are receiving what the Master Jesus, myself, and others received in the Middle Ages. The Master Jesus, during his lifetime, spent years in the retreats in silence, drawing forth the power to give the light which has held mankind's attention to God. You are receiving the pearls of existence on a golden platter. May I forever stand your guard, and may you not fail your nation tonight. Thank you, precious hearts of the light, with all my love. And everything I know how to give, I shall give to you until you come to us forever. Won't you be seated, please? Precious hearts, if I had 1,000 people who would stand with me like steel, stand with their presence first, and then with the ascended host, to purify themselves and give the obedience, I could draw the power from the great central sun that would save the nation without question. But if you are not as strong as steel against the psychic forces of the outer world, if I drew the power, and then that force drove in, what do you think would happen? The sinister force would take that energy, and where would your nation be? If the people of their own free will cast aside the loyalty and the love to the mighty I Am Presence, for which we have pled, then how can we draw the power to save the nation? When the outer world is caught in these forces, it takes light and power indescribable to cut mankind free from the entanglements of the selfishness of the outer world. Beloved ones, in the Master Jesus' own discourse that was read to you today, and in the instruction the beloved Lady Master Nada gave you, you have secrets, you have power, you have the ability to stand against any destructive force and hold your victory. I am determined that everyone who will listen to me will have that help to save this nation, for it is the only hope of the constructive people in the rest of the world. Those who love God and want the constructive way of life in every nation of the world are hoping that America will be strong enough to handle this war situation and bring peace to the earth. You are the hope of glory to life. America is the cup of light that saves the light of the world, and America, unless she gives that light, will be the victim of the hatred of the world. Unless the light comes from within her heart and is master of the destructive forces of the world, her people would be but victims of mass hate. You cannot master the conditions of this nation by giving in to psychic nonsense and self-delusion of individuals who want to claw other individuals under their control. Let us live to be the hope of glory to the life of those who, in the shadows, still cling to God and want the constructive way of life, and want peace the best they know how. O beloved ones, love that violet consuming flame, and love your I Am Presence from tonight with a devotion, with a feeling, with an intensity, with a remembrance that will not allow any of the outer world suggestions to come to your attention. People only go down under such conditions of the outer world because they will not keep their attention on the presence. Once that chart has been brought forth and you have been shown what that I Am Presence can and will do, then the attention just must be kept there and must be held to the ascended host and your dependence be upon them. That is the only permanent security you have. So I want you, with every atom of my being, to turn away from those things, and give all your love to your I Am Presence. Reach up and fold your arms about it, and let it reveal itself to you. There are those among the I Am student body who have seen that presence as plain as you see that chart. One of the messengers saw his own I Am Presence in the home of the messengers in the very beginning before they were ever sent forth on tour. There are thousands who have seen this presence. It is real. It is the reality of eternity. Tonight I am going to assure you of, and I will prove to you, my reality, and I will keep my word about what I said in those I Am discourses. Thank you, precious hearts, with all my love, and won't you be seated and just remain so. I will not keep you much longer, but I am charging you tonight with the power of my love to be the guard about you against everything human. It was my love for the beloved Master Jesus which drew into me his power that set me free. Do you not think I love to bring his efforts of the centuries to their victorious fulfillment through the I Am student body? I most certainly do. That blessed I Am Presence and my love for him gave me my freedom, and because of my protection during the time of his infancy, his love always comes to me. He has never forgotten it, and he is as surely your protector as anything of God can be. After all, beloved ones, you have had great blessings on this property. When the youth were here, all of you had great peace that you did not have before you came. Is that not proof of his presence, and my presence, and the reality of these experiences of the beloved Godfrey? Did we not tell you way back in the shrine classes that all who would read these books and place themselves in the position of the beloved Godfrey, as if you were he, could have the same experiences, or similar? Those of you who have come onto this sacred ground have had a peace that the world cannot give. Now we want you to have more. We want you to have here the fullness of our presence. We want to come to you in the visible, tangible body. We want to draw here the power that reveals to the rest of mankind the ascensions which have already taken place, and those that are to bring the ascension of America. We want to bring here the proof of this law. We want to give you all that is in our octave, and establish it here as an eternal proof of this divine blessing and law to life, so there may be in the outer world that which bears witness to the truth of the power that is to set America free. The outer world has had its opportunity to save this nation, and it has not saved it. Only God alone knows what your experiences would have been if this I am activity had not come forth 20 years ago. Only the great God presence knows what would have been in your land today but for this work and your decrees, the blessing, the substance, the love, and the power which have come forth through these dictations. Therefore, America must guard this light, and America must give it as the hope to those in the nation who are groping for something to do to help save their loved ones, and save the land of their hearts. Oh! I love America. I love America as no one knows, because here began mankind's journey upon the earth. Beloved Moria, too, is one of those who guards the destiny of America. America must be saved, my dear ones, and America cannot be saved by anything in the outer world today. It can only be saved by the hand of God, the hand of God's love, the power of God's life, the understanding of this mighty I am presence, by the command and the use of the great creative word, I am, and by the violet consuming flame. Your nation cannot be saved in any other way. And you are the will of God within the people of the nation. You are the will of God within the nation, that the light be the government of your land, and the redemption of your people. Within this land, which is the last surviving hope of mankind, there has come forth the atomic bomb intended only for slaughter. Do you not see what the forces are that try to anchor within this nation the destruction that the sinister force intends? We are just as determined to anchor within this nation the light of our heart's love through you. So the need of the nation tonight is very close to my heart. If you will continue that decree for all the love and power from the great central sun and its cosmic light, to flood into your nation and force its purification, force obedience to God from the people within your land, then more dispensations can come. And we will have much more hope for the response of the people to this law. Each of you must be as strong as 1,000 in order to bring the light of God to the nation. O beloved ones, the hearts of the ascended host, the hands of the ascended host ever are offering you the power from our octave. As you go on with no doubt and no fear, demanding the fulfillment of your calls, there will come the manifestations within the nation which are proof of the reality, the authority, and the power of this mighty I am presence in your land, and also of our reality and of our directing hand to control conditions within your borders that allow the nation to survive. You have no idea of the accumulated selfishness within your borders, and that of the rest of the world, which is simply grasping for your annihilation. I will not even put in words what they intend, but I will stand, as will others with me, and through your calls there will come the answer to your call to God, that which fulfills the heart of the nation and the heart of the world with the power of God to save that which wants God. The people's hearts want God, even if their human desires seem to want other things for a time. I am speaking tonight to the heart of the life stream of everyone within your borders this hour, and I shall get a response from all, with your assistance. Thank you, precious ones. Now as you hold your attention again upon your mighty I am presence, upon the heart of the great central sun, and call forth the love that saves your nation, calling into all physical conditions everywhere in your land, try not to see that which is of the sinister force, but block it out with the light and the sacred fire of the mighty I am presence in the great central sun, and demand the love that saves your nation, for love alone is the power of the light that can do it. So, precious hearts, because you have the capacity to call this love into the outer conditions, because of your training in this I am activity over the last 20 years, I shall pour my love to you, and so will others of the ascended host, to make you feel closer and closer to us. So you may draw more of our love and do that within the nation which will anchor here the protection to all that is of God. As you draw more love through your calls to your I am presence and the great central sun, we, too, will draw more love from the great central sun, and from our temples of the sacred fire which are activities of love alone. We will concentrate that, with your cooperation, into physical conditions to not only protect the nation, but in that willingness to protect it, your own individual affairs will automatically be protected, and supplied with that which holds your victory also against the hordes of the shadows. Oh! Just go forward, for we are hoping at the Christmas class that there will be such a call, such a demand for this invincible power of love from the great central sun into all physical conditions. That together with the outpouring from the royal Teton and the increasing radiation from the Master Jesus and the beloved Mary, there will be a concentration quick enough into outer physical conditions to be a great surprise to the destructive forces. I want that for your sake as well as the nation and the world. So let us go forward, and feel that your supreme duty now is to turn back to your presence, and call such invincible power of cosmic love from your own I Am presence, and from the great central sun, into everything in and around the I Am student body, and into everything within your nation. So it releases the light that intensifies rapidly enough to join the outpouring at Christmas time and the New Year, until we build that to a power which will burst and shatter the hold of some of the selfishness of the rest of the world upon the resources of your nation, and upon your governmental activities. So I am pleading tonight, again and again and again, for all that love from your own I Am presence. Call its cosmic love so the human can never requalify it again. Call it from the great central sun to join the love of my heart to the nation of my heart, that the heart of the world may again spread the light which heals the world and purifies it once again from human selfishness. We are hoping, with your assistance, and I am sure we shall not fail. May my love be a guard about you, and the mantle of the violet consuming flame be so terrific in its intensifying power about you that wherever you abide, it will reach out and enfold also all who are constructive and try to do what is right. You are the guardians of those as well as the nation. We shall try to be the guardians of you all, as that glorious violet flame ever holds about you the love and the power from the great central sun which is, and shall forever fill the nation with the consciousness of God, until that which has been of the human can no longer exist to torture life. May my heart enfold you and fill the nation with the love and the victory of the freedom I want to bestow. I hold you in the glory of that power which I am, to give freedom to life. May you, too, give it and hold it forever sacred and safe within your nation. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 126. Discourse 8. Blessed Leonora. January 9, 1954 Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of the precious Saint Germain's blessed family, I come with hope, with love, with power, and with certain commanding authority to release to you a power which I trust you will all enjoy, and I know will serve you with very great benefit as you go forward. Knowing absolutely within yourselves that your calls to your blessed I Am presence, and the ascended host are the cosmic God powers required to set mankind free, demanded under the action of the cosmic law to draw to earth that which will assist in holding protection for all that is constructive. We deeply appreciate your demands for purity, and if you understood how important that is, you would be as happy as we are. I want to explain. 143. Something tonight that the world seems not to understand, and that is, when immorality enters into any consciousness of life, it means death. Immorality in the individual means destruction of the body. Immorality in a nation means the death of that nation. Immorality in a civilization means the death of that civilization, the disintegration and annihilation of it. And so I bring word to you tonight that Russia's very immorality means her end. Every nation that has exploited immorality dies. Look at France today. Look at your civilizations of the past. Immorality was the destruction of Atlantis. Immorality was the destruction of the continent of Mu. Immorality was the destruction of the Egyptian civilization. Immorality was the destruction of the Chaldean civilization. Immorality was the destruction of the Persian civilization. Immorality was the destruction of the Grecian civilization. Immorality was the destruction of the Roman civilization, and it is the destruction of your European civilization of today. And therefore you little dream how important your decrees are that demand the purification of America. Thank you, precious ones. And I say to you, nothing can survive that. Exploits immorality. And it matters not whether it be individuals, nations, civilizations, or the world, and I am here to make that plain tonight. So, beloved ones, if you will continue to make your demands for the forced purification of the younger generation, it will be their salvation and their protection against the hordes of evil and darkness that want to desecrate them and destroy them and enslave them. Your decrees for forced purification are far more important than you understand tonight, and could you see the world as we do, you could trace back every destructive thing on this earth since the end of the Second Golden Age to immorality. When you desecrate the body, it is the temple of God's life, and life withdraws. When you desecrate the body of a nation, the life of that nation withdraws. When you desecrate the activities of business, the life of that business will withdraw. And when men desecrate a government, that kind of government withdraws. It is time this was brought to the attention of the world with fire enough to awaken them, and I have started, with my humble efforts, to bring this into outer action with a force that will compel attention. Thank you, precious ones. Now in the efforts we are making to awaken the people to this action of life, we have ways and means and instruments of which the outer world knows nothing. And there are also inner ways and means of contacting the mental and feeling world of mankind with the radiation of our love and light from Venus that will be like individuals. And as that is radiated forth, it will strengthen the desire to do right. It will strengthen the desire to look back to God as the outer world knows it. And if we strengthen the constructive desires within mankind by the power of this radiation, then my dear ones, the higher mental body of each life stream will take advantage of that, and as we stir those divine desires into action again for outer use, the higher mental body will pour forth its radiation, and hold protection around individuals and conditions that must be sustained for the protection of the nation and the good of the whole. We have so many wonderful, magnificent instruments and inventions already complete, that mankind today might have in the outer world if they would stop their impurity. But we'll never give them until they are purified. So tonight I bring this to your attention, that you may become aware of the action of the cosmic law and the demands which it will make upon every life stream on this earth, as it passes through certain vibratory activities that are coming. When mankind desecrate the temple which is the body, and when mankind desecrate the mind that is God-given, then you must know there is a penalty for that, and it matters not whether it be an individual or the world. The law is the law, and none of mankind can break it. They but break themselves by defiance of it. Mankind forget that the great God presence of life enfolding this whole system of worlds is greater than the few of mankind in physical bodies in this world. And they had better remember to turn away from the shadows before the forced reaction of their own evil takes its toll in suffering. Therefore you, beloved ones, scarcely understand how dear you are to our hearts and how we love you. Because of your own free will you have asked for purity and have demanded it for life and for America, that the cosmic law requires. And in your demand for that purity, the cosmic law will answer you and will protect you and will supply you. This has much to do with your supply in the future. Thank you, precious ones. Now since the time is growing short when mankind are going to be allowed any further time to use the resources of this world to their devilish ends, then the reaction of their misuse of the great God blessings of this world, and of their own intelligence, will demand its penalty with greater and greater intensity and much greater speed of reaction, which is well. The destructive forces that are wholly immoral must of necessity withdraw from this earth, and we are part of the commanding authority to compel it. Thank you, precious ones. And I say to you, purity automatically demands the God protection of the cosmic law at this time. And therefore if I were you, I would not yield an instant to anything of the outer world in its frightful depravity and suggestions of evil. The Master Jesus long ago warned of this time and said then, that when the cosmic law moves into action to force the purification of the earth, the unawakened sons of mankind would experience suffering terrible to behold. But those who looked Godward and tried to hold their attention there, and tried to give obedience to what was right would automatically be protected against the destruction. So, beloved ones, when you, as part of the people of this magnificent nation, have of your own free will demanded the purification of your nation, your government, yourselves, and mankind, you little dream how important those decrees have been in this class alone. And for that alone would we stand with you and guard you, and assist you in every possible way to the attainment of your victory. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now we have instruments already constructed, already invented, already in use, which mankind cannot interfere with and whose power mankind does not understand. The hordes of evil forget that there is a penetrating light ray and a commanding intelligence that can see through all things, and wields power that unascended mankind does not know exists. and if necessary for the protection of America, the jewel in the heart of God, as the mighty Arcturus has said, then we are at liberty to use those instruments and those powers to interfere with plans that would complete the desecration of America. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so? Some of these magnificent blessings that are entrusted to our keeping for the protection of that which is constructive have been direct gifts from those on Venus who have chosen to be your guardians. Thank you, precious ones. Mighty victory is one of them, and so since you have chosen, by your obedience to the law, to be the guardians of America by demanding her forced purification, that has drawn to you others from Venus who are willing to be your guardians. That together we may more quickly purify the outer world conditions and save that which is of God. So precious hearts, I just want you to have the encouragement tonight. I wanted you to have the assurance and the recognition of what your faithfulness in these decrees and these classes means to America, and through America to the world. Unless the world returns to morality, and I mean by that, honor to God, honesty to man, and purity to all, unless mankind return to that, their own destructive human habits and desires will as surely dissolve their bodies as they continue. And the hour will strike when no more will be allowed to come into embodiment who will not come and maintain purity. Desecration is degradation, disintegration, and death. That which will not use the magnificent blessings of life to glorify the giver of that life surely are bound in darkness, and they are looking away from the light that would give them everything. When people turn their backs upon the light of God's love, then they but go into deeper and deeper darkness and destruction until they will turn back to light, and to life, and to love of God's heart. And that is why I assure you, just as certain as the universe exists, that Russia's very immorality is a sign of her death warrant unto the action of the cosmic law. The hand of God will withdraw there the life of that which is good, and the evil will be forced to consume itself. No nation on this earth can survive when it preaches immorality to the people. They have but signed their own death warrant in their frightful efforts to degrade and desecrate the rest of the world. And if they think they can escape the cosmic law, they know not the hand of God. Thank you, precious ones. So, beloved ones, if I were you, I also would call for the love, the forgiveness, and the mercy to life that enables the violet consuming flame to be intensified wherever possible, as quickly as possible, to compel the purity for which you call into outer physical conditions as rapidly as you can call this into action. That which is the destiny of the nation is assured by the cosmic beings who created the planet, and so no matter what any of the political setups of any nation think or say or try to do, they cannot interfere with the destiny, the authority, and the command of those cosmic beings who are God's law to the earth. And when they reach a certain point, they are as certain to leave this earth as that they have turned away from the light. So, blessed ones, under this condition, understanding as you do tonight the need of purity, honesty, honor, and morality within your nation, I am sure you will go forward, determined 1,000 times more to hold to that for which you have called until you compel its manifestation in outer conditions. And then will you begin to feel the power within yourselves through your calls that will take you forward victorious and master over these things that have been such a struggle and such problems of the past. Keep up the decrees you gave tonight, and you shall free yourselves from the things that have been the shadows of the past. You can step through into the realm of light if you maintain these decrees. You can raise your wand of power. You can issue your commands, and the beings who are the very embodiment of love will come to your assistance and fulfill your calls, and establish the new order of things wherein America's destiny, as the ascended master nation of the earth, will set the pattern and lead the way, that the other portions of the earth may follow and build that which is to become permanent to the earth. When any group of people imagine that they can impose their fifth upon an entire world which they did not build, then I tell you they are wholly, criminally, viciously insane. And war is nothing but insanity. So, beloved ones, demand with 1,000,000 times more fierce determination the purification of all within your borders, and then throughout the world, and the cosmic law has ways and means ye know not of to fulfill your calls, in some conditions, overnight. Thank you, precious ones. Now a little bit later, when the clouds of the impurity of the past have gone by, and consumed from the universe, you will join us in the happiness and the magnificent work, or activity of bringing forth these marvels that belong to the new cycle, that are the perfection that is to be permanent, that are the enjoyment of the use and powers of God in this world to redeem it, to illumine it, to beautify it, and to raise it into that which God intends through the heart of love that does not know failure ever. So with all the courage of the great beings who love you, know that you are enfolded in the love from our octave. We watch you hourly. We are with you constantly, and I tell you frankly, the veil between is very thin. Thank you, precious ones. And just feel with every atom of your beings the authority that is yours to demand the action of the cosmic law that forces the annihilation of that which dishonours God. You have all the authority in the universe to compel the annihilation of that which dishonours God and desecrates God's handiwork. Use your authority and power without limit. Give no quarter to the human, and as surely as you live will your victory appear and remain. So just feel our enfolding love and blessing to you all tonight, and our gratitude, our willingness to come at the slightest opportunity and amplify everything your heart desires to do to save your nation, to purify it, and to assist the rest of the earth to see the hand and the authority of those realms of light where discord has never been and never will be. And those are the great powers of God that love you, and watch and guard you, and are willing to assist with every possible means as you make yourselves ready, and use your authority, and demand that the impurity of mankind shall cease in your nation and your world. Go forward, and know that the power of our love is beyond anything that you think of as power in this world. And that power is ever ready to give itself to you. That is what the mighty victory directs to the earth, and the love which he bestows is victory always over everything on this earth forever. He is the authority for that. He is the power of its action, and you are beloved by him. Thank you, precious ones. So just know the limitless legions of our love are awaiting you, and will attend to every decree you send forth until the momentum reaches the point where the fulfillment of your call will burst upon the world, a light in which shadows can never come. And that light is love's authority forever, of the perfection on this earth that must come and glorify the source that created it. May you go forward and enjoy your authority and your power tonight as you have never enjoyed anything in the past, and feel the full power of your victory and the authority that it is your privilege to use. Our love ever awaits an opening to fulfill your call and clothe you with our power and our blessings that you are to carry to the world, and establish in action forever. Thank you with all my heart's love, and my blessings abide with you tonight. Thank you. Record CD 135, Cassette 60095-2. Discourse 9. Beloved God Meru. January 6, 1956 Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of the sacred fire, tonight as the great searchlights play in the atmosphere of Earth over the Americas, I wish you to know something of the assistance that is being given. As the cosmic action increases, by the direction of added outpouring of the sacred fire and cosmic light to this world by the great beings who govern the system, there comes into every focus of that which is constructive. Whether it be within the mountain ranges or whether it be in the outer activities of mankind, there comes an increasing power from within, of all constructive action, and also an enfolding radiance which helps to strengthen and protect and sustain it. So that every focus of the sacred fire throughout the 157 world at this time is being intensified and expanding, and is also being surrounded by greater protection. Then as the cosmic light enters into the atmosphere of Earth, it dissolves and consumes the discordant substance, the impurity, and the activities of destruction that have been charged into the atmosphere of Earth by mankind. Now as these two activities go on, many wonderful things will take place, as well as some undesirable ones. But I wish to assure you and make you feel that every power within the retreats of the Ascended Masters that has been maintained there for centuries, is now expanding with very great rapidity, and is also being protected with greater security. Now the same thing is true of individuals, as to some degree. Wherever the power of light, the individual's own determination to have God rule in this world, comes forth powerfully in the feelings, then that automatically draws more power to accomplish, and more protection. This is why many times people feel an added strain. But they do not realize, as they take on greater responsibility there always comes forth greater light to help them carry that responsibility. And greater protection in carrying it, so long as they do not waver or become insincere in their determination to have their victory. the whole magnetic power that is drawn in and around an individual to accomplish some wonderful victory over the destructive activities, always, my dear ones, draws a greater guard from the inner level. And it also compels the release from within the individual of other powers by which to accomplish the carrying of the responsibility. Now people do not always realize this. They feel sometimes, when they take a great responsibility, almost swamped by the importance of it, and sometimes it causes a certain fear to come in. But when you realize that under the great divine plan of life, as a greater responsibility is accepted, a greater strength automatically begins to be released by the mighty I Am Presence into the use of the outer self. And this is what we sometimes speak of as the inner essence. You've heard that phrase, and some of you do not quite understand what it means. The inner essence is a concentration of the liquid light from the higher mental body through the nervous system, in and around the physical body. And also, it draws an added power of that same concentration of light into the atmosphere about the individual. So you are given assistance from several different ways by your own acceptance of responsibility, and your own use of your own powers to carry it, because in your use of those powers, it forces the release of this inner essence through the feeling world with intensity enough to draw greater perfection and greater victorious accomplishment. So there is no such thing as failure to those who, once facing the light, are determined to bring its victory into this world. Now this determination to draw the victory of ascended master perfection into the outer world should be held entirely within the adoration to the presence, and then the knowing within and the feeling that by the cosmic direction of the sacred fire. This help comes forth into outer world conditions en masse, regardless of individuals. Then if individuals in channels of the outer world's activities do not seem to do the right thing, be unconcerned. The doing of that which is right is accomplished by the sacred fire release, and if one individual doesn't do what's right, then the cosmic law will raise up someone else and make someone strong enough who is determined enough to give this help to all mankind. So there could not fail to come help to you if you are determined mankind shall be free. And then you draw assistance you know not of, because under the action of cosmic demand for something that affects the masses of the people of the world, there always comes forth this inner essence to be the strength to fulfill the demand. And that is why you are so privileged in this I Am activity to draw this added power through your decrees into outer world conditions, and automatically there comes the greater release of the inner energy, the inner essence to you to help you, proportionately to the help you call forth to the outer world. Don't you see, beloved ones, if mankind only understood what it means to call to this mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host, to send forth these powers of the sacred fire, and to compel the purification and assistance to mankind that is the strength to help them desire to reach up and be free, no one could make that call to serve all those life streams by raising them, without drawing tremendous power of mastery into the outer self of the individual who will make the call. You cannot comprehend until you see it act from the inner standpoint of these great light rays and how they enter into the mental and feeling world of mankind to change the impulses of the outer self. Unless you saw that as we do, you cannot realize what power you have through your decrees to send forth the cosmic action of the sacred fire that does help all mankind to be free more quickly. So now you may understand something of why we are so grateful to you in your determination that these decrees shall go forth, and render their service to the people of the world. And thank you more than you know for your willingness to do this. So, beloved ones, thank you so much. In the land of my heart, we have some of the most wonderful things in all the world held within the mountain ranges of South America. They are the treasure chest of the centuries past, and like the Himalayas, they guard some wonderful secrets of nature. And when mankind en masse is purified to a certain point and raised into obedience to the mighty I Am Presence, with conscious understanding, will those blessings be revealed and brought into the outer use of mankind. As the great final golden age to this world reveals the glory of the ascended Master's perfection that is to come. So those of you who dwell within the Americas have a very great responsibility to protect those marvelous blessings that are held in custody within the Americas. The Americas, proportionately, represent a quarter of the world's landed surface, and in that quarter is guarded some wonderful powers of the past and some wonderful blessings of the future. You are all a part of that to receive its blessing. Then you are all a part of it to be the guardians of it and help protect it. So your privilege is very great, and I assure you, You are not in embodiment in this portion of the world by any accident nor coincidence. This has been previously designed and definitely planned to be held in trust by those who have been part of the builders, in the past, of some of the blessings that are here. So in that which is to be accomplished in holding the balance in the rest of the world, must be the release of a certain power of purity through the Americas, and of course primarily through the United States of America. Because here this knowledge of the mighty I Am presence has been drawn forth and anchored by the light within the people who were here. Now as that light begins to expand through the Americas and throughout the world, you will find, as I said in the beginning, that which is determined to stand for the constructive way of life, be given greater protection and greater responsibility. That the light itself may grow brighter to save the whole. The masses of the people, my dear ones, while they have to a large degree been disobedient in the use of life's energy, and they are in very great degradation, some of them, yet the masses of the people are very essential in the world. And they are entitled, when the light comes into the world, to receive that light and begin to use its greater blessings. When individuals in political power, from purely selfish, destructive reasons, seek only to deprave the masses or use them to destructive ends, there comes through some of mankind yet unascended the desire to set the masses free. And now, with your conscious understanding of this, mighty I Am presence, and our willingness to assist you, the masses can be purified and raised in great numbers, more than they have ever done in the centuries past, because the law of their existence here in the future is the law of purity. So as they reach up to the light automatically begins that purifying process. You who understand the use of the violet consuming flame and have used it to purify yourselves, can then be privileged to use the greater powers of the sacred fire through your decrees. Until this purifying process to the masses of the people takes its dominion and awakens their desire within them to reach up and be free, I want to explain something which takes place in every nation of the world. The feeling in the downtrodden masses is often rebellion against that oppression which causes them distress. But unfortunately, the feeling within them is not strong enough to demand God's freedom and God's strength within themselves to be the fulfillment of the divine plan. It's one thing to rebel against conditions that are distinctly uncomfortable, but it's another thing, in the midst of those conditions, to demand that the great God power and great God presence of life have its dominion and produce its perfection. Because it is the way of the divine plan fulfilled. You know, in mankind's feeling world, when they are in suffering or distress, lack or limitation, they rebel against that and want to get out of it. They want to be free from the distress, but there is not an awakening, an aliveness within the desire world within them to reach up and be the freedom of God's perfection. There is a vast difference between the reaction to the individual in the desire just to be free from distress, and the desire to reach up and be the God presence of freedom and power to produce perfection. So until this desire is awakened within the people, why, they go on in these limitations. But there is now the condition everywhere, and has been for centuries, wherein the people must be purified and helped, and harmonized to a certain point before the desire for the great God perfection of life can be awakened, because when they are too uncomfortable, the very distress keeps the attention from going to the great God presence of life and making the call for freedom. So a certain amount of purification and harmonizing of the outer conditions of mankind must come by the action of the cosmic law. And that cosmic law is the release of the sacred fire into the atmosphere of Earth, which compels purification, and compels destructive forces to be forced to be removed. That is why, in many conditions that are in the outer world today, the masses of the people are swinging from one thing to another. But out of it all will come the awakening of the desire not only to know something about the great God plan and perfection of freedom, but certain illumination is coming to the consciousness of all mankind, and I mean the mental and feeling world, that will force all mankind to become aware of our presence and know something of our activities. That will compel the desire within the individual to reach up to understand the God presence, the mighty I Am, and to understand something of the universe around this world. When it comes to a point of cosmic illumination and the use of the cosmic powers of the sacred fire, they enter into the very life of the people and become the controlling force of the future. So you have much to be grateful for, and you surely have much opportunity, through your calls alone, to help the masses of the people to be purified and released from much of their distress, until of their own free will, they try to use their own authority of life to help themselves be free. Now in the whole of South America there are some magnificent blessings of the past that have been held, guarded, and sealed against the use of destructive forces. We have guarded those remnants, I shall say, or blessings of the past perfection, and we guard them still. And at a certain point, when mankind is purified and more harmonious, their progress will be greatly increased by the use of some of these blessings which we have saved through the centuries. It is true also in some other portions of the world, a similar thing has been done. And that is to be the more rapid bringing forth of the new civilization that will eventually be transmuted into ascended master perfection. So that this world becomes the ascended master's octave of perfection as the masses of the people are shown our presence, and become aware of that which they may become. You, as the vanguard of the help that is to come to those people, can, by your decrees, just without strain and without struggle, but just a reaching up of your heart's desire for the blessings of the sacred fire to come to the people of this world as quickly as possible. Will you find those blessings coming everywhere, even where people do not expect them? And the transmutation process goes on by the power of the sacred fire, that here and there and everywhere establishes what you might call a powerhouse of its action to go on and keep pouring out its radiation, until the awakening is complete, and mankind then begin the use of those powers of the sacred fire that take them through to mastery quickly. So, beloved ones, in the use of these greater powers of the sacred fire, especially in cosmic action for which you have called, I assure you, they will bring you boundless blessings in channels you do not even dream exist on this earth. Everyone who is assisting mankind at this time from the Ascended Master's octave is not only aware of what you are doing here, and what the mighty Saint Germain has brought to you to do, but they are watching the expansion of the light in everyone who understands this law. They will intensify and expand that light just as rapidly as you will let them. And you let them by your attention to your mighty I Am presence and to the Ascended Masters through your calls. So you are drawing, precious ones, much greater blessings and powers into your own outer use. And you are also drawing assistance to the expansion of that sacred fire in your own life streams by your calling it forth, and using it for the freedom of the mass of the people of the world. Now if this seems complicated, don't worry about it, the cosmic law will take care of that. But you will understand it little by little, until as you find it acting perfectly natural in your daily affairs, and you begin to feel it and see it sometimes in the atmosphere about you, you will wonder where you've been in the ages past. And we do too, sometimes. Only it isn't wise to contemplate it. I think you've experimented long enough groping in the shadows. But the experimental stage is over, once you enter into the calls for the cosmic action of the sacred fire to come forth, and change conditions here into that which ought to have manifested long ago. So in your decrees tonight, we are especially interested because they affect the South American continent, just as well as North America and the rest of the world. You cannot call forth the cosmic action of the sacred fire without having it come into action, and I assure you, there is nothing in the sacred fire that's going to cause distress to anybody or anything that is constructive. So you are on the pathway of security. You are attaining your freedom. Your goal is certain, and your victory is hourly expanding in and around you all. And as you call for that sacred fire to control the masses of the people, you will find the answers to your calls coming forth in the most amazing channels, in which you little dream perfection could come. So be of good cheer. There is nothing to fear. Thank you, precious ones. And in your calling forth of those cosmic activities of the sacred fire, they enter into the darkened portions of the earth where discord has been held so long, and begin to bring the consuming action that helps to purify all those activities more rapidly. We are grateful beyond words. And I assure you, as you continue these calls for the blessing of the people of the world, shall we pour to you from South America blessings that we have held in secret, blessings we have protected. Blessings that are to come forth in outer use as fast as you are able to use those blessings, in the service of the light that forever goes forth to assist all to their freedom in the ascension. Thank you, beloved ones, for your love to us, and in that love there will always come back to you, not only the gifts we can give, but the release of that inner essence that expands your own life stream's flame, until the fullness of your mastery outpictures in the physical conditions of this world. Then as you take your ascension, you leave the blessing to this world that is the raising power to those still following on. And that is the fulfillment of the law of the love that sets you all free. Thank you, and I bear to you the blessings of the great beings who guard the South American continent, besides myself. And all the beauty and the perfection that comes from our great realm of life to assist you, in your effort to free the masses of the people from the distress of the centuries, just so will our love free you, until all have completed the journey and entered into the realm of the sacred fire, which the Ascended Master's octave is with no uncertainty. And no imperfection can ever there exist. Thank you, and with the love from our octave and all that the sacred fire can give, we are at all times ready to charge you with the strength and the protection that makes you strong enough to carry this light. To carry the responsibility of releasing the sacred fire to assist the masses of the people to rise out of the shadows. So go forward, and know your victory, day by day, must manifest in your outer affairs, and as it blesses you, it must go forth to fulfill the great divine plan of freedom for all. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 283. Discourse X. Blessed Goddess of Liberty. September 14, 1956. Shasta Springs, California. Beloved of my heart, in entering into the release tonight of our effort to assist you in the great activities of the sacred fire for which you call, I wish to bring to your attention the fact that life is the only thing with which you have to deal anywhere in the universe. The only thing you or any individual has with which to accomplish anything that produces manifestation is the use of life, your life, the life in the atmosphere, the life in the powers of nature. Life is the one thing that produces manifestation, and all energy is life, some form of life, and if you will understand that when you send forth a command by the energy of your own life to produce manifestation, then the life 173 in the atmosphere about you must take up your command and the vibratory action, and produce that condition. I wish you to feel with all your hearts tonight how certain is the fulfillment of your every call as you understand this which we bring to your attention from time to time. Now, in entering into the explanation of what your life does, and what you can do for life, try to realize that regardless of belief, explanation, or anything else, when your attention is upon a thing, that thing draws you into itself. Because when your attention connects with something, your life has gone out to that part of life and become one with it. Therefore, unless the attention is controlled and placed upon the heart life of your mighty I Am Presence, or upon the life of the Ascended Masters or cosmic beings or angelic host, if you do not connect your life stream's energy there, well then, it does connect with the conditions of the physical world that life is manifesting here. You have no idea what the magnetic pull is, my dear ones, upon individuals' entire life streams, simply through the lack of the control of the attention. So in entering into your mastery, I want you to feel tonight the absolute certainty of the fulfillment of your calls, because your life has gone into them to manifest that which is the perfection from our octave that you desire here. The energy flows wherever your attention directs it, my loved ones, and therefore, wherever your attention directs your energy, you follow, and I mean the body. And for this reason, if your attention comes to your mighty I Am Presence or to us, then your life energy flows into the perfection of our world, and that perfection flows back to fill your world. Now when mankind realize the responsibility in the use of energy, they will more readily master conditions and control themselves, which means to master the energy inside of their own mental and feeling world. In the producing of manifestation of the outer world, supposing we take someone who is employed by a corporation. You go down to your office, you give the energy of your life. You give your life to that corporation to build that corporation's business, don't you, so many days a week? And so you draw the body into association with that life energy of the corporation, and the conditions that are there flow back into you, for you live in them during the hours you are working at your office. Well, when you understand that you have complete freedom to direct the energy of your life to your mighty I Am Presence, own heart's flame of love's perfection, and you draw that back into your world, then you automatically become filled with that perfection and your world is flooded with it through the radiation of yourself. When your attention comes to us, your life is one with our life, and as we have said before, we are but the more advanced consciousness of yourselves. And therefore, unless mankind understand our existence and our reality, and accepts us with full freedom and full conscious illumination of what we can do for mankind, the masses of the people would go on indefinitely in the whirlwind of their own creation of discord, since because of man's discord, the atmosphere becomes filled with discord. The individual breathes that back into himself, and his body becomes discordant, the mind becomes discordant, the feelings become discordant. And that is what produces a mass saturation or accumulation of energy that returns upon mankind as war. And when you understand what the political war makers of the world have built by their deliberate conscious misuse of energy, you must realize how they have bound themselves in their own creation from which they can never escape, except by the assistance of an ascended master, one or more, in cooperation with the higher mental body of each life stream to cut away the human accumulation. Until the life energy in the heart of that individual reaches up to the greater life and greater perfection, and connects with it, so its perfection can flow back as a magnetic current to raise the outer self out of the discordant accumulation. Now when you understand what power is yours through your decrees, to connect your life with these magnificent manifestations and powers of infinite space as you call to the great central sun, you will, my loved ones, flood back into yourselves and your world everything you are calling forth for the purification of your nation and the world. Now let me show you something that is my service to life. Since the statue of myself abides in New York Harbor, every life stream that turns its attention to that statue connects with my life. For we have told you, when you are in touch with the form of a thing, you are in touch with the presence of that thing, because only the life of the presence produces the form of that presence. There has to be the consciousness and the life of an individual to produce the form of the individual, be it a statue or anything else, picture or otherwise. Therefore, when those life streams of mankind who have come to America behold that statue, I pour my sacred fire into connection with their life stream. Then if their motive is not right toward America, I am certain authority and I have certain power to neutralize some of their intent. And therefore, my loved ones, when you begin to understand the mastery that is yours through your controlled attention, the oneness that is yours when you give us acceptance and recognition, power unlimited, manifestations of the sacred fire, and all the other blessings of the universe will as surely begin to flow in and around you and your world of affairs as that you allow your attention and your life to become one with our life. And since our life continually raises, draws up and up into greater perfection all that we contact, we are ever exerting the power of the great central sun magnet, to raise everything onto a spiral higher whenever the attention comes to us or our octave of life. Now since mankind is caught in a whirlwind of the forces of their own creation, and the attention is continually held there, unless there comes some shock from a cosmic angle to shatter that whirl of discordant energy, mankind's own creation would destroy them. So it is your privilege and mine, once knowing this law, to command the attention of the outer self to reach up to the greatest heights of perfection, to reach up to all the life that is greater than the life in this world, to reach up to all the perfection in the octave of light and in the ascended master's octave. And by your love and your attention there, unlimited assistance can flow back to you to flood your world with the perfection that is ours. Therefore, there is no part of life left without assistance if the attention will go to the greater life and ask for help. That is the reason the admonition has been given mankind. Since the beginning of embodiment on this earth the statement has been within life, and repeated to mankind throughout the centuries, "Call unto me and I will answer thee." Therefore when your decrees go forth in your calls for the sacred fire's blessing and purity to sweep throughout your land, your mighty light, reaching to the greater light will draw the greater life's power of perfection to sweep throughout the land the perfection for which you call. Therefore, I want to assure you that the fulfillment of your calls has to come into manifestation, because life is the only thing that can act anywhere in the universe, and your life in those calls to the greater life has to draw back the answers to those calls just as surely as the universe exists. Now when you turn your attention to the great central sun, you recognize its existence, you send your love there, and you call its almighty cosmic life of perfection eternal to come into a nation or into mankind, then, my dear ones, you swing the door wide for the cosmic assistance to come not only to the nation and the world, but come to you. And cosmic assistance to you means greater help for the attainment of the ascension, greater help to you to produce conditions out here that will bless all mankind and all life, even the life in nature. So, blessed ones, if you will think deeply on this and use this power with conscious realization of the oneness of yourselves with the greater life of perfection too, which you call, and realize that is, but the more advanced life of yourself because all life is one, you may have unlimited assistance in every way possible, that will bring you happiness, will hold protection, will bring you boundless supply, and does make you master over the conditions that have been generated by discord. And I am here to help you realize tonight your oneness with my life that guards America. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please? Now, why do you suppose that in the consciousness of mankind the desire arose to place a statue of myself there in New York Harbor? Because I was one who took the responsibility of mothering and guarding the people of this nation before the nation was formed. Thank you, precious ones. Since that was the service that my life and my love offered to the life that was to come into embodiment in America, I am still one with your life and with the life of all that comes into America. For I offered protection for the purity and freedom of a nation by which the open door could be shown mankind, of entering into the ascended Master's octave in the attainment of the ascension. Now when the life which is the power to attain the ascension offers to mankind the way and means of accomplishing it, then when you love it. When you love your mighty I Am presence first and you love the beings who are ascended, the more you can be aware of your oneness with that life and the perfection of our octave of activity, then the more you are drawing yourselves by your own love into the perfection which our life is. And you cannot send that to us without us sending back to you infinitely more than you give, that there may be the greater power to raise you to greater heights. So, my dear ones, if I could tell you the millions of incidents where individuals in great distress have placed the attention upon some ascended being, or the thought of the great God presence of life, and held it there long enough, in every case the help came from that greater life to the lesser life because of the oneness of that life through the attention there. And so it is with you. So it is with the world. So tonight, since you have conscious understanding of your mighty I Am presence, and the ascended host and the great angelic host, we are hoping, by certain activities we want to bring forth through the I Am student body, to hold before mankind the greater service and understanding and love and blessings, which come to the people of earth from the ascended masters and from the angelic host. And as mankind understands this and realizes, by reaching up, that these beings can come and lift mankind out of their distress, then will this knowledge of the mighty I Am presence exert its magnetic power of the great central sun magnet to hold mankind's attention upon the beloved I Am presence and the ascended host, until the desire within individuals for help from the greater perfection of life brings the illumination, inner and outer, that enables the intellect to understand the law by which the outer self gives cooperation and makes application enough for the eternal freedom to come to mankind in this world. Now the mighty Master Jesus long ago issued his command to life that when he became ascended, he would draw all mankind into that ascension also. The mighty Saint Germain, the beloved Godfrey, and others of the ascended host have issued similar commands to life. And since in this activity of the I Am, the recognition of the power of the greater life to overcome conditions of so-called death in this world has come to the consciousness of mankind, then as you recognize you are one with the great life in our octave that knows no such thing as so called death, as you draw that back into yourselves, as you draw it into the world, as you command it to come into outer action by all activities of the sacred fire, will you find the greater life, in its greater perfection and purity and power, will remove from the life down here that is caught in the discord of the shadows, the limitations of those shadows. The removing of so-called death is the last limitation, and that is your privilege to understand this. And as you hold your attention upon the desire to be free from so-called death, will you draw the power into yourselves and the world by which it is overcome? Then you stand as the legions to assist the mighty Master Jesus, the mighty Saint Germain, and those of us who are trying to release mankind from their own creation. You assist in the awakening of mankind to the realization that the greater life contains the power to overcome so-called death, and the ascension takes place as easily as breathing. If this were not the law and the fulfillment of the divine plan, why would life in unascended mankind dread so-called death, try to delay it, try to avoid it, try to hold on to what represents youth and beauty and happiness? The very repulsion in mankind against so-called death should tell the intellect that it is a mistake and never was the original divine plan. And as you realize this tonight, as you understand what your desire can do, by your oneness with the life that knows no death, do you not see how you draw that greater perfection into yourselves until you, too, become that same power of life to live without the experience of so-called death? This is what is the destiny of America. This is the future of the whole human race. And those of us who guard America, and that includes you, have this responsibility to bring the light, the full illumination, inner and outer, to the masses of the people, that by the oneness of their love to the mighty I Am Presence, and to us, they draw into themselves the power that dissolves so-called death from all the experiences of mankind in this world. Then you will realize your power to bring heaven on earth while yet unascended. And the more of that perfection that comes here, commanded to be eternal, the greater is the raising power to the rest of the life of mankind. So tonight, if I can make this clear to you so that you love it, and call it into action with great devotion, great happiness, and the understanding determination that allows it to flow and build the momentum in and around you, you will go forward, my dear ones, with the consciousness of your mastery that, as soon as you begin to feel it, will forever manifest it in the world around you. So when you realize this is the destiny of America, to reveal the dominion over so-called death, then America as a nation must be guarded and prevented from being filled with the human creation that would destroy the nation, and destroy the God blessings of this nation if those hordes of evil are not leashed and annihilated and taken out of America. For America's destiny is to be the focus of the power from the Ascended Master's octave that reveals to mankind that so-called death is overcome in the attainment of the ascension, the original divine way. Then the earth begins to return to the constructive way of life wherein mankind lived the fulfillment of the divine law, and the human creation of the past is no longer permitted in the cycles that are to come, because the sacred fire rules the cycle, and not mankind's human desire. Until mankind is filled with the desire from the mighty I Am Presence, and the Ascended Master's desires which produce only perfection, the limitations of this world would go on indefinitely. And that is why mankind cannot arise out of the conditions of limitation without the assistance of the Ascended Host. That's why the mighty I Am Presence calls to us in assisting an individual, that we may enfold that outer self in the cosmic fire from the central sun, while the mighty I Am Presence cuts away the human creation, allows the light to expand, and the sacred fire takes its dominion in the individual, and freedom manifests. So if you will remind the outer intellect that it must keep the attention upon the mighty I Am Presence, the perfection of that presence and the perfection in the powers of the Ascended Host, and as you realize you are one with that life, and its greater perfection is waiting to flood into manifestation in your world all of its blessings for eternity, you cannot lack for any good thing. That is what your blessed Godfrey means when he said, "Do not look to human beings, but turn to your presence and let your presence govern conditions out here and regulate them, so the right supply comes to you the divine way." Dear ones, I know when you are under the physical conditions of lack, how distressing it seems. But, oh my dear ones, if you only can realize this deeply enough, if you only will feel it deeply enough, the great God Presence, your mighty I Am, and the Ascended Host are so willing to flood to you every good thing, just so long as you recognize your oneness with your mighty I Am Presence, your oneness with us, and that the law of the universe is the perfection of our octave. Your mastery comes by your attention upon that, until your feeling allows it to come into you and into your world, and become the permanent condition of your life's experiences in the future. So, blessed ones, we hope through this realization to awaken you all to the place where your supply comes so much easier. And then the fear of the outer world, the discord of the outer world cannot rush in upon you once you become anchored to your mighty I Am Presence and the Ascended Host as your source of supply. Once you know that, with all the feeling of your life, will the floodgates open, and there will come to you the boundless gifts of our octave, and from the heart of your presence, regardless of any condition in the outer world. And this is the way we want to bring you your freedom. Thank you, precious ones. For just a moment, while you are standing, if you will remain so a moment, I want to explain that you cannot call the great central sun's sacred fire purity into your nation to purify conditions here, without purifying yourselves as well. Therefore whatever lifts your nation by the greater life for which you call, the greater purity, it must of necessity lift you because you are within the nation. And then to you, first, would come the boundless supply that becomes the illumining presence and perfection that eventually fills the nation. So I enfold you tonight again in the love of my heart, and the hope that your attention to your I Am Presence, and to us, with the realization your life is our life, one with our life, and all the blessings we have are yours. We want you to go forward from tonight and carry that happiness back to your homes, back to your business. Fail not to remember there flows constantly from above more than has ever yet manifested in this world, and we want your worlds to be filled with that for eternity. I enfold you in the fullness of all the blessings that our life streams can give, and the protection and the supply that does purify your America, and holds command until the cosmic law is ready to act and cleanse the earth of the shadows of human discord forever. Thank you, and won't you be seated, please? Since it is our great privilege to bring the greater blessings of the Ascended Master's octave to earth, we enfold you in those blessings. We want you to fill the nation with those blessings, and together we will fill the earth with that which does bring into outer manifestation the fulfillment of the mighty Master Jesus' promise to life, and the mighty Saint Germain's command for purity and freedom and the attainment of the ascension as was originally planned. And then may your obedience now be such a joy, and the power you release ever grow greater, and you become one with the great central sun magnet's power to lift all life wherever you go into this greater perfection of our world, in the attainment of the ascension, in the happiness and natural, easy, comfortable way of entering into your eternal perfection. Thank you with all my heart's love for eternity. Record CD 342, Cassette 60348-1. Discourse 11. Great Cosmic Angel. December 19, 1956, Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of the heart of the world, it is with cosmic power and authority that I come to you tonight, and try to make you realize and to release to you the greater powers that are awaiting your use. And may we be of service to you as you cooperate with us. I want to explain something tonight concerning the Ascended Master's commands to life. We have already sent forth the cosmic commands for America's purification, illumination, and freedom. That is our part of the fulfillment of the great divine plan. But you, who are atoms in the body of the American people, are the will of the people to express that which is the fulfillment of the divine plan. And therefore it is imperative that a certain 191 number of the American people, by intense feeling and use of their own authority of life, use our words of our command and command with us for America's purification, illumination, and freedom in the victory of the ascension. We told you long ago that our words are cups of light. We have given the cups, and now the people must use them. And so when you send forth your decrees for the purification and protection of the nation, will you remind yourselves that those decrees are our words of cosmic command and cosmic release of the cosmic light substance, and sacred fire that go forth to life to fulfill the great divine plan. Therefore when your command releases a certain proportion of the light of your own life streams, which is the energy of the outer self, and releases a certain amount of the sacred fire from your life stream, then as that intensifies and expands, in agreement with our command for the purification and freedom of the nation, the manifestation and fulfillment of your calls must come into outer physical action. And so when you understand that the cosmic law requires a command of life, now you're not commanding individuals. You are commanding the life energy in the atmosphere over the nation, and you are commanding your own life to go forth and release the sacred fire that purifies, illumines, and raises the nation and the people within the nation. And therefore, when you understand what the cosmic action of the great command is to life as it comes forth from the great central sun, you will see how necessary it is that mankind be taught this law of the mighty I Am Presence, and the use of the great creative word by conscious command, conscious authority, and consciously releasing the power of the sacred fire to fulfill the command. That is why it is imperative that mankind be taught this knowledge, this law of the mighty I Am Presence, the law of the use of the word I Am, the law of the decrees, and use of the sacred fire by which the command is fulfilled. So until mankind understands this and operates the law of the cosmic demand, they go on in their problems and limitation. But you who are part of the body of the American people have within your own life streams the full cosmic authority to release the sacred fire and the cosmic light to join my command that I gave at the beginning of this nation's existence. 4. When I issued that fiat that, so long as the stars remain and the heavens send down dew, so long shall the union last. And what do you suppose that union means? Not just a gathering together of states. That union means the connection and at-one-ment with the mankind who have embodied here, with their source, the mighty I Am, who created the planet. So when you understand you are one with that source, the mighty I Am, that sent mankind into embodiment in this world, and their embodiment, individuals' embodiments began on the ground that is now your nation. It is imperative that the people awaken and acknowledge their at-one-ment with the sacred fire and cosmic command of their own life streams that they, themselves, gave forth when they came into embodiment here. So if you will remember that my great command for the freedom of the nation has already gone forth at its beginning. And your commands are now going forth using our words of light substance and the sacred fire for the purification, protection, and freedom of the nation. Your commands and our commands are one command for the destiny of the nation to be fulfilled in outer physical action now, and that mankind needs to understand and to remember and to use. It is the security of your nation. It is the promise of freedom. It is the mighty I Am presence in action pouring forth the sacred fire by which your calls are fulfilled. And so when you know that your words, as they go forth, become living flames that are one with our flames of command, that goes forth within the borders of your nation. That sacred fire goes into action. That sacred fire must and will control, when it has expanded to a certain point, all that is within your borders. And I want you to know that tonight with all you are and have. Thank you, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Your decrees are an action of the cosmic law for the fulfillment of the destiny of the nation. Therefore, your heart's call and your heart's desire for America to be purified and set free is the extension and expansion of the desire of the ascended host for America's destiny to be fulfilled. And your desire is the expansion of the desire of the cosmic beings who govern your nation, and who set the pattern of freedom for this nation in the beginning of its existence. So if from tonight you will realize that as you send forth these commands to life, the life within the borders of this nation, to manifest the purity and the perfection of the ascended host, your commands are one with our commands. For the desire of the great divine plan is the purity and protection and the freedom of all that is of God within your borders. So try to feel that your decrees, as they go forth, are an action of the cosmic law that releases the sacred fire within your borders that does perform according to your call, and does purify and set free. And I want you to feel that tonight, with all the power at your command. The destiny of this nation was established in the beginning of its existence, and you have the privilege of using the sacred fire to help fulfill that destiny and bring it into outer existence to be sustained for the blessing of all generations that are to come. And if you can keep war out of America, and America out of war, it will be the beginning of the ascension without passing through the change called death. Do I make myself clear? Thank you so much. And if I were you, after tonight, for I am going to give you this command, I would use it with all the intensity and love I could generate. And that is to command that every plan for war or every plan that wants to draw America into war, and all munitions of war within America must now become the cosmic fiery Christ that consumes them, and in that consuming, prevents the war intended. Then your nation stands aside the so-called death of human creation. And if enough of this sacred fire and acknowledgement can be released through you in a short time, it will cause to come within your borders a concentration of the sacred fire that will force the hordes of the shadows back from whence they came. And then you will avoid what is going on in the rest of the world. In the beginning of this nation's existence those hordes of the shadows were compelled to roll back, and as the destiny was revealed upon the cosmic screen by the great being who gave Washington that vision, the hordes of evil were rolled back. And so must they act now by the cosmic fire drawn here to prevent their desecration of that which God has given here. Therefore realize with everything you are and have that your command for the removal and annihilation of those hordes of evil is one with our command for the purification and fulfillment of America's existence and the fulfillment of her destiny. This must come by your own conscious realization and release of the sacred fire into everything that the sinister force would use to thwart the fulfillment of the divine plan. So try to know with every fiber of your being that when you send forth these commands, your command is one with our command. And since our command cannot fail, if you realize your oneness with us in that command, you cannot fail either. Even just part of the American people who will realize that as you speak these mighty words, and demand the descent of the cosmic fire of cosmic Christ victory and control, it is our command to life, the sacred fire blazes. It expands rapidly enough to move over the nation and drive back the hordes of the shadows that have sought to destroy and desecrate, and dared to interfere with the God destiny and the God people and the God freedom that God places in this world. Therefore you are our legions of that sacred fire and God's freedom to the earth. Realize your destiny, your heritage, your responsibility, and the cosmic power that is at your command. To bring this into outer action until the fullness of its cosmic power is revealed. And individuals who are bound by the blackness of their own selfishness in political channels will have to face the recoil of that which should never be allowed to be expressed. Thank you, precious ones. I have certain authority within this nation, and I am a certain guard of it with your beloved Saint Germain, and others who have planned the destiny of the nation of freedom to the earth. Who are the sacred fire that does consume the human creation of mankind's interference with the expression of God's love. So from tonight I think your decrees and your commands will mean far more to you than they ever have in the past. And feel and know always that we are present with you in your decrees, and your desire for the freedom of the nation that leads the rest of mankind to freedom as her own destiny is fulfilled. So, beloved ones, there are uncountable legions of the angelic host, uncountable legions of the sacred fire, and if you will demand the sacred fire legions flood your land and rule its people, then purification will take place. And you shall see what it means to have God as a partner, and the ascended host as your guardians, until the human creation of mankind's disobedience to God is consumed from life forever. It is not by accident that you are embodied, or have come to the United States of America and the Americas. It is not by accident you have embodied here, nor that you have come here. You have agreed at the inner level to come because your life streams have the light and the power to win the victory. You have offered the help, and you have come to manifest the fulfillment of the law. And since love is the fulfillment of the law and the sacred fire is the cosmic love of existence, and the cosmic light is the annihilation of the shadows, then do you not see what your destiny is, your duty, your privilege, your obligation? So feel at one with the command that we have already sent forth as an anchorage of the sacred fire into the ground that is now America. And when you know you are one with that sacred fire and it is the law of eternal freedom, know that your words of your decrees, as they go forth, burst into living flames of the sacred fire, and go on until they have passed through all within your borders and compelled the purification. For eternity. I commend you to your victory of eternal freedom for the nation whose sacred fire heart must bring freedom to the rest of the world. You are the sacred fire of freedom to life in your acknowledgement and use of your beloved I Am presence, and the activities of the sacred fire, which the cosmic Christ is to outer action wherever you command it to be. And when you call for the fiery Christ to blaze throughout this land its invincible victory of eternal purity and eternal freedom, that will move into action through the mental and feeling world of the people. It will move into action in all conditions, and it will continue to move into action until the purification is complete for eternity. And so we are here, and I say we advisedly, because there are many of the angelic host in this room tonight, and above this building and in this city, for a definite reason. Thank you so much, precious ones. Know that you are one with their sacred fire presence, and their sacred fire power is pouring to you and through you for the fulfillment of your calls in your service to the nation and the world. So I commend you to the realization of your at-one-ment with us, and may it pour without limit in, through, and around you all the cosmic power of sacred fire control in all you desire for the nation and the freedom of the world. Let your commands go forth and burst upon the world the fulfillment of the great, eternal perfection of freedom to life, and let the sacred fire now have eternal possession of all. I commend you to your victory and freedom in your oneness with us in that sacred fire command whose authority must be obeyed forever. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 417. Discourse 12. Mighty beloved Saint Germain. February 23, 1957 Chicago, Illinois. Beloved of my heart, tonight I trust one may bring to you an activity of the sacred fire that I am quite sure will lift you unto the heights, make you feel your mastery over conditions in this world more quickly. And it is this: call into outer action around yourselves a sun presence of the ascended Master's sacred fire feeling of the instantaneous fulfillment of your every call. You see, it is our feeling, when we issue a command, that the cosmic law of energy and vibration move into action instantly to produce the manifestation that fulfills our call, our command to life, for we command the light in the atmosphere about us. We command the substance anywhere we move throughout creation. 203. And so it is with you. But when you call in and around yourselves a sun presence of our feeling and our sacred fire instantaneous fulfillment of your calls, your feeling will become one with ours, and our flame of that sacred fire moves into the energy of your feeling world. And when the energy of your feeling world becomes qualified with our sacred fire of instantaneous manifestation, you will see your calls fulfilled very much more quickly. And this is necessary for you all right now, is the reason I am here to give it. Thank you so much. Now it is our feeling of the sacred fire, which concentrates and releases that sacred fire of our light into a condition that is to manifest the fulfillment of our calls. And we are all going to remind you more frequently now of the feeling of the sacred fire in you, the feeling of the sacred fire in your call, because it is that sacred fire that produces manifestation, or the fulfillment of your call. Therefore, beloved ones, if you will concentrate some time and attention on this, not with tension, but just with love, just love the sacred fire of the feeling of your mighty I Am Presence own heart's flame. And as you ask your mighty I Am Presence to fill you with the sacred fire of its feeling that manifests the fulfillment of your calls instantly, you will find you will overcome time and space as you gain a momentum of this by use. Now you remember I told you long ago, energy becomes power through use. I say, manifestation comes into existence through the feeling of your use of the sacred fire. And now that sacred fire is the life itself, the life of the love in the heart of your mighty I Am Presence, or the heart flame of any ascended being or the cosmic beings. And so when you want your decrees fulfilled, try to feel that you and your world are a sun presence of the ascended master's feeling that releases the sacred fire that fulfills your call. Now it is the sacred fire that produces manifestation. But it is your feeling of love to your presence that allows its love, which is sacred fire, to come into your calls so you have your calls fulfilled instantly. Regardless of what those calls produce, or what you require, when you call forth the Ascended Master's sacred fire feeling of instantaneous fulfillment, well, you're going to have the instantaneous manifestation. That's all there is to it. Sounds easy, doesn't it? Thank you so much. Now it is our feeling of love that extends the sacred fire, by our desire in that love, that compels manifestation to come into action. And since your love for the sacred fire is the secret of your accumulation of its power, then by your use of your own love, the love in your own life to the sacred fire love of your mighty I Am Presence, will allow that to flow into outer conditions that produce the fulfillment of your calls. This is very much needed at this time. We want more instantaneous action in many of your decrees. And time is a very vital factor from day to day and from hour to hour in the fulfillment of your calls. I plead with you all, I hope you all understand the necessity of living. Now, give every ounce of energy you can for the freedom of America and the protection of that which is of God within America and for America. Now it doesn't mean that we're not assisting the rest of the world, but America is like an anchor to the ship, and either the sacred fire power of the love for freedom holds the God control of this land, or the hordes of evil will try to take their toll again. And it is our hope, our desire, and with your assistance it will be our command that those hordes of evil do not succeed in that which they would like to do against America. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now there are many channels throughout the world who hate America, and the viciousness of their intent is just as vicious in one as it is another. And so when you begin to demand the Ascended Master's sacred fire feeling of the instantaneous fulfillment of your calls, and then your calls go forth for the annihilation of the hordes of evil, you are not only safeguarding your country, you are withdrawing the power that sustains the evil in those channels that want to desecrate America. It's a strange thing in human creation, how it thinks it has the right to walk in anywhere and steal what it wants and desecrate what it pleases, and thinks it doesn't have to pay the penalty. America just happens to belong to God, not to any of the hordes of evil in any channel in the world. Thank you so much, precious ones. So now let us surge without reservation the cosmic onrush of sacred fire manifestations throughout America to hold America victorious over the hordes of evil everywhere. Whether they be within your borders or the rest of the world matters not. Demand the cosmic. Legions and cosmic sacred fire move throughout the nation and hold America free from the hordes of evil everywhere, that those hordes may be bound and dissolved and consumed by the sacred fire that rules throughout infinite space. And so if you command within yourselves that your decrees now go forth like oceans of the ascended Master's sacred fire feeling of instantaneous fulfillment and control of all in this world, you will safeguard yourselves. You'll safeguard America. You'll safeguard that which is constructive, and you will help to dissolve the hordes of evil no matter in what channel they seem to appear. We want you to realize that everything that produces manifestation passes through your feeling and, like a magnet, draws its energy in your feeling into the condition to make it exist, so it is by your feeling. The energy of your own life in your own feeling that you give into a manifestation to permit it to exist. It exists by your life, and the life that controls it is your feeling. But when you call our sacred fire feeling to go forth on your decrees, your manifestations then come under the control of the law of our life instead of yours. And I am quite sure we'll never do anything wrong. Isn't that a relief? So this is top secret security. Your security. And you'd be surprised what a top secret of security the sacred fire is. It might interest you to know there are many infinite secrets in the use of the sacred fire that the sinister force can never find out. And that is why the sacred fire is immortal and the hordes of evil are not. So when you draw forth the secret sacred fire powers of manifestation, the sinister force and all its hordes of evil will be in a quandary for a long while, or at least until they are dissolved from the universe. Those secrets are held within the ascended master feeling of what the sacred fire can produce in manifestation, or can control manifestation that is already existing. Tonight I give you one of the most magnificent scepters of power of control of outer conditions if you will build a momentum of this by use, the ascended master's sacred fire feeling of instantaneous fulfillment of your calls. And this is what is required in the mental and feeling world of mankind to help individuals who are trying to hold to the constructive way of life and trying to guard that which is right. It will help to hold them protected and give them strength to gain their victory. So in this use and gathering of the power in cosmic concentration of the sacred fire, feeling into all your decrees, you are strengthening and protecting all that is right. You are guarding yourselves, and you are diminishing all that is wrong. So whether that wrong be in yourselves or in someone else or in the outer manifestations matters not. When our sacred fire feeling goes into a condition, it absolutely controls that condition harmoniously, and the evil within it has to cease to be. And it is the hand of God that rules the universe. It is the hand of God that gives without limit the blessings of infinity. It is the hand of God that heals without limit. It is the hand of God that protects without limit and is the master presence of manifestation. And when you understand this and use it in connection with your love to the violet consuming flame, when you call for the violet consuming flame's feeling of instantaneous manifestation, as you use it, human creation will much more quickly disappear. So you can release yourselves from much of the pressure of struggle, fear, doubt, uncertainty, and opposition of any kind as you enter into this, and you gain a momentum by daily use, until your decrees are fulfilled so quickly that they'll even surprise you. I hope you're willing to be surprised. Thank you so much. Now this will take out much opposition in your feeling world that you do not even know is there, because many times you accept someone's feeling that is doubt or fear or misjudgment or uncertainty, and you don't even know you accept it, because you absorb it through radiation. But this will keep your own feelings purified, because our sacred fire feeling in your life means your freedom here and means your control of conditions about you, and will keep the atmosphere about you free from the suggestions of those, either the people of the outer world, or those who are opposed to this light. So, blessed ones, feel the strength of this which I want you to receive tonight. You can call the pure electronic force and strength of your mighty I Am presence into yourselves. And then ask that it be charged with the ascended Master's sacred fire feeling of instantaneous release, until you can make yourself a giant of power to fulfill instantly your call as you learn to live within the conscious recognition and use of ascended Master sacred fire feeling. For when you feel the sacred fire, ascended Master feeling of the sacred fire, in yourselves, that sacred fire is alive and then holds dominion within you and around you. And it does make you master over conditions wherever you abide, and this does bring much more instantaneous fulfillment of your calls. It is our way of making you strong enough to face the future and master it and take you forward, the legions of victory, the legions of freedom, the legions of Ascended Master Sacred Fire Control. And with that power from the Ascended Master's octave, nobody is going to argue with you, or the manifestation which we bring forth. And more than that, you'll find nobody's going to be able to lie about the truth you tell. And that needs to come within your nation, and quickly, in order to stabilize the confidence of the people in something that is constructive and is trying to protect them. You must give this confidence to the people of the world, because we have given it to you, and the people of the world, especially this nation, must wake up and demand the end of constant misrepresentation from those in office or those in the diplomatic circles of the world. The American people must arise and forbid that thing in national existence. If I were you, I would daily, individually, give a decree for cosmic annihilation of every lie and the hordes of evil that tell those lies. And you'll never be sorry. It will keep your world clear of uncertainty and deceit, and will bring an illumination within you that will hold you steady. Every powerful activity of the sacred fire that you want to manifest, to hold dominion over that which is of human creation in this world. We are ready to give it to you without limit. It is master over all conditions in this world. And the world must have it, is the reason I bring it to you tonight, that you may give it to others through your own daily application. Understand it as a sun presence in and around yourselves, of the Ascended Master's sacred fire feeling of absolute control of all things. This will keep out human feelings. It will keep you free from suggestions of the outer world that are wrong. It will be the strength without limit that you require, and it helps to produce instantaneous fulfillment to your every call. So I am sure it is very practical. And I hope you like to live in a practical way. Thank you so much. Now one more thought, demand your America be filled with the Ascended Master's sacred fire of the feeling of our eternal freedom, and it will surge into the mental and feeling world of the people until not only their desire for freedom, but their determination to protect that freedom will be strengthened to the point where the sacred fire removes the hordes of evil more quickly. I commend you to the blazing sun presence of the Ascended Master's sacred fire feeling of their eternal freedom. And wherever you abide, may that freedom as a sun presence around you expand forever, until the world is the victory of its ascension and mankind have been raised into their eternal freedom in its victorious accomplishment. So go forward. May the legions of the sacred fire make you feel with every fiber of your being the Ascended Master's feeling of the instantaneous answer to your every call. And your world the sun presence of our freedom and our victory make you master over circumstance, until the purification and divine order is brought into outer physical conditions to set mankind free, and fulfill the great divine plan in its love and blessing to all. So go forward and take the scepter of your dominion, and fail not to use this in daily application around yourselves and those under this radiation for the freedom of all. Thank you with all my heart tonight. Discourse 13. Great Cosmic Angel. August 18, 1957, Shasta Springs, California. Beloved of my heart, tonight in bringing to you our assistance for America, I wish you to try to comprehend just how deeply we love America. Because America is the last surviving hope of mankind, I'm speaking of the masses of the people of the world, to reach up with power enough, of devotion to God, to draw the God government, and God control of the legal activities of a nation to hold freedom for the outer activities of the daily life of mankind. Now you know how you love those you hold near and dear. That which you love the most, you are deeply concerned, are you not, with its protection, the future of it, and your enjoyment of its existence? The same thing is true with us. We love the nation that is. 215. The focus of freedom's purity and power and peace. We love that with the same intensity that you love either the dearest person on earth or the dearest thing. If you understand what the cosmic love of life means, you will know it as the power within life to protect and expand all that is constructive, and to repel and dissolve and consume all that is not. Now in saving that which you love, you are most concerned with the protection of that which you are trying to save. And so it is with the nation. So it is with that which is constructive throughout the world. We are more concerned with the protection and expansion of that which is right than we are with so-called evil for this reason. That which is constructive and is fulfillment of the divine plan has within its heart the eternal command of the sacred fire for its eternally sustained existence and its ever-expanding blessing of love to life. That which is of evil is but of temporary existence. Therefore, our life and our love which we give for the protection of the nation or that which is of God throughout the world, must anchor in and around that which is constructive, sustain and protect it and expand it. And if we can pour into it our greater power of love of the sacred fire, that becomes the strength within it to expand and repel the evil. So it is with the nation. As the people within the borders of the nation reach up to God as they know it, and you, of course, to the mighty I Am Presence, in your recognition of it, and to the ascended host and the angelic host, as you reach up and call for the sacred fire's strength and power to save, protect, and forever expand all that is of God within the nation, that is permanently sustained action. It is the permanent perfection of life that you are building within the borders of America to be the ascended master nation of the world. Unless that command goes forth, and the heart call, which is intense desire of love, reaches up to the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host for the intensification of the strength and power of the sacred fire within the nation, how can you have that which is constructive sustained? Constructive activity is created only by that which is of the sacred fire. It is sustained only by the sacred fire. It can only be protected by the sacred fire. Therefore, as you strengthen and protect and expand everything that is good within the borders of the nation, you are giving permanent assistance to life, because all that is constructive contains within it some activity of the sacred fire. That which is of evil is but the radiation or the energy of the cosmic light. That's the only thing that can be requalified into producing discord. So when we ask you to use these various activities of the sacred fire, or to acknowledge our Sun presence within the nation that delivers all within your borders from evil, I assure you, it is as if you fanned a spark into a forest fire. This can be done, and has been done times without limit down through the centuries. Now those of you who understand how to do it, if you will keep your attention upon the perfection you desire within the nation, and the power of the sacred fire to protect and strengthen and expand that which is constructive, you will find it like the sun coming forth through a fog. And the very intensity of the sacred fire of the sun dissolves and consumes the fog. So when you call for the violet flaming cosmic Christ control of conditions within the nation, you are strengthening everything that is constructive within your borders. When you understand the full power that you can release by calling this into outer physical conditions, you will find mastery coming into these conditions instead of opposition and fight, and resentment and rebellion and criticism and condemnation. So long as you have a feeling within of fighting a condition, the very feeling sent forth will energize that condition, and it will send you back more of itself. And so it is with the sacred fire. The more you can love the mighty I Am Presence and the sacred fire of the universe, and call it in its strength and power into yourselves, the more you expand its mastery in you, the more you pour that mastery into the life around you. And the more the sacred fire takes its dominion in the world of manifestation where limitation and distress and discord have been. So as you keep your attention upon the powers of the sacred fire, you will draw them into yourselves. And the more you use them, the more you will enjoy them. Now I'm going to try to help you replace everything that has been of distress by the enjoyment of using these great master powers of the sacred fire, and draw within yourselves that which keeps you permanently harmonized, infinitely happy, and gives you the freedom to give to life as the sun gives light to the earth. And this is what the nation needs. Unless you strengthen that which is constructive within your borders, how are you going to sustain it or protect it? Unless you keep your attention upon that which is constructive, how can you draw it to you? Everything that is contained within the sacred fire is constructive, and if you command a manifestation made eternal by the love of the sacred fire, then that becomes established to you. In the infinite space of the universe abides this boundless sacred fire. It fills all space. And you may reach up to your beloved I Am Presence, or the ascended host, who concentrate and draw that sacred fire into outer manifestation according to the divine law that operates in this system of worlds. And so it is with you, individually or collectively, or the nation, or the world. The principle is the same throughout eternity, throughout infinity. Therefore, in dealing with mankind, if you will make conscious effort to call forth the strength and the power of the sacred fire's mastery into everything that is constructive within everybody. Who of you can tell me what can be released on an instant to take any life stream out of the distress under which it has struggled, perhaps for centuries? This is what enables the mighty I Am Presence to draw in and around you, and into your outer use, the stored-up energy in the causal body, which is all the energy of the past lifetimes that you have lived, that energy which you used constructively. That is stored and accumulated and intensified in the causal body of each life stream. Now when you begin to call forth the Ascended Master's strength and power of the sacred fire in and around yourselves, and the Ascended Master's use of the powers of that sacred fire into yourselves, and then out through yourselves to hold control of conditions, my dear ones. Now please remember this phrase tonight: everything in you that has been of distress, whether it be human desire or human accumulation, will absolutely cease to exist. You will wonder how great is the love in that sacred fire when you feel the irritation and the human creation of the emotional body, the atmosphere about you, let go. Now this will have tremendous blessing to you upon your health, your finance, your affairs, and associations of the outer world. This makes you master wherever you abide. And my dear ones, with just a little use of this, just experiment for maybe 1 week with holding to this systematically with great devotion, will bring you such relief within yourselves from the habits and the strain and the stress and the struggle that have been your daily experiences, that it's like a sun blazing its power, and the cloud passes by. I want you to come to this place of rest, of peace, of purity, and of mastery, for I assure you, this will bring you relaxation and strength and power to do things in the outer world with scarcely any sense of exhaustion. Do you not think I'm practical? Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now as you make the call for this to your beloved I Am Presence, and to us, and you call for your mighty I Am Presence, to fill you with the invincible strength and power of its sacred fire presence within you, you will find, automatically, the hand of your presence controlling your outer world affairs. If I can impress upon you tonight, not that I don't have the power, but if you will accept the importance of this, that you at least try it out, of filling yourselves with the invincible strength and power of the sacred fire control and mastery in and around yourselves, I tell you, precious ones, your struggle will be over. If you fill yourselves with this, it makes you the magnet to draw from anywhere whatever your higher mental body knows you need the most, whatever you wish to use to fulfill the great divine plan. Now when you call to the Ascended Master's octave for the Ascended Master's strength, cosmic strength and power of the sacred fire's presence within and around you to control everything, I tell you, it does control it. And that is what it means to use the love of the sacred fire within yourselves to control everything of outer action so that the struggle ceases, the success appears, lack is no more, and you begin to realize that wherever you abide. By this recognition the sacred fire mastery surrounds you and controls conditions that you contact. Then the constant resistance and rebellion against conditions of the outer world will not seem important to you. You will wonder why you ever did it. It will be so unpleasant to you that you will no longer want to associate with it. And that's what it means to recognize that I live, move, and have my being within the invincible strength and power of sacred fire mastery in me. You just say this a few times before you go to sleep, maybe 3 times. Now I'm making it very easy for you. And who knows, maybe I'll say it 3 times, or a lot more, for you. But if you make that effort, the cosmic law will permit me to assist you. If you will do 1/3 of what is required, we will do 2/3, and certainly we should be successful and victorious. Now this is necessary to come to all of you before you can be strong enough to take the responsibility of using what you might call unlimited wealth that comes from the Ascended Master's release of the sacred fire into your outer use, for the building of the incoming civilization and the producing of things in the outer world that are far in advance of what has been brought forth thus far, because I assure you, until certain purification takes place, that greater perfection cannot come. But if you call the Ascended Master's invincible strength and power of sacred fire controlling you, you won't need to be concerned about what's around you, for its very presence will radiate through you. And then your higher mental body will draw the power from the causal body into those outer world conditions that transmutes them into what blesses you and helps you to fulfill the great divine plan. And I assure you, there is no way in heaven or earth, or anywhere else, of overcoming evil except by the conscious understanding and conscious use and direction and concentration upon the strength and the power of the love of the sacred fire. The more you love it, the more intense becomes its action around you. The more you call it into yourselves, the greater is the invincible protection about you and its control of conditions, no matter where you move. Now let us apply this to the nation. If you care to make the call to the great cosmic law, the mighty I Am Presence in the great central sun, to make the atmosphere over this land the strength and the power, invincible for eternity, of the Ascended Master's sacred fire control of the atmosphere over this world, I think some of the destructive forces will be very successfully disappointed. Sounds like an enigma, but it isn't. If we can be successful in disappointing the sinister force, it will be well for all. So in order to hold protection in the atmosphere about you, the atmosphere must become filled with the sacred fire. And if you call for enough power of the Ascended Master's sacred fire presence to be the only atmosphere over this land, many things will be revealed to the people that they will understand, if not at first, then a little later. But just as certainly as those manifestations of the sacred fire come into the atmosphere over this land, will mankind awaken, and be purified and love those manifestations. And in that love, that sacred fire can come into the individual and hold dominion over destructive qualities. That is why I issued that cosmic fiat for eternity that, so long as the stars remain and the heavens send down dew, so long shall the union last. And that union is the union of the earth with the Ascended Master's purity and love of the sacred fire, which we have flooded into the nation for its eternal sustaining victory unto the ascension. And it shall manifest forever. Thank you so much. Now those of you who understand this law, if you will, not with strain or tension, but with a majestic, all-powerful command to life, demand that America be delivered from all evil by the Ascended Master's strength and power of the presence of the sacred fire within the land. You give us a wide-open door through which we can flood that sacred fire into conditions so we strengthen what is right, and dissolve and consume that which is not a God creation, therefore not eternal. But acknowledge the presence of invincible sacred fire strength and power as the atmosphere over your land. Acknowledge it as your own atmosphere. Acknowledge it as the atmosphere in your cities, and wherever you abide anywhere in the world. If the call goes forth, there must come back the answer to that call. There's no such thing as failure when mankind desires the sacred fire, desires its strength and power and its presence on the earth. There's no such thing as not being answered. So I assure you of absolute victory. I assure you of absolute release from distress of every kind as you set this into action with a majestic, all-powerful, commanding authority that is forever the sacred fire's control of all manifested things. I have a very important reason for bringing this to your attention tonight, not only for the protection of the nation and that which is constructive within your borders. There's a very definite effect upon your supply. Now why do you think I'm interested in supply? Because I don't want you to sustain channels of limitation in which some of you function, and you think you can't leave those channels long enough to gain this momentum of the sacred fire's boundless supply to you forever. So long as you are bound by a channel of limitation, you need the call for the sacred fire's strength and invincible power of the presence of that sacred fire in you to consume the limitation. And so it is, whether it be supply or health or illumination or opportunity matters not. Everything that is of perfection depends on the release of the presence of the sacred fire. And you may have all the strength and power, all the supply, all the freedom and all the victory, all the protection of the sacred fire as you acknowledge or desire and call its presence into yourselves. Now the unfed flame in your heart is that sacred fire, but we, drawing from great heights of cosmic activity in answering your calls, concentrate that into the cellular structure of the flesh, into your atmosphere, your affairs, your environment, into your entire life stream. For the sacred fire in our octave and the unfed flame in your heart is one sacred fire. And if you ask the presence of our sacred fire strength and power in yourselves, if you release enough of it inside, there can't be anything else. And that's what the mighty Saint Germain meant when he gave you that command, I am the only presence acting. That means this sacred fire from the heart of creation, from the heart of your I am presence, the heart of the physical sun, the heart of the great central sun, the hearts of the ascended host. Now if you want that into this physical octave, it must come into yourselves first. And I assure you, if you dare to do, there will be no such thing as failure. So I just offer it tonight so you may know what the love of the sacred fire can bring into you, in your world of manifestation, by calling the presence of its strength and power within you. You must have more power than destructive conditions if you are going to overcome them. And the sacred fire is the only thing in the universe that contains more energy in any condition than the human creation within it. So it makes you master of circumstance. It makes you master of yourselves, because it releases you from the very things under which you have struggled through the centuries. And I think it is time for freedom. Thank you so much. So if you will recognize only the mighty I Am presence acting in you, and in everyone else, as the strength and power of the presence of the sacred fire, so shall it be established unto you. Then if you call it into the nation and into the world, the sun presence of that sacred fire enters into the structure of earth, and the purification goes on until its perfection is complete for eternity. So I commend you to the greatest joy you've ever known if you will accept this tonight, and set into action with fierce determination to use it until that joy knows no bounds and you have burst the limitations of the centuries. And you feel your divine freedom and mastery over all wherever you abide. Thank you with all my heart's love for eternity. Record CD 457. Discourse 14. Beloved Archangel Michael. September 13, 1958, Shasta Springs, California. Beloved ones of my heart, tonight in the service which the angelic host wish to render to you and to all that is constructive, we are drawing into outer physical conditions certain activities of the sacred fire that come under the complete control of the angelic host. And since we have legions of angels, who not only guard the sacred fire which we concentrate into outer conditions, but they stand and are the repelling presence to all that is destructive. So when we ask you to call forth the legions of the angelic host's presence around you that forever repels everything, that is not their love and perfection for you, you will find a very tremendous action coming around you. This will enable very much greater strength and much 231. Greater power from your own mighty I Am presence to be anchored into the outer self, not only as a guarding presence, but as the victorious presence of the sacred fire. Now the legions of the angelic host, I assure you, are at all times seeking to protect that which is constructive. And since their presence is a preventing presence of life, as you come into closer association with those who are commanded to protect that which is constructive, you will find the veil thinning between your world and ours. And you will begin to understand more and more of what the service of the angelic host is to the life in this world, and especially to mankind. In the present acceptance of our presence in the consciousness of mankind, the predominant feeling or understanding of what we do is concerned with protection, for you hear the remark, my guardian angel, when someone escapes something of destruction. Therefore we are already within the consciousness of mankind to some degree, in the acceptance of our power of protection. Therefore when you call forth activities of the sacred fire in concentrated action to accomplish something that fulfills the divine plan, hesitate not. Call forth, if need be, legions of the protecting angels to stand the guard over that which fulfills the divine plan for your nation. And then use it around yourselves whenever you need to. But when it comes to the protection of that which is of God within your nation, that which is the God government of your land or the God-given freedom to your people, hesitate not to call forth limitless legions, if need be, of the sacred fire's invincible protection of that which God has given to America, that which God expects America to guard, and that which is of God within your borders, in other words, all that is constructive. Therefore the legions of the guarding angels, and the legions of the powers of the sacred fire that you require in outer world conditions at this hour are ever ready to respond to your slightest call. So whether you see them or not, or feel them or not, makes no difference. When your call comes to one or all of the archangels who direct and concentrate, and guard those mighty streams of the sacred fire from the physical sun and the great central sun, those legions are automatically standing ready to protect that which is of God, if mankind would but make the call and understand what the law of life has provided to protect all that is constructive. The archangels are the commanding authority and directing presence of those activities of the sacred fire that sustain perfection, and that protects perfection. Therefore the protecting angels are no figment of anyone's imagination. And the protecting flame which the cosmic beings concentrate and send into manifestation, to sustain and protect what is constructive, is forever blazing its presence wherever given the slightest opening or the slightest recognition, or the slightest call. And if it were not for the protection given to that which is constructive throughout America and the world, mankind would long ago have been dissolved by their own creation of discord. So the protection to life that the angelic host has given through the projection of the sacred fire is far greater than the intellect of mankind understands in the service that has been rendered through the ages. And that which is yet to come shall be even greater than that which has been given in the past, and you are privileged at all times to be one with that protecting power. You are privileged to call forth its release wherever you see that which is constructive needing attention and protection. Thank you so much, precious ones. If I were you, I would often, just as you send forth the thought, mighty angelic host, protect all that is good wherever I abide, then my dear ones, in these many decrees that you've sent forth, in these calls which we are bringing to your attention, you are building an eternal momentum in your mental and feeling world, and even in the atmosphere about you. You are building an eternal momentum. You are accumulating a power that as yet you little understand, and only as you begin to use it will you become aware of how terrific is the power of the sacred fire to produce perfect manifestation, to hold protection, to sustain and expand the fulfillment of the divine plan, and to be master of circumstance wherever you call it into existence. You do not create that yourselves, but your desire for it and your love to your mighty I Am presence entitles you to have it in the physical octave. And the angelic host are the protection of that for which you call, and the great law of life makes no mistakes when you are dealing with the angelic host and the sacred fire. Mankind, in the use of the powers of nature and the activities of life in the physical octave, is in reality living at the periphery of the circle, and know not the concentration of the power and the magnitude and magnificence of what the sacred fire can create and manifest, sustain, and expand. And in the service which the angelic host render through healing, through music, through their purifying love, there isn't a thing of the perfection of the beloved divine plan of the mighty I Am presence, with which the angelic host is not concerned. The angelic host is the way and means by which the beloved I Am presence and cosmic beings, who have created and sustained and control this system of worlds, have drawn into outer manifestation the activities that you see everywhere. And since the angelic host can only create that which is constructive, you have no idea the power that you can have to protect and expand anything that is constructive that you wish to bring into outer existence for the blessing of life, to glorify your mighty I Am presence, to blaze the light that draws your fellow man out of the shadows and onto the pathway of intelligent direction, where the goal of existence is forever revealed. The angelic host are concerned with everything that you do that is constructive. Therefore there is no limit to the power you can have. There is no limit to the help you can have. There is no limit to the protection you can have, so long as you maintain the purity and the harmony and the obedience to your beloved I Am presence. Can you show me anything in the physical world of the affairs of mankind that, from the outer physical action, can compare with that which the angelic host are constantly doing for you all? All mankind put together in the physical octave and all their activities cannot give you what the angelic host have ever at your service. And it's time mankind learned something of the angelic host, and understood what's necessary to come into closer cooperation with the blessing we can bestow. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to take you, if you will come with me, into a secret of the knowledge of the universe, and reveal to you tonight that there are definite legions commissioned, directed, and sent forth to guard this nation, legions of the angelic host. And there are legions of the angelic host that could be called into action to guard what is constructive in every nation if the people would awaken, would arise and desire it. Wishful contemplation of a thing is not the love or the intense desire that draws that thing to you. Therefore, you who understand something of this law and something of the reality of our presence, you who are the will of the American people for the good that is within your borders to be sustained and protected, you are the authority. You have the power, and you shall be answered if you call this into outer conditions quickly. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Try to follow with me tonight and realize how important this is, and that which I have called to your attention. Because the angels that guard the destiny of the United States of America are the same power of the sacred fire that your higher mental body is to guard your own heart flame within you, to the fulfillment of your divine plan in the attainment of the ascension. Therefore the legions of the angelic host who guard the United States of America are the guardians of the heart of the world, therefore the guardians of the life of the world, the same as your higher mental body guards your heart flame and guards your life in the outer self. There is a definite concentration of the power from the great central sun, and that activity of the sacred fire that forever stands guard over this nation and the destiny which it must fulfill. And the beloved Master Jesus, as well as the mighty Saint Germain, and the blessed Godfrey, and others of the ascended host who have from the inception of your existence ever poured forth their calls for protection and victory, they too are the guardians of the destiny of the nation. And my dear ones, that which God has given to those who are constructive within this land must be made invisible and invincible against the sinister force, and that only can be done by the angelic host who direct the sacred fire. There are many activities of the sacred fire, which the angelic host direct, that can forever make invisible and invincible that which is of God. Therefore do you not see how you are not at the mercy of the conditions that the sinister force has imposed upon your land to pollute it? You are not at the mercy of the destructive forces of human creation. The cosmic law of life has provided you this protection of the angelic host, and the concentration of the sacred fire of a love so great you cannot understand it until you become it. Therefore, I'm not here idly tonight, and I would fire the whole American people awake to turn Godward, and demand the angelic host's removal of that which is of the sinister force within your borders. And you will see changes take place, for I assure you, there are those of the angelic host who do wield the sword of blue flame, and in one flash consume that which the sinister force has taken centuries to build. Therefore if you will join with us, and call forth the angelic host's legions, that guard America's freedom by the sacred fire's power without limit, to come forth now and protect that which has a right to be protected, sustain, and expand that which becomes the perfection of the future, and hold possession of that which belongs to you because God put it here. God, the mighty I Am Presence, placed within this land the blessings that are to be used to fulfill the divine plan. Therefore if you will call forth the guarding legions of the angelic host who compel America's destiny to be fulfilled, and to prevent interference or delay of that blessing coming to the people, then you shall see certain destructive forces recoil upon themselves and be compelled to take their claws off of that which belongs to America, and that which is of God within America. So my dear ones, we are moving into outer physical conditions, certain forces from cosmic realms that forever are victorious. Hesitate not to call legions of the angelic host, and manifestations of the sacred fire without limit, and all that's required to prevent anything of the sinister force gaining any further control of that which is within your borders. Conditions in the rest of the world are whirling to a certain explosive point, and certain destructive forces are going to be compelled back into themselves. They have to be allowed to consume themselves, but America must be protected against the sinister force's determination to slaughter everything on the earth. Therefore when we ask you to call these legions into physical conditions, hesitate not to do it. Wherever anything is constructive, call the legions of the angelic host, the protecting angels' sacred fire guard, the protecting angels' sacred fire control, and prevent anything that is of destruction touching that which is perfection within your land. Blessed ones, I might take you into a secret in my heart, if you will understand what I have to say. As one who some years ago placed the crystal sword within a certain place in the United States of America, I happen to be the authority. I happen to have placed it, and therefore I happen to be certain authority for its use within the land. Thank you so much, precious ones. Now when we do these things, it is to establish a focus of power which continues to expand and prevent the destructive forces from completing their desecration. So, blessed ones, in the hours that are ahead of you, we hope you will come very close to us, and we can give assistance in the midst of anything, and shut off that which otherwise would cause you distress and under which you would have to struggle. So in the conditions that the sinister force wishes to impose upon life in this world through war, keep calling the cosmic legions, mark you, cosmic legions, of the angelic host's sacred fire so terrific the sinister force dare not even look in its direction. Hold this around yourselves, and call it around your loved ones. call it around all that is constructive within your borders, and let the hordes of evil take the consequence. I am the director of that which I offer tonight. Thank you so much. And blessed ones, call these legions into action to protect your younger generation, and let us see how quickly we can turn back the sinister forces evil into itself, until it is self-consumed. We are offering everything from our great octave of life. We are using everything the cosmic law will permit at this time. But so much must be done through mankind itself before we can use the boundless powers that would consume things in an instant. Mankind must awaken. Mankind must desire to go Godward, and mankind must be through with war. And when we have drawn forth that desire from within life in a certain proportion of the people of this nation, then we are privileged to produce such manifestations in the atmosphere as will compel obedience from everybody. But the people must awaken. The people must desire God. The people must desire to be free from that which depraves and enslaves and degrades them. When that wakens, the higher mental bodies then take command of the outer selves, and then we can turn to the light many life streams that have been caught in the shadows and have been concerned with destructive conditions, and have built those conditions by their own life energy. This will be the redeeming of many, many life streams, and the withdrawing of them from the clutches of the sinister force. So the effect is very far-reaching for the freedom of the rest of mankind, as well as for the protection of yourselves and the saving of the nation from that which is intended. The legions of the protecting angels, the legions of the sacred fire are beings, my dear ones, that wield power indescribable, and can act in an instant with power that is always master over every manifestation in this world. And I hope you have recognized that there has been some change in the atmosphere over your land. Thank you so much. If you should call for the atmosphere over your land to be filled and kept filled with the manifestations of the sacred fire, the sacred love of the sacred fire and the legions of the angelic host, to hold command and compel perfection, you will be greatly blessed by making that call. And I am sure you will never have cause to regret it. This is not only a repelling force. This is a guarding presence that takes possession of the atmosphere over a nation and controls what comes into it. So if you will give us this opportunity, we will do everything the cosmic law permits to forever put an end to the evil mankind has created. May you go forward, and feel from tonight our reality, our presence with you, and our manifestations of the sacred fire that can and will enfold you with that which you require to stand untouched by what will move into destructive conditions to consume them. So go forward and remember, there is not one call that can come to us that won't be answered. We are ever present and all-powerful, and all it takes is your love to life that wants our blessing and wants our power to free life everywhere from distress. So, beloved ones, you who are the heart of the world, you who are the heart of America, please feel that the legions of the angelic host whose sacred fire guards this nation are forever with you. May that power come tonight throughout the nation until it awakens in all the determination to be free from evil. And if that sweeps even once across the nation to awaken individuals to the determination to be free from that which seeks to destroy them, then we will move into outer action with unlimited power, and we will answer every heart call with the fulfillment of the divine plan. Go forward, and forever know we abide with you, and there is closer cooperation between you and this magnificent power of life that the sacred fire is wherever you call it into action, and the legions of the angelic host who forever do the will of that beloved I Am Presence, and the ascended host. We enfold you in the love of the angelic host, a love so great discord can never come your way again. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 553. Discourse 15. Beloved Godfrey. November 27, 1958, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Dear hearts of the light, on this day of the remembrance of our blessings, we have an opportunity to hold you close in our radiation and pour forth to you, and through you, that which is the next thing to be required in mastering conditions of the outer world. But I wish you to think deeply upon the power of radiation and what it means to life, and how if you understand the power of it and use it constructively, how you can have all the help required to go through any outer world condition and be master of it. Now if you will remember, in the beginning of this nation when it came to the signing of the Declaration of Independence, there was not quite strength enough of the light nor courage. 247. Enough in the early patriots, and signers of the Declaration of Independence to break through that wall and barrier of evil and selfishness that wanted to prevent the nation coming forth to bring its freedom to the world. So the mighty Saint Germain, when he stood in Independence Hall and radiated, gave his life, the sacred fire and energy of his courage, his strength, his power, his inner essence of the almighty protection to bring forth freedom. That which he gave as the sacred fire of his own love, of his own life's flame to the early patriots to bring forth the nation, was part of his life. And that life he gave into the life of those early patriots through whom the physical action of freedom had to take place. Therefore in that which the mighty Saint Germain has given you, of this knowledge of the beloved I Am Presence, and the marvelous powers and strength of the light, and in the love that he is pouring constantly into your life stream and in and around you, it is to give you the strength and the power and the courage and the protection to go forth and make your best effort, that which is to come forth to purify and free the nation may come through you, as part of the people of the nation. Then your duty becomes the same as his or mine or that of the ascended host, and that is to give of your life sacred fire courage and strength and power, and your purifying love of freedom from the mighty I Am Presence to the other people within the land in order to strengthen them enough to stand for the God freedom and God protection and God control of the country, that does fulfill the divine plan and reveals the destiny of the nation. And then that same power must be radiated through America to the rest of the world. Now in the beginning of this I Am instruction, the mighty, beloved Saint Germain said to us that radiation was 3 times more powerful than the spoken word. And since the atmosphere of Earth, and the mental and feeling world of the masses of mankind have been heavily charged for century upon century upon century with destructive rates of vibration into the energy of life, then my dear ones, you must see that there must come this sacred fire from our great realms of activity. Our octave of perfection must pour its sacred fire purifying love, purifying freedom, purifying peace. Purifying power and protection must come from the ascended Master's octave into the people of this world, into the atmosphere of Earth, into the powers of nature and forces of the elements. To be the strength of the greater power of life, the greater presence of life which the sacred fire is, in order to dissolve and consume the evil and make that which is constructive within life strong enough, protected enough, and victorious enough to arise and take its dominion, and remove from the universe the destructive conditions mankind has generated in its deliberate turning away by choice from the love and the power of life's sacred fire. And were we to show you today how much of the energy that you use every day to accomplish what you do, if you knew how much of that came from our octave, you would know why you've been able to master certain conditions in this world which, I assure you, without that radiation you never would have mastered. Now you may speak the command of life, you may set the pattern of perfection. But life has provided, and when I say life, I mean the mighty I Am Presence in the great central sun, the mighty I Am Presence of each life stream. By the action of the cosmic law, it has provided the constant outpouring of the love of the sacred fire from the heart of creation, from the heart of the mighty I Am Presence, from the heart of the higher mental body, from the heart of the physical sun into all life. And that is the rate of vibration that is the magnetic power to draw the outer self up and out of the distress and destructive conditions in this world. So, beloved ones, those who are willing to awaken at this time and reach up and use this power to free individuals, will automatically draw that freedom into themselves and hold protection. But those who will not awaken at this time will have to be forced, through certain severe experiences of suffering, in order to awaken the desire in the feeling to call God, as they understand it, with intensity enough to draw down the power of the sacred fire to consume the human creation which individuals have generated. Beloved ones, if I were you, I would be very careful, wherever possible, to avoid destructive conditions, and stay out of that radiation as much as you can. And if in some of your outer activities you have to pass through it, fail not to make your call for infinitely more protection of the sacred fire's power from the great silence than you require to keep yourselves insulated against destructive conditions and free from them. So in moving forward into the accomplishment of greater good and the building of greater fulfillment of the divine plan, I bring you this reminder again, and I hope you will all use it as much as possible. Whatever you desire to do, so long as it be constructive, whatever manifestations you want to produce in the physical world, before you start, call the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host to seal them in all the powers of the sacred fire that make them invincible against all evil forever. Then what you build will give you blessing and fulfill your desire for happiness in your use of those things you wish to call forth into outer, physical conditions. And those are the things that are to be the building of the incoming civilization that is to produce perfection and is to be sustained, invincible against mankind's discord. What think you is the great love in the hearts of the ascended masters and cosmic beings that, century after century after century, has helped mankind build magnificent civilizations? And then those great beings have had to stand by and see mankind destroy and desecrate that which individuals themselves asked to come into manifestation, and after the blessings were given, the individuals turned away from the light again and became enmeshed in their own evil. What think you is the greatness of the love and the mercy and the forgiveness that keeps on letting mankind make effort again, and offering more energy and more substance of life's blessings to try again to keep building until individuals build that which is permanent perfection? Love is very great, my dear ones. The love of the mighty I Am Presence, and the ascended host that lets the mankind of earth use the blessings that are provided here by the powers of nature and forces of the elements. The love of the mighty I Am Presence and the great ones is very, very, very great. Far greater than your intellect can comprehend until you become ascended. But after mankind is left to go a certain period of time, and then will not cease destruction and desecration of the divine gifts of the universe, then there must come the shock of awakening. Otherwise, if allowed to go on, mankind's frightful destructive desires would destroy the very planet that gives them its blessings. You see how insane are the destructive forces mankind has generated. Instead of using the gifts and blessings that are here to produce happiness and blessing for all life that is to come here in the future, individuals, and this is the danger point, when individuals, through scientific means or otherwise, begin to accumulate power and then begin to feel their dominion over other human beings. It is an insatiable, animal, criminal, insane use of the powers and faculties and energy of life. But when that craving once starts for the use of power, the individual's balancing faculties no longer work. And that is why it's very unwise to expect nations or individuals or groups of individuals who are motivated by that kind of selfishness, to expect them to do anything but evil, for once they begin to feel the power to control conditions around them, they become insane with selfishness. So for your protection, I'm calling to your attention today the power of radiation. Now when you want power, you can use all the power and all the energy in the universe without danger to anybody or anything, so long as you demand it be qualified with the purifying peace of the great silence. Then you can have any amount of power, and when you demand it be qualified with that, and made invincible against all evil everywhere forever, no destructive force can use that. If I were you, knowing what I know is ahead of you, when it comes to your supply, when it comes to your channels of activity of the outer world, I would never let anything come into my being and world except that which is constructive. And I would demand it be made invincible against all evil forever. Then you could not misuse it. If someone imposed upon you destructive activity for a time and you were not quite able to throw it off, that which you had brought forth qualified as invincible against all evil forever, you yourself could not misuse. Those around you could not misuse it. No one could desecrate it, therefore its blessings to you would never cease. Do you not see the advantage of it? Its self-evident protection of all that is constructive. And if you don't protect what you draw forth that is constructive, the evil forces will try to desecrate it and take it away from you. This is part of your invincible protection, and you must use it if you are to have supply in the coming times. If you will use it now, no matter what the changes are in the outer world, that which you have called forth for yourselves or that which is constructive for all under this radiation, the evil forces could not take from you. They could not misuse it, therefore they could not use it against you. And this is the protection you've got to have. So when you close any of your decrees from now on, whatever you call forth, demand with every power of your being that everything that is of God be now made invincible for eternity against all that is of evil. Then it would be safe for you to be the custodians of boundless wealth, of boundless power, boundless intelligence, boundless anything that is constructive. So, dear ones, when for many, many, many times I have turned your attention back to the creative power of thought, feeling, or spoken word, And to the control of your attention, your power of visualization, your power of qualification, it means this: the action of the attention. The power of qualification is the energy of your feeling. And the power of the mind, the power of your visualizing faculties, is the power of your intellect to see and comprehend with the intelligence of the ascended host, instead of with the intellectual suggestions of mankind's creation in this world. Therefore, you protect your mentality against intrusion by the evil forces. And if I were you, I'd do this if you expect protection against brainwashing. This brainwashing thing is into your schools. It's gone into the mental and feeling world of mankind, and if you don't demand invincible protection of your mentality and your feeling and your visualizing faculty against all evil, how are you going to have protection? Now think it through. I'm giving you the power not only to protect yourselves, but your loved ones, and to prevent by this call the evil forces controlling the minds of men and the feelings of men, because the government of a nation is the reflection of men's mind. The operation of that government is the reflection of their feelings, and if you don't protect it, who's going to? I hope I may awaken you today. And if I can't, there will be experiences of severity enough that will, and I don't want to see you suffer. Therefore I come with my love, and in all the gratitude I know how to give for all that you've done in the service of the light, I stand this hour as the reminder of this which you need to draw forth immediately. And keep on calling forth that your minds, your feelings in anything you want manifested, are qualified with the Ascended Master's invincibility against all evil forever. Then you are free. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, and just remain so? Now you're going to need power, because I assure you, the destructive forces are heavily energized. But you need power that is invincible against all evil everywhere forever. And so when you call forth the Ascended Master's, sacred fire invincible power, you've nothing to worry about because, I assure you, the evil forces won't play with that. In the first place, they can't direct it. And the second place, they are afraid of it. And the third place, they know it's their annihilation. So I am giving you a scepter of power this moment, of invincible protection against the destructive forces of the outer world. So when you call forth the Ascended Master's invincible power of the sacred fire, it means that our flame of love can control any amount of energy and keep it always uncontaminated by impurity, or evil of any kind. When this comes from our octave, as we gave you our Ascended Master consciousness long ago, you must have this in outer action and outer use for your protection. Just the same as the early patriots had to have beloved Saint Germain's sacred fire love and courage, and strength and power of his own life to dare to do, in order to break through the barrier of fear that they might fail. Don't you see, my dear ones, that until you come to the use of invincible, the Ascended Master's invincible sacred fire power, until you come into that use and you have a momentum of it, you are always more or less touched by the mass fear and doubt in the feeling world of the masses of the people. And I assure you, that's almost to the point of saturation. Whenever there is courage within life to arise and do that which is constructive for the good of the whole, you can always depend on it, that one or more of the ascended host is pouring the sacred fire of their love, their strength of their life, their sacred fire life into you or into the condition in order to be master over the evil. You've just got to have it, my dear ones, whether you like it or not. Of course I know you like it, but sometimes you don't realize the seriousness and the necessity of its immediate use. Now you think this through for a moment. Supposing all the transportation of your land were stopped overnight. In your great big cities where there are such distances, and there are so many people, the supplies are needed. What would you do? These things are right on your front doorstep, my dear ones, and only the hand of God, which is your call to your mighty I Am presence, and to us, only the call from the hearts of the people to the great God life that is greater than the humanity of this world will ever protect them, and take them through victorious over the evil that seeks to desecrate and annihilate them. So whatever decrees you give, beloved ones, demand that all the energy you use be forever qualified with the Ascended Master's sacred fire invincible power of eternal protection. And then no matter what goes on around you, so far as you're concerned, if you'll keep alert, keep this power charging just like a great pile driver every day, in and around yourselves, it becomes our Ascended Master octave and wall of invincible protection. Now why do you suppose it's been necessary for you to give so many decrees down through the years? Have you any idea of how much vibration you have created all through the centuries by the words and thoughts and feelings of your own life that you sent out and were in the atmosphere about you that were not constructively qualified? Have you any fragment of an idea of how much energy has been qualified destructively? Well, it's a good thing the cosmic law closes the door of memory and doesn't let you know. If you knew, you'd never have courage to start to purify that energy to get your freedom. And that's why the beloved Divine Director took away 3/4 of the destructively qualified energy from your own life stream, when this work first began. Don't you see now what binds the rest of mankind? And if we do not pour into that other energy something that purifies it permanently, well, people just recreate again the distress they've had in the past. So with this which I am bringing to your attention today, whatever you call forth into manifestation in this world, if you will demand it be made invincible against all evil everywhere forever, it will have to contain the sacred fire of our love and our invincible power of eternal purity. Therefore no one can misuse the power you draw forth to protect the fulfillment of the divine plan. Now you've called forth protection many times, beloved ones, but in your feelings, many times, there have been vibrations of doubt and fear and wonderment if you were going to have your protection. You have the same thing in your supply. How many times have you made application for supply, and then privately wondered in your feelings, well, I wonder if it's going to come on time? You've all been through that. You wonder if it's going to act quick enough to save you. In between your tube of electronic light substance and your ring pass knot of blue flame, the Ascended Master's wall of blue flame around you, is your powerhouse where these activities of the sacred fire and cosmic light substance for which you have called are accumulated. This power is growing greater within that. And that is what becomes your invincible protection. But now when you call forth manifestations in the outer, the same wall of protection must be created around that which you want manifested in your physical experience life. The same thing has to be created around the nation, because everything that is constructive has its natural electronic force field around it, which is its automatic, invincible protection. But unless that is called forth and demanded to be made eternal, mankind's mass accumulation through the centuries has interfered with that electronic radiation and is the reason evil has been created. Beloved ones, from now on, everything in your beings and world should be qualified. Every time you call forth anything, demand it be made invincible against all evil forever. Then the very call will draw back into that energy and substance of whatever you want manifested. It will draw our sacred fire love of which we are master, and with which all mankind's destructive creation put together can never change or interfere. Now you see why the Ascended Master is invincible. So, blessed ones, if you love your presence enough, if you are able to hold the harmony, then that automatically becomes protection. But supposing you are building a house and you want that house protected. Your love to it is a certain amount of protection, but what you need is the vibratory action of the violet consuming flame around it, the Ascended Master's sacred fire love anchored around that permanently as a wall. And through that the destructive forces cannot act. Therefore, just your recognition and setting of the habit of calling invincible protection for eternity around anything, and everything in your being and world, keeps you then from connecting with the destructive forces that have caused such disaster to people who really are constructive and do want the right way of life, but they don't know how to protect themselves. And this is what you need to do for your nation. Now every conceivable force of destruction is seeking to take your constitution and your constitutional government, and rights away from you. So won't you please call forth around your constitution, around your Bill of Rights, around your Declaration of Independence, and around everything that is God's freedom to this nation and the world, won't you call forth the Ascended Master's invincible sacred fire protection in order to save it for yourselves? That's your American duty, and I hope you will not be found wanting. Thank you so much. Now I'm going to give you a secret, because you can do this, and you can help other people to do it who are not students. Those who are true Americans and love the constitutional government and freedom of this nation are terribly disturbed when they see the blessings of the constitutional government being desecrated and destroyed, taken away from the people. And they feel that, and they fear it, but they don't know how to prevent it. They don't know how to protect it. But if everyone who fears the loss of the God control of this government would make the call for the Ascended Master's sacred fire, invincible protection of the divine blessings of the God government of the land, the God freedom of the people, the God control of your resources, and the God way of life for the people. If everyone who is afraid those blessings are going to be removed would make the call for this protection, your evil forces could not take them from you. So, blessed ones, it's everyone's responsibility. It isn't just our responsibility to protect all the blessings you have here. It's your responsibility, because you know the law, to demand the Ascended Master's invincible sacred fire protection of the divine rights of the American people, the divine freedom God has given here, the divine resources that are constantly blessing all, and the divine protection of your freedom. The divine control of all within your borders, and the divine removal of that which is of evil. Then you have removed from life the feeling of fight. And therefore, whatever you are going to do, if it be victorious accomplishment, if it's going to be permanent accomplishment, you're either going to do it harmoniously or it won't be permanent. So, when you call forth our Ascended Master sacred fire protection of all that is of good within your borders, of all that is of God throughout the world, my dear ones, these hordes of evil are not masters over our sacred fire. So I give you, and I shall continue to remind you of these almighty powers from our octave that you must have in order to survive, you must have in order to save what God has given you here, and you must have if you're going to have peace. Now where do we stand tonight? It doesn't make any difference how much the rest of the world raves about fear and destruction and domination, that which is of God can be and will be protected by the Ascended Master's sacred fire protection. And then you've got permanent protection to that which is constructive anywhere you call it forth. And if you don't, the hordes of evil will destroy you. So I hope from this hour that you will feel the necessity of demanding such Ascended Master sacred fire protection of the constitutional rights of your people that the hordes of evil cannot take your freedom away from you, and they cannot desecrate your children. And that ought to be important to all of you. If you don't demand this, my dear ones, the suffering will come. And you don't need to go through that suffering if you will listen to me today. It's the duty of every student to, several times a day, demand from the heart of creation the Ascended Master's invincible sacred fire protection of the constitutional rights of the people, and the invincible protection of your freedom, the invincible protection of that which is of God, and the invincible God control of your government and all your coming elections. And if just the people in this room this hour would arise with everything you are and have and issue those fiats, they would have to be answered from the heart of creation. And it must be done. Thank you, precious ones. I tell you frankly, except for your calls, how can you expect destructive forces to give you good? They won't do it, and if you don't seize your good and control it and protect it and give it back to God, then there is no protection for it. So it becomes everyone's duty who wants the constructive way of life to call forth now the Ascended Master's invincible sacred fire protection, and if you will call, we will do. And we will armor you with the power of the sacred fire, and you will see the invincible protection be given to that which is constructive, and that which seeks to desecrate will roll back as was shown in Washington's vision. And when those hordes of darkness are rolled back into the Atlantic, they will be consumed, never to touch any other part of life again. So you're not without help. You're not without a way and means of defending yourselves and your loved ones and those that are yet to be within America for her freedom. So, my dear ones, I hope you feel with me this hour, and I'm going to call it into you, the Ascended Master's invincible sacred fire courage and power and strength to do for America whatever saves America, and keeps your blessed ones out of the clutches of the beasts of war. Your loved ones in the service are entitled to this protection, and you can give it if you believe me today and will use this which I offer. Thank you so much, precious ones. Try to remind yourselves of this, we who gave everything in the beginning of this nation's history, beloved Saint Germain and all who brought America forth in the beginning are in the ascended state, will give you all the sacred fire necessary to purify the nation, all the sacred fire necessary to be invincible protection, all the sacred fire necessary to control what's within your borders. Then when we are so willing to give and our love is so powerful, the rest of it, my dear ones, your heart's call and your demand for it will fulfill the requirements of the cosmic law. And then you will go forth, and one day that which dwells within America will remember you as the guardians of America. And America's light is the guardian of the world. So let us go forward, and by all the Ascended Masters' invincible sacred fire protection, sacred fire love from the heart of creation, loose power without limit, sacred fire power, into everything, and fear nothing. And as you go forward, your victory is not only assured but, every day, manifests in, through, and around you to bless you and give you power to produce greater victory to bless your fellow man, until wherever you abide, you are mighty victory's victory manifest, as he has offered so long. Go forward, my dear ones, and feel our presence with you. Call for our presence, and the cosmic law will have to answer. So from this hour, every power of the sacred fire from our octave of life that can never produce suffering or distress of any kind, every power of that sacred fire offers itself to you for the taking. Please don't let yourselves get so busy in the outer that you forget to use the blessings and the power God gives you to save yourselves, and the nation and the world. Please do not forget to use this. Now is the crucial time. You are at a crisis, and if you call this into outer conditions, evil forces cannot have their own way longer. And we are standing ready to loose anything so long as the people want to clean up, so long as the people do not forget their responsibility, and so long as the people live for the purity of God instead of the gratification of their own desires. So, dear ones, the responsibility rests with those who know the law. We are unlimited power to assist you. Your divine duty is unmistakable, and the conditions ahead of you will demand this of you as soon as possible. Remember our love as invincible sacred fire protection which we wrap about you, as my miracle mantle of love's mastery, to remind you to do this, that your loved ones may not be caught in another war, and may not be made to suffer by those who must be removed from the earth before their evil is consumed. The hour is at hand. The moment is crucial. Your duty is plain, and ahead of you lies only victory in unlimited power of sacred fire love and its protection to free life. And then when the world calls for peace, you can demand the purifying peace of the love of the sacred fire, and it will take its dominion wherever you abide, and you can give it to others until the world is once again a sun presence, luminous in the victory of its love and its peace. This time for eternity. Thank you with all my heart's love, and know that my heart's love guards you, and your heart's love guards America. Let us compel America's victory and protection and freedom made manifest, invincible forever. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 478. Discourse 16. Beloved Mighty K-17. January 14, 1959 Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of the mighty Saint Germain's family of freedom, let us enter in tonight and realize deeply the power of life within yourselves, the power of our life in the Ascended Master's octave. The power of life in the system or in infinite space from the great central sun. Try to realize that those who are once awakened to the presence and reality of the beloved mighty I Am presence, and the existence of the ascended host, try to feel deeply that the moment your motive is right and you want to do that which is constructive, there is always a greater power of life ready and willing to assist you, until you produce greater manifestation of perfection in this world that honors all life, and blesses all life with greater happiness. 272. Now this power is in the universe for right use, and do not allow any acceptance within you. If your motive is right and what you want to do is constructive, do not accept that somebody is always putting an obstruction in your way, or when you start to do something right, then there's always something interferes. Now most of that is within your own feeling world. People many times tie themselves to limitation for centuries because of the acceptance of that feeling within, that the moment they try to do anything right, the destructive forces are so terrific in the outer that they're always interfered with. On the contrary, you should arise when you have problems to handle, as we do, that have to control the vicious, murderous impulses in individuals. You must know that the greater power of the universe is ready to prevent that activity of life if there are those who will demand, use their authority, and call the power into action to annihilate that evil. Therefore, in the service that we render in dealing with conditions of the outer world, we many times are in complete control of plans that look, from the outer, as if they were going to do damage everywhere. But did you ever notice how often the plans of the sinister force don't materialize, don't come into outer action just the moment that had been planned? The sinister force has dominated by fear, therefore it's the victim of its own domination of others. It is suspicious and, of course, being wholly out of balance and criminally insane, does not know from time to time what the response of life will be from the life around it. And there have been through the centuries, many dictators, traitors, and tyrants who individually thought the masses of the people were to be used for their own devilish ends. And in every case those individuals have been the victims of their own evil. And so it is with all. So it is, will the law forever go on and act throughout eternity? When you deal with vicious forces, do not hesitate to turn instantly to your beloved I am presence, and to us. And since I am in charge of the secret service of the world from the inner standpoint, I know many things that are going on that individuals think are not known. And when we choose to reveal them, there are many ways they can be revealed, and of which mankind is not master. So, beloved ones, if I were you, I would continually send my love to the presence in the midst of outer world conditions. And for just a moment, as you send your love to us and our legions of the cosmic Christ blue lightning guard of that which is of God, demand that God manifest in physical conditions around all that is constructive. Just give it a thought, and go on your way. Then when you do your own individual work, demand the invincible legions of the blue lightning Christ establish around you their cosmic guard for eternity. Then wherever you go, give them recognition. Send your call to your presence first, and then to them, and you will be able to avoid many destructive forces that otherwise are flowing everywhere in the atmosphere of Earth. And while your mighty, magic electronic tube of ascended master light substance is always about you, yet there should always be around those under this radiation, outside of your electronic circle, the legions of the blue lightning Christ that are the prevention power to not only keep you insulated, but keep repelled from you anything that would cause you delay or obstruction or problems. You can call us, if you want to, the prevention legions, to prevent that which is of evil touching that which is of God. Now when mankind's human creation has come almost to the point of saturation in the atmosphere of Earth, you must be consciously on guard all the time. And beloved Saint Germain told you in the beginning, until the mass of mankind's human creation is consumed, there is at no time that you do not need to make your conscious calls for your protection. In the atmosphere of Earth, there are the creations of mankind that keep alive destructive desires, and suggest those destructive desires by an hypnotic force that they drive into the emotional body. And if the individual were entirely freed from that mass accumulation, you would be surprised how much of mankind would go forward to constructive activities and leave their destructive creations alone. The mass would go forward to that which is constructive, and turning away from the destructive would be a part of the call to consume the evil individuals had generated, and that had been the power that had enslaved those who were unfortunate enough to be caught in a mass radiation. The conditions are going into the atmosphere of Earth all the time through radio and TV and so on. There's a tremendous proportion of it that's wholly destructive, and therefore that is what causes suggestions to the mind, pictures to the mind, irritation and pressure to the feeling, and is a prod to anything that's destructive in anybody. And so from our standpoint, if you will see these legions of the blue lightning Christ ever about you, filling the atmosphere, constantly consuming everything, shattering and consuming everything that is of evil, just become aware of their presence. Now the beloved Archangel Michael, as well as myself, is one of those great beings from the great central sun who has offered his assistance, and whose work with mankind is to cut away these forces that have tortured life so long, that have deceived individuals, that have been the mass accumulation that has caused war and slaughter and such terrible suffering to life in this world. So if you will always think of three of us who are concerned with this activity, the beloved Archangel Michael, mighty Hercules, and myself, and then the legions of cosmic Christ blue lightning control, I assure you, we, none of us do anything destructive. We, none of us would injure any part of life. But with our combined activity which is necessary in the United States of America tonight, I would like your help. Thank you with all my heart for that response, and I shall ever come back to you and be your guard as you stand with us to cleanse America and the world of that which must be consumed. Won't you be seated, please? The beloved Archangel Michael took certain responsibilities long ago, and has anchored within this nation at certain points a focus of his power to stand the guard until the people awaken, and are determined to hold to the purity that is God's freedom for the nation. And this is what I want to explain, and I will not keep you too long. You see, there have been places all over the world in centuries past where terrible, destructive things have gone on. Age after age, slaughter goes on, and then it will quiet off for a while, and then it comes on again in that same place. Well, just so are there great powers drawn, and great pillars of the sacred fire and force from the physical sun and the great central sun, which the angelic host and the ascended beings and cosmic beings have anchored at certain points within the structure of the earth. There are great pillars of the sacred fire that have been anchored in certain parts of the world for centuries, and will forever be sustained regardless of mankind's frightful discord. So while the destructive activities accumulate again and again in their focus of accumulated energy, yet that which is of the power of the light ever comes again in cycle after cycle and intensifies and expands that light again. And since the United States of America has 9 retreats of the ascended host within your borders, you must know that is not by accident. And the power of the sacred fire is constantly flowing forth through those retreats to keep consumed a certain proportion of the discord that is generated here by the people. But at certain cosmic cycles, all the power within those retreats is intensified and expanded to offset the accumulation of destructive force generated by mankind. So just as evil forces are trying to increase their destruction, so does the cosmic law ever intensify and expand the power to annihilate the destructive activities. Blessed ones, if you will realize that wherever you abide, if you give recognition to the cosmic Christ legions of blue lightning, I assure you, if you become aware of their presence in the atmosphere to control destructive forces and protect that which is constructive, you may see many things that mankind cannot control, but are very visible and tangible and real, and are all-powerful over this world. So in order to give recognition to the cosmic Christ legions of blue lightning, be aware of their presence wherever you want something that is constructive to be protected. Ask for their protecting legions to guard everybody in the outer world who is trying to stand for that which is constructive, and not knowing this law, many times individuals do not know how to protect themselves. But you who know this law, when you see someone that is doing right, can call the legions of cosmic Christ blue lightning protection to protect that individual, or protect the constructive activity the individual is doing at the time. Then that ever expands, because wherever those legions go, mankind does not always see them, but many individuals feel their presence but say nothing. I want you aware of their presence because beloved mighty Hercules, being one of the 7 mighty Elohim, is definitely part of the protection of the United States of America and the Americas, as is the beloved Archangel Michael, the mighty Cyclopeia, as well as the blessed Saint Germain and others of the ascended host. Because of the blessings and the powers that are focused within the United States of America, the cosmic law has established a cosmic guard of that which is constructive within your borders in order to prevent complete annihilation, or desecration as the Antichrist has planned. So, blessed ones, try to realize that there are what you would call sun centers of the sacred fire's power to guard you, to guard your nation, to guard that which is of God. And if the masses of the people understood this and would hold the picture and ask for the protection against all evil, this power from these cosmic Christ legions of blue lightning would go into conditions, and handle things that mankind would never have to experience otherwise. Now the sinister force, of course, has tried to put mankind asleep so the outer self is not aware of these powers of protection. We seek to come and awaken the people to the reality of this help that is at hand, always. There's no moment in existence at which the help from the ascended Master's octave, and the cosmic beings is not available to unascended beings if those unascended beings are awake and want it. But when mankind sleeps in the gratification of its own desires, and individuals, knowing of this I am presence, and the ascended host, go on and will not awaken from their own desire, then there has to come the shock by some destructive experience that will force the awakening of the mind, and force the purification of the feelings. And I can assure you for eternity that the cosmic Christ blue lightning legions know well how to shock awake. That's what lightning does. Lightning, in the physical world, is a shock through the atmosphere, and the sacred fire that comes consumes everything in its pathway. And if you will realize that the lords of blue flame from the great central sun are these legions of cosmic Christ blue lightning, they come to shock apart the accumulation of discord and frightful conditions that the evil forces have built in certain portions of the earth. That has to be cracked apart first, and then consumed. When you realize that in the atmosphere there are vortices of similar destructive activities, you will not wonder that there are sometimes so many destructive results that are imposed upon life. But if you will make the call for the cosmic Christ, legions of blue flame and blue lightning eternal purification come in and possess the atmosphere of Earth, and force the purification that withdraws all destructive activities. I think you will see, many times, things that you did not know exist. And the rest of mankind will be forced to observe some of them also. Mankind knows there are these beings that are greater than the people of this world, and anyone that denies that is simply lying to himself and will not allow what he knows to be true to be acknowledged. There isn't a human being in existence that doesn't know there are other beings greater than himself. So when you begin to call forth into the atmosphere of Earth the authority and the power of forced purification by the beloved Archangel Michael, and the mighty Hercules and the mighty Cyclopeia, all of whom direct that blue flame with terrific power, you can call for the revealing presence of cosmic Christ control to be made manifest to everything that lives, the revealing presence of cosmic Christ control of the atmosphere to make everything that lives see that force in action, because it does not produce one discordant thing and it does consume evil everywhere. You just try this for a while. The revealing power of the legions of cosmic Christ blue lightning, the legions of the lords of the blue flame from the great central sun, the legions of the inner secret service of the victorious cosmic Christ, we are here to bring victory, my loved ones, and there is no such thing as our failure. Thank you so much, precious ones. Now if you will call these legions into action under the beloved Archangel Michael and others who are in charge, to sweep through the atmosphere of Earth and then through mankind, and stop all slaughter. We'll see what we can do to break up, several places, the focus of destructive activity that has been located in several places in South America, and in North America to some extent. Wherever there has been slaughter, physical violence, in one cycle, it's only a few years, or a century at most, wherein that comes back to the same spiral again. That life energy returns, and the same force is there to act again. Now with your assistance we hope to consume most of those vortices of destructive activity that have been held in the Americas for several centuries. And we are going to try, with your assistance, to consume them within the United States of America as quickly as possible, because they are the sustaining energy of much of the activities that the communist agitators use to get the people under their control. Where slaughter has gone on, the destructively qualified energy in that locality has created a form at the inner level. And the way that activity is consumed by the cosmic Christ legions of blue flame and blue lightning is that wherever that accumulation has been anchored into the structure of the Earth, the beloved Archangel Michael strikes a cosmic Christ flame within that, and keeps it sustained until it purifies all the energy in that locality. That is why he is illustrated with the sword of blue flame, for he does project that. Now I'm not telling tales out of school about him, and I am sure he won't object. But I do hope you hold very close to him in this call, and to the mighty Hercules and mighty Cyclopeia, to strike whatever cosmic Christ blue lightning purifying force is necessary into every destructive vortex in the ground of America, or in the atmosphere over the land. And take out at the inner level the sustaining energy that has kept agitators energetic, shall I say, in their destructive activities over the years past, and that which has become your criminal control through unions and labor and destructive activities in the daily life of the people. There are also, from our standpoint, the inner secret service, certain places on the Earth where the activity of dope has been maintained for a long while. And you're going to have to call to these legions to handle those conditions in order to keep the people from going to sleep, and completely coming under the control of the Antichrist. These certain focuses of accumulated energy, when mankind passes through them, it's just like an anesthetic. It puts to sleep all the alertness that should be in charge of the individual to protect the outer self from becoming a victim of those destructive activities. Therefore, if you choose to move into action through your calls to the beloved Archangel Michael and mighty Hercules and mighty Cyclopeia and myself, of course, always beloved Saint Germain and mighty Victory, beloved Godfrey, beloved Jesus, if you choose to move into action with this and call forth for these legions to remove the whole accumulation of the dope beast of the world, you just make the calls and then forget it. We will set into action at the inner level certain activities of the blue flame that will be sustained and continue to act, until that substance has been consumed that has gone into the emotional bodies of the people through various channels, and has made them indifferent to the higher way of life. These are the things that are used within individuals to dull their sense of honesty, dull their honor, dull any of the finer sensibilities, and to eventually make slaves out of them, and to eventually make savages out of them. These are the things that have caused those races to become what they are today, for they were not like that in the beginning. So if you will simply make the call for those legions to possess the atmosphere of Earth, and blaze their blue lightning cosmic Christ annihilation into everything that has enslaved mankind or kept it under control of the Antichrist. We will go to work on the substance not only in the powers of nature which they misuse, but the substance in the emotional bodies of the people and the etheric bodies, as well as in the brain structure, in order to compel the purification that takes the people out of the clutches of the agitators of communism, and out of the clutches of those who have sought only to deprave and enslave some of the beings in this world. This is a very important thing. I am definitely concerned about it. The great beings who direct the cosmic Christ blue lightning into destructive conditions are the ones who move into outer physical conditions, and turn that evil back to its cause and force its removal from the universe. That is the service they have offered to life, to render to this nation, to render to the earth in their assistance to beloved Saint Germain and others who have taken the responsibility of purifying the earth. And that includes the mighty Sanat Kumara and mighty Victory and those blessed ones from Venus, who through the centuries have poured their love and patience to the earth to keep mankind from total destruction. Now do not fear this. You are not the ones using the force at all. You but send your love to your beloved I Am Presence and call to our legions to fill the atmosphere of earth, and the beloved Archangel Michael to strike his sword of blue flame and blue lightning into every destructive activity, and focus of the Antichrist within the nation. Just make your call and go on your way, and there will come into outer physical conditions certain cosmic streams of the sacred fire that we want to bring into the lower octave of mankind's experience, to more quickly do away with the sustaining energy of destructive forces, due to the destructive etheric records in the places where so much murder has taken place. And I hope you will set this into action as soon as possible in Cuba. Thank you so much. Now if this assistance is not given from the inner standpoint, this outer thing would go on indefinitely because it's just a vicious cycle. One group does it, then another group does it, and it would go on indefinitely unless, from the inner standpoint, we break the whirl of that energy and shatter its quality and compel its annihilation from the universe. So let us see what we can do. The beloved Archangel Michael is an established guard for the United States of America. Thank you so much, and I assure you, he stands at his post of duty and will never fail. Blessed ones, we will watch every opportunity, and if you will ask, the atmosphere over this nation to be possessed and completely controlled by the cosmic Christ legions of blue lightning purity, and annihilation of all evil, then these great beings will come and more quickly take out of every condition that which sustains evil, until the people awaken to the place where they can make some effort and call for their own release. So I enfold you tonight in the mightiest love I know how to give, and these great beings will love you beyond anything you can understand if you will help to more quickly purify the atmosphere over this nation, and more quickly purify conditions within the government itself, and within the Americas. Just call for these great beings, in the mercy of life which they are, and their love and their forgiveness, to use that blue flame of cosmic Christ annihilation into every place in this country, every place in the Americas that sustains evil. And then you can ask the same thing throughout the world. Those of you who are here from foreign lands, if you will use this same activity for your nations, this will go forward and more quickly remove the sustaining energy of destructive plans that, I assure you, have no mercy or anything good in them to any part of life anywhere, regardless of all the lies that are told. So let there come now into outer physical conditions the great presence of the Lords of Blue Flame, the cosmic Christ Blue Lightning, legions of invincible purity, and let them take their dominion and make absolutely helpless everything that is of evil, until that evil is completely annihilated forever. Thank you for your efforts tonight. Thank you for your decrees. Thank you for coming to this class, and thank you for loving the light and calling it into action enough to enable us to act, and help us do this which needs to be done tonight in order to keep these forces from spreading in the Americas that which the evil forces want. So go forward, and if you will recognize your cosmic Christ cloak of invisibility, invincibility, invulnerability against all evil, just go forth. Call it into action, but keep aware of its presence, and know that it is master over everything forever, and we thank thee. Record CD 513. Discourse 17. Beloved Saint Germain. January 18, 1959, Chicago, Illinois. My beloved family of the violet consuming flame, my beloved family of eternal freedom, my beloved family of the defenders of the light, I want to thank you with all my heart for your determination to stand, face, and conquer, and to release the power that does master the hordes of evil. And I assure you, there is not a blessing that love can give that we will not pour to you as you remain steadfast to the beloved I Am Presence and the ascended host in your determination, and their determination, to move throughout this land that is the heart of the world, the land of God's heart, and compel the hordes of evil to cease existence. When anything bothers you from within, do not let it build to a momentum, but seize it on the first. 292. Manifestation, or the first indication that it wants to create trouble for you. Give it no quarter. Seize it, and demand the cosmic being's sacred fire annihilation of everything that seeks to disturb you, everything that is of human creation. Demand its annihilation from within first, and then as you call these activities of the sacred fire into outer physical conditions to control those conditions, you will have already insulated yourselves within the sacred fire that keeps you untouched by the conditions in which you must move. Now in this, which needs to be watched constantly, that you do not accept destructive conditions in the world around you, regardless of the appearance, in your determination to be released from all evil, you are the commanding authority. You are the power of the will to turn away from that which is disturbing, and entering into the sacred fire presence of your beloved mighty I Am and the higher mental body, demand your disconnection from anything that is of disturbance in the world around you. So long as you try to placate evil, you will be tied to it and enmeshed in it. And if people would only realize what they can have by arousing themselves and throwing off that which they know is not of God. You demand your freedom from that which is not of God, and see whether we give it to you or not. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. From today, I hope you will acknowledge the victory of what you want and your freedom from what you do not want. Now as you demand every power of the sacred fire that makes you victorious over all in this world that is of evil, and you demand all the sacred fire necessary to keep you free from that evil, then you have, while your attention is upon the presence, the constant flowing stream of the sacred fire within your electronic circle, and at any moment, those who are assisting can send forth activities of the sacred fire of which you know nothing, but which you might need. So as you move in outer world conditions, before you enter into them, demand your invincible victory over all evil, and demand your invincible freedom from any contact with that evil. Then you do not have to fight conditions. You do not have to be weighted down with problems, and then you do not any longer make mistakes. Now the mighty Arcturus gave you the reminder of expanding the unfed flame in your hearts up and around the head, and up to your presence. And if I were you, whenever you send your love to your presence, call to your beloved I Am Presence and mighty Arcturus, and ask them to blend the two flames, the flame in your heart, the flame in your head. And that also includes the power flame at the throat. And enfolding that in the flame of love that goes to your mighty I Am Presence, ask your beloved I Am Presence to make you its sacred fire that never makes a mistake, that cannot be bound by human qualities, that cannot be controlled by anything but the beloved I Am Presence and the ascended host. Then my dear ones, you will find as time goes on, instead of having to handle more problems, your problems will drop away, and you will have time and you will have energy to go forth and do the will of your mighty I Am Presence. Create the magnificent perfection that fulfills the divine plan. And you can live in the world of the sacred fire of your own mighty I Am Presence love. And you can have its world of power and manifestation around the outer self, so long as you do not want any more gratification of the sense consciousness in this world. So long as people want the amusement of the senses, they do not want God, only when their misery gets so great they can't stand themselves. And as soon as they are out of their misery, they revert to their desires. And each time they revert, the next lesson will be more severe, until the suffering is great enough to accomplish a permanent change of desire. When we have offered the purity, the perfection, the freedom, the mastery of existence on a golden platter, and then people prefer the gratification of the senses, how much do they want freedom? How much do you want to save the nation? How much do you want slaughter to stop throughout the world? Not until mankind awakens. I have worked throughout the centuries to purify mankind's desire world, and if the nation is to be purified, the people must be purified first. We have watched people sleep and sleep and sleep in the senses, and then sink in the quicksand that takes them to the second death. You cannot hold on to the filth of the senses and escape. People do not know how vicious and treacherous are those forces of human desire in the feeling world. Great evil is not built in a moment. It is the constant accumulation of discordantly qualified energy that gratifies the outer self's desires, until it becomes like a whirlwind and swallows up the outer self into the second death. Now we have worked and worked and worked to prevent the second death. We have asked the staff since the beginning of this instruction to call that no more be allowed to go through the second death. But my dear ones, people must stop their desire for sense gratification if they are going to have any more help. We have given, we have given, we have given. We have purified and taken away mankind's frightful filth until you would die in horror at the sight if you could see it when we remove it. We have removed it again and again and again from individuals, hoping they will awaken and want no more of the filth of human desire. So we can but amplify that which is pure. We cannot protect that which is not pure, and we do not. But those of you who have been pure and true and honest and sincere in your desire to rise out of that which has enmeshed the mass of mankind, those of you who have stood to the light and don't want anything more but that light and its love of eternal perfection, my dear ones, there isn't a thing we would not do to give you. We will move heaven and earth to assist you so long as you stand with your face to your beloved I Am presence and want the purity of the ascended host. But so long as people go on in the filth of the senses, they do not want God. The deciding hour is approaching. We've all tried every way possible to awaken people out of the conditions that have enmeshed them and enslaved them, and kept them giving their energy to destructive conditions. And now those who are honest and true and sincere and honorable to their beloved I Am presence and the ascended host, and don't just take everything for granted, to those we will deny nothing. But when people sometimes have things too easy, they take things for granted, and remember, the hand that gives can take away. I would advise everybody to wake up quickly and step out of the mire of their own sense gratification. You all know what I mean. After all these years, the life force, this most powerful energy in the universe that creates systems of worlds, is given to mankind to attain the ascension, and if it is not used for that, it is used to feed the Antichrist that takes to the second death. So, blessed ones, from this hour, because of America's crisis, because it is upon you, because the enslavement which the hordes of evil intend will stop at absolutely nothing to torture the American people, to deprave, enslave and pauperize and desecrate them, I am very much concerned today, that I may strengthen within you everything that is of protection and the perfection of the Christ. I am concerned for your safety. I am ready to give you protection, but the strength of the light you must have within yourselves in order for us to release it. Thank you, precious ones, with all my heart. We have begged. We have pled. We have given. We have explained. We have given every conceivable activity that life holds to awaken the people and help them rise out of the desires that enslave them. And if people linger longer in their sense desires, we must fold our mantles about us and disappear. We will have to withdraw from those who still prefer the sense consciousness and its gratification, to the purity and unconditional surrender to the beloved I Am presence and the ascended host that have everything to give, and nothing that can create discord. Blessed ones, there has been tremendous outpouring in this class. It has gone forth to the nation, and it will go on, ever intensifying its blessings to life. But when we offer everything that is marvelous and wonderful and perfect, and that is freedom, and people still prefer association with that which is of the senses, we can but leave them to their own devices until they awaken. If they prefer that to their protection and the protection of the nation in which they live, they are unwise indeed. Blessed ones, those of you who have stood throughout the years with such faithfulness and such determination to hold to that beloved I Am presence and to the ideals of the ascended host, in an hour of world crisis, which I hope with all my being will not occur. but which I am not sure will not occur, those of you who have stood at your post of duty and given and held close to the light. In the final analysis, if the filth breaks loose its slaughter, we can only protect those who have sought purity and the light. Blessed ones, I want you to feel today that I will draw every power in the universe to enfold you in our love, and our protection to give you invincible courage and strength. There isn't anything you can't have that we can give, which we will always give, and which we will not forget. When the outer world demands your attention, blessed ones, I plead with you, forget the outer world's desires, at least until the storm is over. And precious ones, these beloved young people whom the mighty divine director has watched, and in whom he has placed the disk of cosmic light substance to give them the strength and the purity to protect that which is of honor within their life streams, and to help take away the accumulation of the centuries. If they will not listen, I am deeply sorry. Today I must tell you, either we have everything 100% clean and unconditionally given to the presence, or else there is not strength enough of the light within to hold the guard for the nation. You are the only open door through which that guard can be given. And if we had absolute assurance that you would never turn away from the light for an instant, we could charge you with such power, it would be an armor of such protection. It could give you the power of such accomplishment as would astonish your fellow Americans when you took your stand for the freedom of the nation, from the Holocaust that stands above, waiting to break loose. We can protect the nation with the people in this room, if every one of you means to do nothing but what the presence and the ascended host would do. Thank you, precious ones, with all my heart, for I shall accept that and clothe it in the cosmic sun. Presence of power that is needed in America tonight. Thank you for your life's energy in that love. Won't you be seated, please? Beloved ones, I have given my love to life down through the ages. I have given my love to life down through the years. I gave my life to the early patriots in the inception of America, that America might live as a nation of God's freedom. I gave my life, love, and heart's flame to establish this nation. I gave that to the early patriots, and they gave everything they had, that America might live as the nation of freedom. And now you who live within her borders, as you, too, are willing to give the sacred fire of your own, beloved I am presence, and the strength and the power of its freedom to America, as you are willing to give that. Then we will stand the guard, and amplify that as much as possible to see if we cannot prevent that which is planned to be released upon you and against you. It's unbelievable that human beings can try to do such things, but unfortunately there are some of them in this world that have not yet become, really, human beings. Some of them are little more than the animal, who have planned these things against life. You, my loved ones, every bit of constructively qualified energy you send forth, we can take up, and we can clothe it in our sacred fire. We can make it as strong as steel. We can amplify it without limit, and we can direct it to where it is needed most. And you have done this thing in this class. You have given tremendously of your own life's energy. You have given of your love, you have given of all you could, and do you think for one moment that we would not come back and give you all that we can? The great law of balance will forever bless you and strengthen you and protect you to render that service so long as you want to render it. And since America is your home and you must live here, then I assure you, to keep out the hordes of destruction that seek only to desecrate what is within the land, I assure you, nothing is too much to give. No service is too much to give. Nothing is too much to keep alert to prevent this which would take from you everything that is worth living for in this world. So, blessed ones, I plead with you, go on with these decrees that you have in this class. Let down not at all, but rather go forth with a fierce joy in your hearts that you have a scepter of power that we can amplify. And enjoy the use of the cosmic activities of the sacred fire that are always master over evil. Blessed ones, I am grateful to every one of your life streams whose light has given for America the love that the cosmic law demands, for your love to America means more than you know. It is more than just an appreciation of what is within your borders. It is more than just love for freedom. The love for your nation is the love for the life of those who established the nation. And so since we, too, gave our love to establish this nation, the hour is upon us when we must give more love now, and all the protection of the nation, to keep the nation free from that which would destroy it, and to purify it as rapidly as possible. Blessed ones, I know you will not mind if I remind you that long ago I offered you the crystal cap, the crystal armor, and the crystal cross, the open-ended cross of freedom, that are my special powers to protect you and free you and take you forward to victory. And I also have my violet flame mantle and cloak of invisibility, invincibility, and invulnerability against evil. So, blessed ones, with all that the cosmic law has offered, all that the great beings have done to help awaken the people and strengthen all that is of the light within them, still the nation needs more. Many are awakening. Many are inflexible. Many are courageous, and there are fine, wonderful patriots in America who will stop at nothing to give all they have. So, blessed ones, we will stop at nothing to give all we have, if the people want it, if the people are worthy of the purity that the nation must have in order to remain free. But the nation will not remain free if filth is allowed to dominate. Therefore, in your demands for the forced purification of all within your borders, there is far greater power in that than you understand, and since you gave that of your own free will, the cosmic law will ever seek to expand that desire, not only within you, but within the life of those who come within your borders. Beloved ones, since there are many refugees here from other nations in the world, because of the frightening experiences that have been theirs, they bring with them sometimes, unfortunately, a hatred that must be handled. So please steel yourselves against that. Remember the crystal armor I have given. Remember my cloak of invisibility against evil and invincibility against evil, and try with all you are and have to hold so close to your beloved I am presence, and to us that you do accept the legions of the sacred fire within your borders to strengthen and protect all that is of the light. And keep yourselves filled with and surrounded by that light, the light that is of such intensity that that which is of filth cannot approach. So, blessed ones, there is one thing we offer tonight for your blessing and protection, and that is, if you will call for the legions of the violet consuming flame who guard the permanent atom within the heart of the world, who guard the heart of the world, which the United States of America is, welcome those legions of the violet consuming flame's invincible protection to God's freedom here. Then as you strengthen yourselves day by day, as you demand the strength of the light that is always invincible against evil, we can strengthen the light within the nation that makes it and keeps it invincible against evil. And be not deceived. There are plenty of traitors within your borders. There are plenty of the hordes of evil within this land. So if you will call forth the great central sun's invincible sacred fire legions of eternal protection to that which is of the light in America, that will guard your light. It will guard you. It will guard that which is constructive within your borders. And if it guards that which is constructive, it will weaken that which is not constructive. So, blessed ones, I'm going to call you tonight not only my legions of freedom, but the legions of my heart. You know, there is the Order of the Purple Heart of which the blessed Washington was head. So when I ask you to become the legions of my heart, my violet flame heart can abide with you at all times. And as you accept it and ask it to make you the strength of freedom in you to protect America, and to send it forth within the nation to strengthen all who honestly and sincerely stand for the freedom of this land of light, it becomes the protection of the heart of the world. And each of you can be that sacred fire heart of protection to the heart of the world. The heart of the world needs protection if the life in the world is to survive. And the world does not realize yet tonight just how much of the survival of that which is constructive depends on America. This is what I am trying to guard. This is what I am bringing to your attention, that my violet flame heart may guard you, and you, in turn, calling it into outer conditions, may help to guard the heart of the world, and go forth and guard that which is constructive everywhere. These magnificent activities of the sacred fire and the cosmic light and the love of these transcendent divine beings of perfection, these manifestations are no figment of anybody's imagination. And only God alone knows what the condition of the nation or the world would be if we were to withdraw, or if we were just to withdraw the sacred fire we've given. So I am deeply grateful, more than you know, more than I can put in words, for your decrees to shock the people awake and fire the people awake. And I think, with your assistance and ours, I hope we shall have a very exciting time, soon. Thank you, precious ones. I should not say exciting. I should say thrilling time. But I assure you, it will be a thrill of such joy to watch the life streams strengthened by the light turn away from the clutches of the hordes of evil that seek to control them. So, blessed ones, you are the guardians of my heart's flame. You are the guardians, and we are the guardians of the heart of the world, and the heart of the world has to guard the life of the world. So this hour, if you care to call into and around yourselves the legions of the guarding heart of the violet consuming flame, we will intensify and expand more of its power each day. And you just watch it expand and go forth with the demand that it master all evil and annihilate all evil. You have had the violet flaming heart of the beloved Master Jesus with the point of blue within, which is his white fire presence. You have had the guarding heart flame of the blessed Orion as the victory of the love of the seven mighty Elohim, the seven mighty Kumaras, the seven mighty Chohans, the seven great archangels. But this hour I give you my legions of the guarding heart of the violet consuming flame in cosmic action that compels evil to recede and be forever consumed. I have certain responsibility, but I also have certain privileges and certain use of cosmic activities of the sacred fire, which have to be used in the physical octave in the purifying of the world and mankind upon it. So if you will feel that everything in your beings and worlds, everything abides within this cosmic violet flaming heart of my heart's control of America. And my legions of the violet flaming heart's control of those who are under my radiation, if you will call these in and around yourselves, be aware of their presence and ask for their mightiest love, forgiveness, and mercy to life to move throughout America and do whatever is necessary to prevent slaughter within the Americas or destruction of anything that is constructive within your borders. It's a very dangerous thing, my dear ones, when one nation after another is allowed to go forward and slaughter because of revenge. This is what we are trying to keep out of America, trying to keep out of the United States of America, because when people are stirred to anger, they are easily controlled by the Antichrist of the world. And when you are controlled by my violet flaming heart legions, forget not your crystal armor and crystal cap and crystal cross, for you abide within it as the open-ended cross of freedom. It is my cosmic power that is focused then in and around you. And as it is all held within the cosmic violet consuming flame of the freedom which I am, and the authority of the sacred fire's freedom which I am, from the great central sun and from the violet planet, it can intensify in and around you without any limit whatsoever. And it will do for you individually what you little understand as you demand its presence within the nation to guard the heart of the world. You just be concerned about the guarding of the purity in the United States of America. And as you hold this violet flaming heart in and around yourselves and in and around the nation, the legions of that violet consuming flame can come closer and closer into your outer activities and release more and more power of purification, so that the hordes of evil may be compelled to recede more quickly. It is pitiful indeed when men trusted with the honor of office betray the very people that feed them. But unfortunately, since the sinister force knows naught that is right, then we must strengthen and expand and protect, and amplify as much as possible everything that is constructive within those who understand this law. So, blessed ones, as you understand and call the cosmic legions of my violet flame heart of freedom, to come in and guard the purity in America that is the strength and is the freedom of the nation, then you make the call and see that take place often, and we will do everything possible to assist you in ways you dream not of. And so, blessed ones, I might seem severe, but if so, it is because I have your safety at stake, and I assure you, the hordes of evil do not. Thank you so much, precious ones. From today, I ask you to live only for the purity and the protection of the freedom of your land over the next few months. Nothing is as important in your outer activities as to call this forth to protect everything that is the heart of the freedom of this nation, and the heart of God within individuals, the heart that is good, the heart which is all that is constructive within the life of the people. And so I have called these legions of the violet flaming heart of my eternal freedom, and they shall abide in the lower atmosphere of earth to come as near you as possible. Thank you so much. Now the great beings who are the cosmic authority to this system of worlds, in their great outpouring at the Royal Teton and throughout the world, of their sacred fire power, it is that it may affect nations, and the structure of earth itself, and the atmosphere over the earth. But these legions of my violet flame heart of freedom are the sacred fire power of my love to guard that within each life stream which is holding to freedom and trying to protect freedom for the nation. And in that desire to protect the freedom of this land, my desire and my love protects the freedom for the individual who is awake enough to want to save his nation from slaughter. I have not idly called these beings to be my bearers of the sacred fire and, wherever possible, intensify and expand it in and around those under this radiation. And then as each day you ask that to go forth and protect all that is God's freedom within this land, all that is constructive, all that the great God presence, the mighty I Am, has placed within this nation in the beginning for the fulfillment of its destiny. You will be part of that fulfillment and you will enjoy the revealing of the destiny. So, blessed ones, as you are aware of this, as you call it into outer physical conditions, many times through my love to you, I will be nearer than breathing and closer than hands and feet, because I assure you, the violet flame of my love can penetrate all things and protect all that is constructive. And since I gave my life to the early patriots for the freedom of this nation, and the establishing of its power to which it has attained, then my love shall still strengthen all within the borders of this nation who want the God way of life, the God control within your land, and the God freedom that gives individuals the opportunity to go forward and attain the ascension. So, beloved land of America, thou must be purified, and thou must arise the ascended master nation of the earth. As the heart of the world, the sacred fire of our love is forever the hand of God within the people, and within the land to keep total destruction from touching that which is within your borders. So, blessed ones, I hope you will feel the nearness of these legions of the violet flaming heart of my freedom, the violet flaming love of my protection to you all and to all that is of God within your borders. And be no part of the hatred that surges in outer world channels. Be no part of it. Hold your own, and wherever you abide, you demand the cosmic sacred fire's possession of everything within your borders, and compel the purification that is the protection of your freedom and is the control of your government. And silently go forward and demand the power that holds freedom for your land, the victory of God for your people, and the illumining presence of the violet consuming flame in its all authority over all in this world. So, blessed ones, together with my beloved Goddess of Justice and the blessed Goddess of Liberty, and others of the great ones who have guarded through the years and given the strength in the people, we come now in cosmic action and power to release this sacred fire in and around you, and make you that which guards the nation in this hour of betrayal. That's as plain as I can say it. You must have the power of protection. You must have the sacred fire of our love and our freedom. You must have our sacred fire control within and around yourselves. And you demand that control of the sacred fire enter into and control your government regardless of individuals, and the radiation can do many things that the spoken word will never accomplish. So, blessed ones, go forward, go forward, go forward. But be invincible and absolutely steel-like in your demand for God's mighty sacred fire control of all within your borders. And as you demand that for the nation, we demand it for you. And then the nation can pour it forth to the world. With all my heart I thank you for your love of this light, the decrees you have given, and your willingness to stand, face, and conquer. And there shall come to you forever our love, our gratitude, our every assistance that the cosmic law permits. And the more you do for your nation, the more we can do for you, and together we can bring the light within your borders that is the strength and the power to offset that which is intended. Blessed ones, just go forward and demand the great central sun's sacred fire control of your land, the great central sun's purification of all within your borders, the great central sun's invincible protecting presence of your eternal freedom. And my legions of the violet flaming heart of freedom can come everywhere and, spreading that sacred fire, absolutely smother the evil that would seek to desecrate and destroy all. So from the inner standpoint, we have many ways and means of preventing that which is intended, and this is one that it is my privilege to use. And the beloved Godfrey, little does anyone understand what power of the angelic host he wields and what power of love he still has for the nation of his heart. Thank you so much, precious ones. So from tonight, know that these great ones, these messengers who have come in this class, as you receive again the words of these dictations on your small records, as you use them within your homes, try to feel a sun presence of the power of each master. Its sacred fire power without limit expands through those records and through that sound, and goes on and on into the nation itself, and throughout the country to the world. Feel that go forward, wave after wave of that sacred fire, and ask the great ones to charge every power of the sacred fire into those records. And as those words go forth, they can become living beings in the atmosphere about you to clear the consciousness of the people, to strengthen their courage, to give invincible protection to their purity, and to make them like steel against evil. We have built to this apex today the constant outpouring of the sacred fire during this class, and through your mighty decrees and your music. And now we take the combined energy of the whole class, and forming it into a cosmic sun, we will strengthen and intensify and expand it, and direct it everywhere possible to prevent that which has no right to be. I hope I will be with you again before too long. So far as we understand at the present time, the Easter class will be held in Santa Fe, and until then, if you will call forth what's been given in this class and remember it to the best of your ability, it will go on doing its work. And I assure you, every blessing you give will be amplified without limit, and more blessings come back to bless you. So you cannot possibly lose. You cannot fail as you turn to this, beloved I am presence, and our activities of the sacred fire. And draw them into the physical octave of this nation, and charge them forward, and keep on charging them forward. And demand the sacred fire authority of the violet consuming flames freedom be the authority in every individual within your borders. To compel purity and protection of freedom for your land and for life throughout the world. Go forward, and ever and ever and ever shall more of our love come to enfold you and strengthen you and make you the victory of our freedom. And together we shall be the victory of the freedom of this land that is the heart of the world, and we shall continue to expand it until the world itself is free and ascended. Thank you with all my love, and for eternity shall I bless you and give you all that the mighty I am presence has given unto me. I leave it with you, and it shall ever expand to glorify that mighty I am presence, and all who carry its light to the rest of mankind, and who call forth its light to fill this nation with freedom for eternity. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 489 AB, Cassette 60436. Discourse 18. Mighty God Meru. December 22, 1959 Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of the land of America, those who are guests here, as we enter into the calling forth of more of the great God powers of the sacred fire everywhere throughout the Americas. Try to realize it is for the stabilizing of certain forces in the structure of the earth, to prevent the accumulating discord and destruction in other portions of the world from creating more destruction in the rest of the world than otherwise would be. In the effort we make to consume mankind's frightful destructive creation, there always has to come the balancing force by those streams of the sacred fire, like great rivers of flame, that we pour forth from time to time through the mountain ranges of the world and through the 320 powers of nature, to keep consumed a certain proportion of the destructive activities to prevent total annihilation. And since there are many things in South America that, because of former civilizations, are important to the future of the world, we are intensifying every power that is constructive within the Americas to the greatest degree possible. There have been great civilizations in South America, Central America, and North America long, long ages ago. And wherever a great civilization has come forth and it has extended over a long period of time, great concentration of the sacred fire and cosmic light substance is drawn through those civilizations into the physical structure of Earth itself. Now at this time of world chaos we are drawing forth much of that constructive activity of the past to offset, and to prevent the increasing destruction that wants to destroy everything in the world. So when we come and bring this knowledge to mankind, it is that every life stream may cooperate with us by intensifying the call for all activities of the sacred fire and cosmic light required at this time to annihilate destructive forces, that all constructive activities may be concentrated wherever the sinister force seems, at the time, to want to create more destruction. From tonight, whenever you think of the conditions in the Americas, or any portion of the world, wherever there is the battle between light and darkness, wherever the hordes of evil try to take away from mankind the consciousness of God and the authority and wisdom and power of God to control manifestation, I wish you, at least privately within yourselves, would absolutely issue the command to any suggestion that comes to you, and neutralize it by this exact phrase of words, which are a cosmic fiat to life. When you say, by the presence and all activities of the sacred fire of the beloved I am presence and the ascended host, evil shall not succeed, just give it the command like that, go on your way, and forget it. Call to us. Call to your beloved I am presence first always, and then to us, but issue this fiat, because when you use the phrase, they shall not pass, or destructive forces shall not succeed, it's just like you exploded blue lightning into a condition and shattered it, breaking its focus of action, and then the sacred fire consumes it. But call always to your beloved I Am presence, and the ascended host to release all activities of the sacred fire that move into all destructive conditions with this fiat. Destructive activity shall not succeed. For God the mighty I Am presence is sacred fire victory everywhere forever. Invincible for eternity. Just send that into the ethers suddenly like that, and go on your way. I have many reasons for this, beloved ones, because those of you who are here from foreign lands, if you just give this decree into the atmosphere wherever you are abiding, it keeps certain destructive activities from condensing to the point where they might accomplish some of their diabolical plans. With all the power of your beings, take the authority of your beloved I Am presence and the ascended Master's octave of light, for we have given you the use of our consciousness, and it is your call of the consciousness of your I Am presence into action, and the consciousness of the ascended host to release all sacred fire. Then the sacred fire speaks to destructive forces, and it is the sacred fire that says evil shall not succeed. I have a very definite reason for this. When you issue that command into the ethers, let it go on its way, and we'll take care of the results. When you use your authority of your beloved I Am presence and our consciousness, and you issue the cosmic phrase that evil shall not succeed, it's just as if you blazed a sun of lightning into the accumulating destructively qualified force and not only shattered its action, but forced the purification of the energy. Call forth all activities of the sacred fire to speak to evil, and the sacred fire says to evil, you shall not succeed. Thank you so much. When you ask your beloved I Am presence and the ascended host to blaze all activities of the sacred fire into destructive activities with the call that the sacred fire says, to all evil, you shall not succeed, then you do not quite understand yet. But the authority and the power and consciousness released, which is the power that draws the sacred fire into physical conditions, when you ask that sacred fire to speak that command, you, by your own thoughts and feelings and words, speak those words into the atmosphere around you. But when the cosmic fiat goes forth from the ascended Master's temples of the sacred fire, mankind does not yet understand that within the sacred fire is the presence of command. Within the sacred fire of your own heart's flame is your ability and power and consciousness of light to command. Within the sevenfold flame of the seven mighty Elohim within your forehead is the ascended Master's consciousness and power of the light within you to command. And so when you understand that, and ask your beloved I Am presence and the ascended host to blaze all activities of the sacred fire that speak to all evil the great command that evil shall not succeed, you will shatter, many times in one command, a focus of destructive activity that it has taken centuries to build. So you do have the master power of life. You do have the master flame of life. You have the master authority of life, you have the sacred fire of life, you have the master intelligence of life. You have the ascended Master's consciousness of the sacred fire, and you have the right to use it. And the world needs your command. If you will remember, the beloved Saint Germain said long ago, in referring to the great command, no one yet in this world understood what the great command is to life. So when you use the word I Am, it is the release of these activities from the ascended Master's octave, provided you follow the word I Am, with the command that the sacred fire speak to evil and make it know it cannot succeed. We told you long ago, there are many activities in the atmosphere of Earth of which mankind knows absolutely nothing. But may I say for your peace of mind, some are going to learn some of those activities that need to be called into physical conditions now. So, blessed ones, don't hesitate to keep calling our ascended Master consciousness of the sacred fire's command to life that evil shall not succeed. Why do you think I am charging this so dynamically into your consciousness tonight? Because when you are accustomed to seeing the appearance world threaten here and threaten there and do its destructive activities, there is so often in your feeling world, and many times in the mind, the consciousness or the fear that evil will succeed. And this command I want you to use to more powerfully charge everything in your being and world with the voice of the sacred fire command to life, because the sacred fire's command can never be anything that would produce imperfection. But there is a presence within the sacred fire. There are beings within the sacred fire. There are beings who concentrate the sacred fire from certain heights of cosmic activity that are directly the controlling, balancing force within the structure of the earth. So from now on, when you see evil forces doing certain things in the outer world, or planning to do them, hesitate not to go by yourself. Do not do this in public. I definitely warn you. But go by yourself where you can be alone, and quietly speak these words. You do not need to speak very loud, but just put the force into it of conscious command as you call your beloved I Am Presence, and all the ascended host who direct the sacred fire to the earth, to blaze all activities of the sacred fire that speak to evil the words, evil shall not succeed. You ask us to release those activities of the sacred fire that force evil to hear the voice that commands their end, I mean the forces of evil, and command their end. Now when you call forth the force of the sacred fire that commands the end of all evil, you are not personally doing that. You have sent your love to your presence and to us. And your love to life in this world, to set it free from destructive activities, is obedience to the demand of the cosmic law that the call go forth from the physical octave of earth. And in the love which that call brings to us in this requirement, we can set into operation activities of the sacred fire that, to the outer world, would be referred to as classified. And if certain information in outer world channels is classified, which means that the public aren't supposed to know anything about them, well, maybe we have some classified information that only we know about. It's possible, you know, in this universe. Mankind doesn't know everything, in fact, knows very little. With all the blessings that have come to this earth, with all the artificial improvements that the intellect of man has created, and the inspiration of the higher mental body has given to the use of the outer self, yet mankind knows absolutely nothing of the sacred fire. They don't like to hear that, but it's the truth. People use the phrase, but who understands what the sacred fire is, where it comes from, what it can do, whose authority it is, and where you can direct it? We have given you more information about the use of the sacred fire and what it means to life in this I Am activity than has ever come forth on the earth in all ages, past or present, or past and present put together. And this which I am releasing to you tonight I want you to use, that certain hypnotic forces may come up against a wall of flame that consumes them. And they need to be consumed, because mankind's comprehension of what it means to intrude on the free will of a constructive person. Individuals who do those things do not know what the future penalty is. Now don't become fanatical about somebody intruding on your free will. I said, constructive people, remember. When certain hypnotic forces try to intrude upon constructive activities of consciousness, the penalty is very great. If they intrude on destructive activities, well, they are all in the same category. When mankind understands that from the heart of the mighty I Am Presence comes life itself, and the light it radiates is its love in which every good thing is contained, and every good thing is flooded into manifestation for right use, then it is time that individuals who are constructive, who serve the light and are here for the defense of America against destruction, individuals who know this law must be given this command. And I made up my mind I would take the responsibility if you would cooperate with me. Thank you so much, precious ones. And while you are standing for just a moment, I wish to remind you that the beloved Archangel Michael and the other archangels are a part of this terrific action of the sacred fire. So when you ask your beloved I Am Presence or us to blaze all activities of the sacred fire that say to all evil, you shall not succeed, then the 7 great archangels can and often will come within a sudden focus of flame, and the evil shall not succeed. Thank you, and won't you be seated, please? I would not put into words the plans of the sinister force for the desecration of life. And it is because of the extreme viciousness of those plans that I am come tonight to bring this for your use, and as we all set it into action, you will find the beloved I Am Presence and the ascended host are the deliverers of America, and that means the Americas. The Americas must have this protection because murderous forces are criminally insane animals. It is because America needs this protection that it is vitally important at this time that you should be given this use of the law. Do not discuss this outside. And I say that for your protection. Please respect my request. If there are those who are unfortunate enough not to accept that, well, if they pay with their lives, that's not my fault. I am giving the information that it is necessary to have in order to protect what is constructive in America and the world, and if individuals do not give obedience to the law after the explanation and the wisdom have been given, that's not my concern. We have to, at this time, give to mankind something more than it has for the protection of that which is right. We can give you unlimited power of the sacred fire if we were absolutely certain that you would give obedience. Beloved Saint Germain told these messengers in the beginning, if we could be absolutely sure that individuals would give obedience to this law, we could tell you within even to the moment of when a thing would occur. But when human creation is constantly driving at individuals who have great light, then unless that light is strong enough within to always repel the destructive forces, we do not know whether it's strong enough until the individual passes through the experience. So, blessed ones, there is nothing in your whole life experience so important as to demand that the outer self give unconditional cosmic obedience to the beloved I Am Presence and the ascended host. And I assure you, if you give that obedience, you could not have anything of destruction touch you or your world in outer activity. But go forward and use this command, have the protection which it is, release its power to protect that which is constructive, both for the nation and for the individual as well. But try to comprehend that when we call forth all activities of the sacred fire that speak to evil the command that it shall not succeed, then there can come legions of the beings of the sacred fire into the atmosphere of earth, and compel destructive forces to become helpless. When you realize the constant interference in outer world conditions of that which is constructive, then surely you must have something more than mankind has had in the past. You are fortunate indeed to know this law. And since you are privileged to use our ascended master consciousness, we know the beings within the sacred fire that can speak the fiat of life, and manifestation is compelled to obey. Do this sacredly, secretly, devotedly, illumined in your own powerhouse of application. Do not exploit it. I'm giving it to you for your protection, and if you tell it around, you scatter the power, and therefore you throw your protection away. There's a definite reason why I am here tonight. I am determined beloved Saint Germain's family of violet flame freedom shall have every protection I can give, and every blessing the sacred fire contains. And the beloved Lady Master Nada is a far greater guardian presence to your nation and yourselves than you understand tonight. So as you call cosmic activities of the sacred fire, all cosmic activities of the sacred fire into the atmosphere of earth to speak their fiat to evil that it shall not succeed, then you leave the control of destructive forces to us instead of your contacting them physically. And that is again what the presence means when it has said through the ages, you shall hold your peace, and I will fight your battle, because I have weapons ye know not of. And this is one of them. So, blessed ones, as you enter into more and more use of the sacred fire love from the heart of the great silence, will there come within you the freedom, and the peace and the sense of great, calm, powerful mastery over conditions that heretofore have tortured you with fear and doubt and destruction in the past. Now you can say the same thing to your problems, to your struggle, to your mistakes of the past, or to your limitations. You can say exactly the same thing. And who of you can tell me who or what is within the cosmic violet consuming flame when you say, blaze all activities of the sacred fire into the evil that speak to evil the command, it shall not succeed? Who of you can tell me who is within the violet consuming flame when you give that decree? There are legions of the angels of the violet consuming flame, and I can say there are legions of archangels of the violet consuming flame. And that's what mankind needs to understand and comprehend in order to use it, the power that sets all life free. Try to feel deeply this which I am offering you tonight. Love it with every atom of your being. And you have nothing to fear as you set this into action, because you but make the call, and we are the action. And we handle the results, for we create the sacred fire and project it, and no unascended being can. And I assure you, the hordes of evil cannot. So you are safe within this if you remember the power of the silence and consider it a sacred trust from the Most High Living God, your beloved I Am Presence, and the ascended masters and cosmic beings. So, blessed ones, I will not keep you longer. I just want to assure you of the inevitable victory of this command. Tolerate no more destructive activities, but continually release this call, and let the sacred fire speak and command the end of that which tortures life. Blessed ones, there are limitless legions of the sacred fire that can come to your assistance, and not all mankind put together dares to oppose them. Feel this with every fiber of your being. Hesitate not to make the call. Keep your own counsel, and have your protection, and then give this assistance to the nation, and particularly to the United States of America, and the Americas. And then those who are here from foreign lands, when you return to your native country, do the same thing there. Demand that your nation be filled with all the legions, the ascended masters' legions of the sacred fire that speak their fiat to evil, that it shall not succeed. It shall not succeed. It shall not succeed. Then go your way, and you shall have miracles. You have called for them. They are God's natural way to live life, and the sacred fire is the way of perfection with which no human creation can interfere. Blessed ones, we are so ready to give you everything, and you need all that we have given you. Otherwise we would not come. And this which we are giving in every dictation, in every class, is not just for your individual use. This is because the nation needs it, and all mankind needs it. But you are privileged to be in the heart center of its power, and in calling it forth for the freedom of the nation and the world, you automatically step into the river of the sacred fire whose love sets you free. Try always to remember that every action of the sacred fire is love, and therefore, it cannot cause distress to anything that is constructive. And even to that which is destructive, it simply shuts off its punishment and compels it to cease to be. So, blessed ones, this is the highest activity of love you could ever desire, and it is the most wonderful master flame of freedom. It's the master call of life. When you understand your beloved I am presence and the ascended host and make this call, we will move heaven and earth to come to your assistance, and you can never know failure again. Go forward in the heart flame of the ascended master's sacred fire love that speaks its fiat to life, that all that is not love must cease to be. You call, and we will do, and you will find no veils between, because we will step through and abide with you when the sacred fire is needed enough to be called forth by those who know this law, and set into action for the saving of the nation and the world. Go forward, and our legions of love will ever attend you, strengthen you and bless you, and give you boundless powers with which you may bless others. And when evil tries to distress life, call this into action and let the sacred fire speak its command that the end of evil must be now. And God can never fail. Please feel this with all you are and have. Dwell within it, and remember our presence with you is just as close as your own, beloved I am presence, of your own life stream. Our life is one with your life, and our life in the sacred fire can and does speak the great command for the end of evil. Let it be now, and come and dwell within the peace of eternity. My heart's love enfolds you to that victory forever. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 607. Discourse 19. Great Elohim Hercules. January 6, 1960, Chicago, Illinois. Beloved ones of my heart, in entering into the release tonight of the further expansion of the sacred fire required into outer physical conditions, not only that for which you've called, but that which the cosmic law demands we bring into the physical conditions of earth, we want you to feel that that which you recognize as power, or which you call forth as power from our great realm of life, is in reality the great cosmic Christ love and its victorious action and control of all manifestation. I want to assure you of the visible, tangible presence and assistance at all times of all the ascended ones and cosmic beings who guard the destiny of this nation, and the Americas. 338. This reason, you must surely realize that it is not by happenstance that there are 9 retreats of the ascended masters within the United States of America, and one of them is mine. Thank you so much. And one belongs to the beloved Cyclopeia. Thank you so much. And the one that belongs to the mighty Saint Germain, who, I assure you, is a cosmic being of whose import mankind does not yet know the fullness. Thank you so much, precious ones. Won't you be seated, please, and just remain so. Now, in addition to that, there is the retreat over which the blessed goddess of justice is authority, the beloved god Taba, and there is one other whose identity chooses to, at the present time, remain unknown. However, these are 9 retreats within the United States of America, and that is the guarding presence of the 3x3, for the heart of the world. Thank you so much. Now from tonight, whenever you think of the protection of America, and I'm speaking especially tonight of the United States of America, call to your beloved I Am Presence first, and the I Am Presence of every life stream within your borders. And then call forth the cosmic being's sacred fire control and protection for the United States of America by those whose sacred fire dwells within your borders, whose focus of the sacred fire dwells within your borders. Beloved Goddess of Purity's dominion and focus of activity is over the Arizona desert, so you have guards of mighty power because of that which is required to hold protection for this portion of the world which the sinister force wants to destroy. And therefore, when you call forth the sacred fire protection from the cosmic beings who are the individual guard for the victory of the light and freedom to the United States of America, try to remember there are 9 individual places where the concentration of the sacred fire has already been drawn into the physical structure of the earth to become eternal to this world. And those activities of the sacred fire are to be eternal, forever. And when I say, eternal forever, I say, forever in cosmic action and possession. So now, since you are consciously aware of that, and you call forth the victory of all the cosmic beings who guard the future of America, try to remember, those are 9 activities of the cosmic guard for America that come under our direction. It is necessary you become aware of some of this, but I would be very careful about mentioning it into the outer world. If you will understand the power and the law of the silence, and love that power enough not to intrude your secrets of protection upon the destructive forces of the outer world, you would have much less to combat in outer world destructive conditions. When you brag about something, beloved ones, it is an extremely dangerous thing, because you become a target immediately for every devilish force in the atmosphere about you. As you will only accept this information which we give as a sacred trust from our great activities of the sacred fire, and given to you as a trust for the protection of the nation, you won't draw upon yourselves ridicule or viciousness from those of the outer world who as yet are unawakened. So for your own peace of mind, that you may call with all the intensity and love of your hearts to these activities of the sacred fire that are within your borders, I give you this information tonight to make you aware of our presence with you and our determination to, with your cooperation, release whatever sacred fire is necessary to accomplish the victory for America. Now the mighty Sanat Kumara has his focus of the mighty power of the sacred fire which he draws from Venus, in the Orient. And that focus, I assure you, of his sacred fire love from Venus, is more powerful than all the destructive forces mankind has generated through the centuries past. Thank you so much. When you need protection, try to recall and remember that it is the cosmic sacred fire love from our great heights of cosmic power that you require here, in cosmic action here, to be the protection against the mass accumulation of discord. So when you want protection, try to remember your first duty is to send your love to your mighty I Am Presence, and then to these activities of the sacred fire love that are the cosmic power over all in this world that needs to be drawn here. We have these activities of the sacred fire located within the borders of this nation. But we also have great temples of the sacred fire in the electronic belts around the physical sun. And it is from those cosmic activities that there comes cosmic sacred fire into the physical conditions of the nation to be a mass pressure, and a mass atmosphere over the land. And then as individuals become aware of our special activities within your borders, they will receive more and more of the individual outpouring of the sacred fire that has been placed within the physical structure of the earth, as an eternal part of the sacred fire in this world. So as you remember that this has been drawn for the safety of this land which was once the Garden of Eden, and here mankind in America began its first embodiment on this earth, and that is why, because it is the heart of the world, that this protection has been anchored within the structure of the earth by those activities of the sacred fire that are the eternal protection and, eventually, the eternal victory of the ascension for all. So when you think of power that you want for protection, proceed that by your love to your I Am Presence, and the recognition that it is the sacred fire love that has been anchored into the structure of the earth in this nation. That is already part of your protection here, and that can be amplified from our great temples of the sacred fire of our love in cosmic action. So remember, your recognition of the cosmic protection of sacred fire love is what you need to draw into outer physical conditions to stabilize and protect that which is constructive, and hold it steady until the sacred fire expands and consumes everything unlike itself. blessed ones, in the principal large cities of this land, over each city is a focus of the power of our love. And so when that which is constructive within any city needs to be protected and strengthened, try to call forth the strength and the power of our love, our sacred fire love, into those conditions, because it is the lack of that love that allows destructive forces to exist. And I think after tonight you will have a far different concept of me than that I am just a being of great power. And I am a being of great power, but that power is the cosmic sacred fire love by which systems of worlds exist. And that is what you need to protect what is constructive. If you will school yourselves to remember that anything that needs correction down here needs our cosmic sacred fire love and the power of its possession and control of conditions here, you will begin to remind the intellect and form the habit of recognizing that power is sacred fire love. Protection is sacred fire love. Purity is sacred fire love. And victory over evil is sacred fire love. And the freedom that is the God gift to this nation is the sacred fire love of our life to the life of the nation. Whenever you want protection, remind yourselves that the power you require to be that protection is the cosmic sacred fire of our love. And when you demand that love take possession of its own and the cosmic Christ love of eternity, which the sacred fire is concentrating in and around that which is constructive, you will much more easily handle conditions in the outer world by recognizing this first. Then calling it in to handle the conditions that hatred has built. If hatred has built destructive conditions, then you must have the opposite, which is the sacred fire love, to purify that energy and substance, to consume that which is wrong and replace it by that which is right. So no matter what quality seems to be needed in the solution of any problem, when all is resolved into the ultimate solution of your difficulties, the great source of all, the sacred fire love in cosmic action is what you need in the physical world. That is our power to hold individual protection and victory for you all, and to flood throughout the nation enough of that sacred fire to be the protection of the nation as an individual. Because the nations of the world are, to us, individuals, because they are made up of individuals. And therefore, there is the individual consciousness of the people of the nation which makes up the mental and feeling world of that nation. It matters not how destructive the manifestations have become, the cosmic sacred fire love is what must be called into physical conditions to consume that which has defied the perfection of love. And no part of consciousness, I assure you forever, is ever going to be sustained or become victorious in worldwide action if that part of consciousness denies the divine, or the authority and power which placed it here. That definitely has reference to Russia and anybody else, I mean the individuals who deny the reality of something greater than themselves. It is the cosmic fire of our cosmic love that is the power of protection to that which is constructive. And that is the protection to the brain structure, and the consciousness of life within individuals that is needed to stand guard against the hypnotic suggestion of the hordes of evil. When those destructive suggestions try to interfere with the reason in the mentality of mankind, then we come into action, for we are part of the sacred fire life that has given reason to mankind. So we are the authority to protect it against the insane denial of constructive activities, as the authority and manifesting, directing intelligence of the universe. Thank you so much. Now when you call forth the cosmic legions of the sacred fire, whose cosmic love is protection to this nation, who have taken the responsibility of protecting this nation, try to remember, that includes us. And it includes those whose retreats are within your borders, for they are the ones who have given the sacred fire, anchored here for your protection and your freedom. So, blessed ones, we have legions of the sacred fire that we could send into the atmosphere of Earth to shock mankind awake instantly. But we do not use anything that produces fear, except, in the hour of crisis or world change, there must come the sacred fire of our love and our control. And if the sinister force fears that, we are not concerned. Individuals do not need to fear when we have given the blessings that are proof of our reality. Blessed ones, when you think of the protection you need, think first of the cosmic legions of sacred fire love which are always protection to that which is constructive. And we are but the directors of that power, for we draw that sacred fire into physical conditions to strengthen and protect what is constructive, and let it act to raise mankind to a greater understanding of the life by which individuals are surrounded. So, blessed ones, think of us as legions of cosmic Christ sacred fire love, Because the beings of the angelic host and the ascended host who direct that sacred fire are without limit, that we can call to our assistance, and will come and render whatever service the mighty I Am presence of each life stream requires when the cosmic law says, "Descend and do thy perfect work." From tonight, try to think of us as legions of sacred fire protecting love that protects against all hate everywhere forever. All that is destructive is some form of hate, and now you need the cosmic power of our love in the action of the physical world to make you master over it, to force evil to be dissolved and consumed. And now comes the prevention flame. When you demand the cosmic prevention flame come in and around you and blaze our cosmic sacred fire love without any reservation whatsoever, just keep it going, and keep on charging it in and around you. Send it forth, for it can only prevent evil and, I assure you, in itself is the victory of all that is divine. Our legions are ever ready to answer your call. We are real. We are moving into the physical conditions of the earth, and mankind that is to survive must recognize and give cooperation and give obedience to this law, for we cannot obey the law for them. And the law is the love of that sacred fire control from the heart of the mighty I Am presence, that is the intelligent use of all things and the balanced use of the blessings in this world. So the Herculean legions or the Elohim legions or the sacred fire legions that are ever in existence, immortal, infinite, cosmic, all-powerful, can and do manifest their invincible victory over all in this world. They do bring freedom to life, and there is no other way to bring freedom permanently. People prattle about these idealistic conditions that they want, and haven't the slightest idea of how the cosmic light acts to manifest them. But I am revealing this, and when you want to know anything about the Elohim, call forth the Elohim illumination and comprehension that tells you the truth about itself, and the illumination will come. And when you want the sacred fire, call forth its cosmic love presence, the cosmic sacred fire's love from the great beings who guard the destiny of this nation, and guard the destiny of all that is of God upon the earth. And we will not be found wanting, never have been. But you need us. The physical world needs us, the physical conditions of manifestation need us, and we are ever ready to come. So from tonight remember, make your cosmic call for sacred fire love to precede everything that you want to bring into existence. And then ask the sacred fire legions control and protect it against all that is of discord, and you will find that our sacred fire love and its cosmic power of victorious action is as real as reality can be, and is now in existence in the physical world. Go forth and become one of our legions also. Thank you so much, precious ones. So just remember, we have homes within your borders. And if you would like to come within those homes, thank you so much. And it might surprise you to know that some of you, in your finer bodies, have been with us in those homes, is the reason I am here tonight. So, thank you so much. So, the veils between are but the hordes of the shadows which our cosmic sacred fire love can burn away, and must burn away, that there be no longer any veils between thee and me. Blessed ones, my love is ever at your service. My sacred fire legions are in command, and the victory of that which must hold protection for America is yours to call into action everywhere to govern physical conditions, until the final cleansing is forever accomplished. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 639. Discourse 20. Blessed Goddess of Liberty. November 2, 1968, Chicago, Illinois. Beloved children of my heart, tonight I trust one may make clear to you an inner action of the sacred fire that is at all times at your command, and which you can draw forth by your own conscious call, but which cannot come from the physical conditions of this world. And this which I speak of is our protection, the sacred fire love of the Ascended Master's own heart's flames which we pour forth into the feeling world of those life streams embodied in this world. When we ask you to call forth our Ascended Master consciousness to purify and protect and hold victory for all that is constructive, that is one thing. That sets the divine pattern which we can fulfill in outer manifestation and produce the 352 miracle victories for which you call the miracle manifestations. This which I refer to is your call to us to pour forth into everyone's emotional body, first of all, those under this radiation, and then everywhere throughout America and the world, charge into the feeling world, the energy of the feeling world. whatever fiery Christ blue lightning purity we know compels the consuming of all human consciousness. Now this will consume many of mankind's destructive habits. It will also consume a momentum of destructive activity in the etheric body, which means the consuming of destructive etheric records. And these are inner activities of the energy and the consciousness of each one's own life stream, as well as the release from the Ascended Master's octave of whatever sacred fire is necessary to consume as much as possible the mass accumulation of mankind's discord at this time. It's one thing to handle physical conditions and, for the time being, change them from something destructive into that which is constructive. But if you're going to sustain anything that is constructive action or any activity of the divine plan fulfilled, the energy of the emotional body and the energy of the etheric body of each life stream must be purified. And it must be charged with our activities of the sacred fire that keep it purified long enough to construct something that is constructive, and will be a blessing to life, and then hold it sustained long enough to let it render its service. This is the only sustaining power of constructive activities that mankind has created in one civilization after another. But so far as you're concerned, the first thing to do is to call for whatever sacred fire purity we know compels the purification of the emotional body, and the etheric body, so that the higher mental body of each life stream can pour forth the concentration and the expansion of its own inner essence of the light. It can pour forth its own heart's flame through the outer self and release enough concentration of the light to illumine the mind with the right ideas, to hold purity and peace and harmony in the feeling in order to allow constructive activity to go forth and build something that fulfills the divine plan, and then sustain it after it has been created. Because everything that you create in the unascended state, if it be constructive, can be sustained and protected until such time as your ascension is complete. Then if you want to sustain it, or remodel it, or expand it as an eternal blessing to this world, an eternal blessing to life, and to reveal the beauty and perfection from the Ascended Master's octave, then you can have unlimited power to take the activities and creation that you have worked in the physical, unascended state to create those things that are constructive, you can sustain them. And then in the ascended state, you can expand them again into outer physical activities to bring perfection into this world, and fulfill the great divine plan that enables the rest of life in this world to live more comfortably, more constructively, and to fulfill the divine plan that gives each one the ascension. Now in regard to this, I want this repeated, because it has been given to some of the student body, but I wish you to understand how this comes about and how you can continue any constructive activity you start in the unascended state, sustain it and protect it, and in the ascended state bring forth its greater perfection to continually bless life. The Master Kuthumi, in the magnificent home that is his, before the ascension, had this magnificent organ in the main living room, on the other side of the wall a beautiful piano that was also hooked up as a stop in the organ. He made it a habit of playing music about 2 hours every afternoon. He has been ascended since the 80s, and he has come back every afternoon at 2 o'clock and plays there for 2 hours, and pours forth the greater perfection of his love and his sacred fire through that music to go over that whole locality and purify it, and protect what is constructive, and help to illumine the people to go forward to greater victorious accomplishment. And you, too, if you care to, can plan a similar thing. And this is how, when the Ascended Masters' retreats have been drawn forth throughout the world, they have been expanded in their service to mankind. And there has always been within each Ascended Master retreat an individualized focus of the sacred fire to sustain it and protect it, and then expand it into greater and greater radiation and service to the world. Now if you understand this, you can take any constructive activity to which you have given your life energy, and things that you have loved to do that were constructive, and sustain them and protect them. And then after your ascension, you can expand their beauty and perfection and blessing to become an eternal gift of love to life, because it is all constructive. And this, properly understood, will enable people many times, many individuals, to hold harmony within their own activities, to sustain what is right and protect it, and then, later on, come back and expand its blessing to the rest of life. Mankind needs to understand this because you have been told in this I Am activity that no earnest effort is ever lost in any embodiment, because all constructively used energy, at the end of each embodiment, is drawn into the great sphere of colors around the electronic body of the mighty I Am. the electronic presence, and the higher mental body. That is the sun presence of your own life stream. At the end of each embodiment, down through the centuries, all constructively used energy has become stored there, and that is the momentum upon which you can draw. When you have done something constructive, you can ask your beloved I Am Presence to enfold it in whatever eternal ascended master sacred fire protecting love, and indestructible purity makes it forever expand its blessings in the fulfillment of the great divine plan. Then that would come back to you infinitely, the blessing which that carries to other life streams. And the mighty I Am Presence of those other life streams will pour back to you blessings without limit. That is why, when an individual is taught to live for the perfection of the whole, and keep giving everything you call forth for yourselves, keep giving the call to your mighty I Am Presence to expand all the good that is in you in your world, invincibly protected forever, and invincibly pure. But expand it to bless all the rest of life in the universe. And that life will pour back to you such blessings as you can't comprehend until you begin to use this, and realize how wonderful is the great sacred fire love of life, love to life. Love, as you call it forth to bless the rest of life, and you will find love will take possession of its own and ever reveal from within itself the greater beauty, the greater perfection, and the greater happiness that fulfills your every constructive desire. No matter when that desire came forth, in lifetimes past or present, you can continually expand the blessing in every constructive desire of your life stream. By doing this you open the door and let your mighty I Am Presence and higher mental body concentrate its cosmic light substance and its own heart's flame of love into you as you create something constructive, and then in and around it to protect it. And then, ascended or unascended, you can keep expanding that until it carries its blessing to the rest of life everywhere. And that is why to live the divine way of life is the only eternal happiness there is. And the divine way of life always gives of itself to the rest of the life in the universe. So when people are not taught to call to the mighty I Am Presence and the ascended host, or even to God as they understand it, when they are not taught to pour forth and expand all the good of their own life streams to all the rest of life in the universe, they but shut the door and their limitations continue. But when you call forth everything of perfection from your own mighty I Am Presence and the ascended master's octave to blaze in, through, and around you our ascended master consciousness to create whatever is constructive, whatever fulfills the great divine plan, sustain it, protect it, expand it without limit, and ask that it give its blessing to every bit of life in the universe. And my dear ones, you can't lack for a single thing if you'll set this habit. It is the mastery of poverty. It's the annihilation of poverty. It's the annihilation of illness. It's the annihilation of everything that has tortured or limited mankind. This is the liberation which I represent to this nation. Thank you so much. Won't you be seated please, and just remain so. When mankind learns to live for the fulfillment of the great divine plan that gives blessings without limit for eternity by the sacred fire, love of the great central sun, when mankind learns to live for that, you won't have human creation in this world. You won't have war. You won't have disease. You won't have poverty, and you won't have insanity, because this is the only divinely intelligent way to live life. This is the annihilation of selfishness. And selfishness is the desecration and destruction of everything because it is everything that is out of balance. So from tonight, I wish you to understand something we've never touched upon but slightly, and that is, what is now the land that you know as the United States of America was the original Garden of Eden. It was drawn forth, and perfection established here for eternity. And when during the destructive activities of the centuries past, those blessings were covered over and sometimes destroyed, when America was drawn forth again, the United States of America, by beloved Saint Germain and the blessed Goddess of Justice, to re-establish the harmony and the perfection and the beauty and the blessings of the original Garden of Eden to this world. America came forth again as the land of freedom. The destructive forces of the world don't want mankind to be free, and they haven't left a stone unturned to desecrate and destroy this nation ever since it was established. But those of you who have been blessed by living within its borders are also the guardians of its light, the guardians of its freedom. You are the guardians of its perfection. And that guardianship can only be manifested by the sacred fire love of indestructible protection to everything that is constructive, and to the manifestation of the Ascended Master's divine plan fulfilled their way, because the Ascended Master's divine way of life and divine plan never contained any suffering or destruction or limitation, never did, never will. We cannot allow our life and our energy to be used to create discord to life. So, since I am the guarding presence with others of the Ascended Host, especially the mighty Cyclopeia of the United States of America and Canada, and practically North America, when you understand that our life streams are the sacred fire's guarding presence of the original plan of perfection and blessing to mankind, you will know why it is necessary to purify this nation and protect everything that is constructive within its borders, protect its sustaining of all that is the divine plan fulfilled for this nation and this world. And since the United States of America is the heart of the world, that heart flame must be guarded and expanded, and its purifying love go forth to free the rest of the world from the frightful creation mankind has imposed upon life. So my liberation of this nation means far more at the inner level than people understand in the outer. Therefore, whenever there is disturbance in your own feeling world, try to guard yourselves against that disturbance. And this is what various ones of the Ascended Masters have been talking about for weeks and months past. Try to remember, the minute there is discord within you, the human consciousness is there. Don't tolerate it. Don't put up with it. Don't accept it. And don't let it live within you. Call immediately to your beloved I Am presence, to any one or more of the Ascended Host to fill you with our Ascended Master consciousness of the sacred fire that consumes the human feeling, and fills you with our concentration of whatever cosmic light substance is necessary to blaze into you and through you and around you our divine plan fulfilled that purifies your world, and fills it with the perfection that makes you happy, and do everything that is constructive. But give no quarter to human distress. We have to do this for the whole nation, and that's why we're asking your assistance, to do it for the nation as well as for yourselves, because whatever good you want for yourselves, don't miss the opportunity to call to your beloved I Am presence, and to us to pour it forth to all of the rest of the life in the universe. And the reason for that is the expanding power of the great divine plan's fulfillment from the great central sun. And if you don't let your own beloved mighty I Am presence release its concentrating, expanding light into you and through you, the door is locked against the good that we want to give. You must unlock the door of your own feeling world by asking your beloved I Am presence to pour forth through you and to the rest of life in the universe, all the perfection which the sacred fire's love is in the fulfillment of the great divine plan. And if mankind will not let our love, our sacred fire love and our divine plan fulfilled, come forth into outer physical conditions, if you will not let that come through and fill your world with perfection, well then, you have only as a result the lack and limitation of poverty, destruction, disease, war, and everything that mankind has generated over the centuries that is of destruction. That's exactly the reason the world is in the conditions it's in tonight. This entire destructive activity of the outer world tonight is nothing on earth but the filth and fear and impurity of selfishness. We represent, in the ascended state, and we are the sacred fire miracle manifestations of all the blessing, perfection, and almighty victory there is, with power unlimited, in the sacred fire's love. And all mankind has to do is to unlock the door and let us expand the cosmic light through the outer self. Hold purity and harmony in the feeling, and let the outer self's energy be used for something that is constructive, instead of constantly destroying and desecrating the good. The great divine law has placed in this world for mankind's embodiment here, for the attainment of the ascension. So even when you ask for the ascension for yourselves, take time enough out, or just send the thought to your mighty I Am presence, beloved I Am presence and the ascended host. Give that same ascension to all in this world, even to the structure of earth itself, the atmosphere, the powers of nature and forces of the elements. Raise all into the ascended master's octave of perfection, that distress may cease to be forever. Every bit of distress you experience is a continual reminder to you that you have not let our love through into outer physical conditions. So from tonight, when distress seems to disturb you or tries to affect you or tries to impose its destruction upon you, look at it and understand what it is, that it is human consciousness and human feeling. Because we don't create distress. Our divine plan fulfilled doesn't produce distress for any part of life anywhere in the universe, and never misuses any energy or substance or consciousness. Therefore, if you don't like what's here, come back to your beloved I Am Presence and us. Call on the law of forgiveness no matter who has created what's wrong, and ask us to pour into it whatever sacred fire's indestructible purity we know dissolves and consumes it. Then call for it to be replaced by our ascended Master sacred fire love that fulfills the great divine plan, and will not give to anything in the universe anything but the peace and the happiness and the purity of eternity. That is immortality. That is perfection. That is indestructible protection. If you keep filling yourselves with our ascended Master consciousness, our ascended Master feeling of all we know you need to keep you invincibly protected against everything that is destructive, if you keep calling this into outer action, we know many things we can give you and do for you to protect you against conditions that you don't even know are in the outer activities, but that are destructive. And if they're on your pathway and you aren't protected against them, in an unguarded moment when sometimes you're too exhausted or you're careless, there's inattention, the destructive force drives in and imposes its destruction upon you. We want to avoid this. We want to help you avoid it. Then we want you to be clothed in our ascended Master consciousness of our sacred fire power enough to protect everything else that is constructive wherever you abide. And if you will call this into outer action and build a momentum of it around you, and use it in all outer physical conditions, you will find destructive forces will let you alone. Then your consciousness is at peace, and you can be filled with the full perfection of your own blessed mighty I Am Presence, or that of the ascended host, to the fulfillment of the divine plan, not just for you and your world, but we can help you to fulfill the divine plan for the nation. And the nation can fulfill it for the world. And this is why, when you understand that all life is one, there is no such thing as deceiving God. You can't deceive your mighty I Am Presence. You can't deceive the mighty I Am Presence of anyone else. All life is one. All life feels oneness everywhere, and if you don't shut out the destructive feeling mankind has generated, well, then it comes in. But if you will fill yourselves with our ascended Master feeling of all the power of our sacred fire love to protect you, and fill everything in your beings and worlds with it, then ask us to expand it to fill the world, we can consume much of the evil that is torturing mankind, and it can sometimes be consumed in a flash of many activities of the sacred fire that won't let destructive forces go on, and do their damage against life. So this is protection to everything that is constructive in the outer world, or in the inner world. You need to protect your consciousness of the life of your outer self. Charge our ascended Master's sacred fire protecting, purifying love into every bit of consciousness in you, into your brain structure, into your feeling, your emotional bodies, into every bit of energy in the outer self, to hold our ascended Master consciousness within you to protect you for all eternity against everything human. Then we can expand power without limit in you, through you, and around you, and into your affairs. And you can go forth and give assistance to the rest of mankind, and you will never know limitations again. This is the overcoming of poverty. It's the overcoming of everything that has tortured mankind through the centuries. So when things torture you, charge your outer selves with whatever we know prevents that in you and around you, and then prevents it in all mankind everywhere forever. To this end do we offer you our love, our ascended Master consciousness, and our sacred fire power without limit, to set you free, to guard you and give you the power to free others. And you, as a part of the United States of America, must use everything in your beings and worlds, and all we can give, to purify and save your nation now, that it may save that which is constructive throughout the world. Give no quarter to the outer human creation of mankind's destruction, whether it be through war or anything else. So from tonight I, too, have offered you the liberation of your nation and yourselves, if you will call our ascended Master sacred fire power of indestructible purity to purify and free the world. And shock mankind awake to the ascended Master's consciousness of the right way to live life and fulfill the divine plan that brings the ascension, to all. So again we clothe you in our miracle mantle of love's mastery, and in that is all of everything that is constructive. And forever the momentum is without limit and the power is forever expanding to take you forward to the ascension, and the world also to the ascension with you. We thank you for every bit of love you have ever given to life. Now it shall come back to you. qualified and clothed with our sacred fire love that forever expands its freedom and perfection and blessing to life wherever you abide. It is yours to use without limit. Hold the momentum around you, of its almighty victory, and go forward to your freedom. Thank you with all my heart. Record CD 1482. Unveiled Mysteries.